did you get here? Supposed to be here. I try and try and try again. How did you get here? So I'm just very frustrated. I'm meditating. Oh, oh my God, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying, but I have a valid reason. Like, I don't know why. I was just thinking though, like, I couldn't really sleep last night. It took me a long time, and I was up till like 11 p.m. 11 a.m. Because it's like, I'm just so tired. And I'm tired of thinking about everything that's wrong with the world. And how unfair it is, and how cruel it is. And I'm just tired. Like, I don't even want to, I don't want to care. And I don't want to fix it. I don't want to have to say things, and I just think that sometimes, like, so much, I just wish I was normal, and I'm not. And I don't know how to be normal. Oh my God. I'm giving myself a headache. And sometimes I don't feel like Oh. I just feel mad at God because I feel like he's forcing me. I just feel like I'm forced to live and I'm forced to be me and I'm forced. Like, sometimes people think, like, I don't want my neighbors to hear me crying again. I'm just upset that you have to pay for food. It's not fair. It doesn't make sense. I just sitting was thinking and I was meditating and I was thinking about how we have to pay for food. And I'm like, that's not fair because some people they can't afford it. And it's just stupid because that's like supposed to be a need. And I just feel like it's something in me that just says if they can deprive it, then it must not be a need. Because hunger. If they can deprive you of food, it must not be a necessity. Or I think they want us to think that we have to like pay to live. I'm just upset thinking about so many things, but in terms of purpose, it's annoying. And I'm mad at God because I don't. If there is a God, if there is a purpose, it's not optional. And it's so strange because it feels like it's something that's for you. Like sometimes your gifts are like who you are is a gift. Like and that's your purpose. But it's like it's a gift to yourself, but you are also a gift to the world. When you have a gift, like you're supposed to share it. When you're great, you're supposed to share it. You know, it doesn't make sense to be so awesome and nobody knows. Because a lot of people, they have to see to believe. And so sometimes, like as an individual, when you don't see yourself, it's hard to know, like that you matter or that you're great. And you like end up you get so trapped in your mind, and there's a lot of doubt, and a lot of insecurity, and a lot of fears. And it doesn't help. It doesn't help when you have people outside of you denying your greatness for whatever reason because they can't see their own. But the only way they can know greatness is possible is if they see it. And when people talk about light and like people see this light in you and they'll try to suppress it or whatever, and it's just because it's hard. It's hard to see someone or something that you think is better than you. But when you think that something or someone matters more than you, when all you want to do is matter, it's hard. It's like you can't help but compare. It's like, what about them? Why them and not me? What? Why am I not good enough? Why don't I deserve the good things in life? Why do they get treated better than me? But you notice how it's always the bum bitches that they support. Everybody just celebrates mediocrity. You know, like there was a girl on TikTok, and she made a video that I seen recently, and she was like, when you're ugly and you post and you say you're ugly, then somebody else is like, oh my gosh, no, you're not ugly. You're so beautiful, girl. Gorgy, yes, queen. Like, it's all this hype. But if you were already beautiful, and then you say, either you try to say you're beautiful, then if you're beautiful and you try to say you're beautiful, then people are like, bitch, no, you're not. Shut up, ugly ass. And then they'll try to pick you apart and find everything that's wrong with you. You know? And then it's like, like even I was saying that the other day. Somebody was like, I was in a live. I was live, and then people were like debating on if I was. It wasn't really a debate, but there was like a question of whether or not I was attractive, and it was like, but everybody was saying I was beautiful. I had makeup, though. Like I had makeup, the wig, whatever. You can probably see the clips of it. But I'm like, they're like, yeah, like she's beautiful, but is her personality good? Cause like, where's her mind at? Like, in order for me to be physically beautiful, I have to have a good mind. I have to be smart and have a good personality. Cause then people will just take away from my physical beauty and then use any kind of like intelligence or any personality that I lack. They will try to use that as a justification or a confirmation that I'm ugly, like I'm not as beautiful as I think. But so I think that this comes from a place of like, it goes back to you. Sorry, that was too gross even for me. Oh, yesterday I was drinking water. Maybe it was this morning, like when I couldn't sleep or whatever. I was drinking water. I started choking, and I spit it all out on the counter. Um, yeah, I drank it wrong, and it like was coming out of my nose and everything. It was a mess. Anyway, let's not recreate that. Anyway, it's hard to see somebody be better than you. So that's the thing. You don't want to see what you don't think is possible for yourself a lot of the time. I'm explaining to the haters why they're haters. All the ones that are bitter and jealous, yeah, I'm gonna explain to you why. It's because it's hard to perceive or see something that you don't fathom as a possibility for yourself. Because, especially, and this is the key, where our comparative tools come from is from the usually the validation that we receive. So, for example, if you see something that someone else doesn't have, oh, perfect example, blonde hair. There's nothing inherently better about blonde hair, is there? But when our human attachments come into play, blonde hair has it's been pedestalized in society. And so if someone with black hair is seeing someone with blonde hair get preferred, chosen, loved, received, complimented, plastered around on all the TVs, all the movies, mentioned as the pinnacle of all beauty, that's naturally going to create a hatred towards blonde hair for those who don't have it on their own. or that's where the jealousy would come from. Not necessarily because of what you have, but because of the treatment that you receive in relation to what you wear, right? Usually. But so there's this idea that, okay, hold on. Is there no sound on this? Girl, I was about to go crazy right now. My freaking bitch, I thought that didn't have no sound. I was about to get mad. Do I have boogers in my nose? Sorry. I don't think I do, but I may have things. I don't know. Okay. So yes. Okay. Why am I saying so yes before I speak? Haters are haters because they are jealous of what they perceive as a better treatment or more value that someone receives based on what they have or like who they are or whatever. So this is why people then try to mimic certain things and like copy it. They think, okay, well if this person, okay, I want to be treated like that. Oh, I want to be treated like that, but I'm not like that. So it's like the idea, because then, well, you don't really know, and right, but the concept is like, what is it about that person that people like, and why don't people like me? So then you start studying, you start observing, you start obsessing, and you start thinking, and you start listening, right? And so when people are saying what their preference is physically, that's creating a that in itself helps to create insecurities and possibly in those who don't have those things. Obviously. And so we may try to mimic or copy those things because we want to receive the same treatment. But it's have y'all figured out that that doesn't work? That's why I mind you. That's why I'm showing up the way that I am because this is what I'm saying. People will try to say that it's the truth is how you treat someone or how someone treats you, it's about them. It's not ever about you. The fact that we ever internalize it as such, that is what's causing issues, in terms of identity and confidence and insecurity, or is it confidence or insecurity? So I'm just saying, we think that there's a supposed to be a right way to be, but there's a reason why everybody is the way that they are. So the question is, why do we treat certain people with certain characteristics or certain traits as in a certain way? And the truth is, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You can only respect or see or value or appreciate something limited to not only your own perception, but we often it's oftentimes like based on even just what you believe is in your grasp. Because then at that point, that's why a lot of times you see like really hot women, then guys will be like, ew, like mid. You get it? And it's because it's like, well, that person's not even remotely accessible to them. But and so the thing is, and it's they know that, but that also sheds an awareness on the fact that they don't have access and proximity to that, and then that space in between not having proximity, obviously, and then understanding that there's a bunch of questions of why don't I? And they try to piece in their mind, why don't I have access? Unintentionally, most of the time. And you see, okay, is she winding and grinding up on the floor? I wanna see you. Okay, sorry. Um, yes, it's like, what's the point of even wanting it if you're not even gonna get it? It's just what that leaves is room for desire and hope, as well as fueling insecurities, right? Because then we're saying, and that sucks. Wanting something that you can't have. So yeah, I would rather go and say like, like I don't even like that. Like I ain't even interested for real. Like, because then like if I could, I would try to convince myself of that the best that I can, just to take away the yearning or the desire for it. But this reminds me of my first heartbreak. Coincidentally, one of the things that I notably have done is pray to get in an accident. Literally, after my first heartbreak, I prayed to get in an accident, like a car accident, something. I swear to God. And I wanted to lose my memory, though, not die. I just wanted to lose my memory because it's like I didn't even want to remember this person existing. What's the point of that? So that's also connected to the concept of, is it better to have loved? Is it better? Is it better to have loved and lost than to have never loved at all? And I say, fuck that. Most people would say, oh yeah, I don't know, what do most people say? Let me know. I think a lot of people would probably say, I think, this is my opinion. I think a lot of people would say they would rather have loved and lost than to have never loved. Well, that's the whole saying, actually. It's already written. It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. But I think it's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost. So I believe the opposite. I think it would have better to never do it in the first place, because that's what I'm explaining the insecurity, and I'm explaining the pain of yearning. I'm explaining the pain of human suffering is the cause of human desire. Buddha said that. Human suffering is the cause of human desire. Mm. Human suffering is the cause of human desire. Because of the pain that it causes. Human suffering, human desire. Why do they say that? Human suffering is caused by human desire. Human desire is the cause of human suffering. Because if you want something and then you can't get it, then that sucks. That hurts. So I'm saying, fast forward, better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. It's better to never have loved in the first place than to love at all. Because I think anyone who's speaking from the alternate side, it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. Maybe they're coping with either they never have loved before, or they have loved, but they are coping fairly well with the result of losing that love, you know.
Or maybe they're still in the midst of actively being in love. So they're thinking, I could never imagine life without this. So we want it because of the idea of it. You get what I'm saying? Not saying that it's necessarily wrong, but I'm saying we think we're missing out on something if we weren't going to get that. And we don't want to miss out. So we don't want to think, I don't even really get that. It's almost weird because it's like, do you get that? It's weird. People feel isn't it? Okay, let's be real now. I feel like a lot of people feel entitled to love, but it's not guaranteed unless it is. Get it? Get what I'm saying? Oh, T, hold on. Haters are hating. They can do love. Everyone feels entitled to love, but that's not guaranteed. Ooh. Ooh. Assuming that love, assuming that you're entitled to love, doesn't that kind of negate free will? Or does it confirm destiny? This is what I'm thinking. God. Oh, yes, everyone feels entitled to love, but we're not guaranteed. The concept of love as we know it and understand it, love in the terms of like a monogamous relationship, one person and another person, two people, those people die. Me. Itchy me. Toi. Toi. What is uno? What is one in French? What is one in French? Oh, hi, babe. Hey. Um, sorry, I was so distracted. Deux, trois, deux, trois, deux, deux. Okay, someone tell me. So anyway, what? Right. So if we understand love is supposed to be a relationship, that's two people. You feeling entitled to love, then you're saying that, but that requires another person. So the other person would have to. Okay, this is an example I was about to use. So I'm watching 90 Day Fiance, Happily Ever After. Okay, so if y'all know that show, there's a couple on there. Was a couple on there. I'm sorry. Sorry. There was a couple on there, Gino and Jasmine. Jasmine was from Panama. Gino was from Michigan. Me too. Anyway, not Canton though. I've never been there. I was born in Detroit and did move around quite a bit. Is it weird that I consider? Well, I feel this is the thing. Okay, because people will try to say, like, ask me. A lot of people, especially since I moved to New York, everybody asks me if I'm from the South, and that literally everybody says I have an accent. Side note, there was this really disrespectful ass time where I was working at a. Do I want to call this out? I'm gonna just jump. There was this girl who was Asian. I believe she was Vietnamese to be example. Was she Vietnamese? Probably, maybe. Either Vietnamese or Filipino. I don't remember which one she actually was, but I'm actually really good at identifying what type of Asian someone is. Or maybe it's intuitive. But anyway, yeah, we were all standing talking in a circle and I was saying something. And then she was saying something. So the only reason I bring up she's Asian is because she has a really heavy accent. And it's like this is the frustrating part. So I can understand her perfectly. I believe she was Vietnamese, but whatever she was, even though she had a really thick accent, I could understand her perfectly. Like I could understand what she was saying. And but you know, sometimes with people with accents, it's hard to understand them. You know, I think I'm used to the dialect. Yeah, I don't even want to. I'm used to hearing Vietnamese. I've heard it before. Sorry. My mom was born in Vietnam, and so was my grandma. So when I was growing up, and so from my understanding, my grandparents met during the Vietnam War. Yeah, I think that's the story. So that's a beautiful story. But the point is, so yeah, then my grandmother speaks Vietnamese, and so going around as a child, I was used to hearing it. I hear languages like music. It sounds like music to me. And so it's just like when even with the song, you can play a song. That doesn't mean you actually heard it. You can hear my words. That doesn't mean you heard me. And so there's like an understanding because there's a connection. When the words connect with the heart and the mind, that's how energy transfers through. So when you're listening to a song, it's the vibration, the music, the background music in a sense, but then it's also the lyrics, right? So all of those go together to create, sounds and noises, and those are things like I think of. So that's like existence itself that are made of atoms, which are protons, neutrons, and electrons. That's three different aspects of that. And then when different aspects of atoms in terms of creation, three is a chord in music. Like if you're playing a guitar or something, you put three fingers on that would be considered a chord. So playing a song on a guitar is just a matter of like moving the placement of your fingers on the string, and you can put 3, 2, 1, like different amounts of fingers. I used to play the viola, so you could do 4 fingers, and then there's also like a vibrato that happens, and so you can put your finger on it and shake it as you're pulling the string down, and then that's creating a sound. That's playing a musical instrument like that. So I don't actually remember any songs. I'm just trying to remember getting the energy of playing. Mind you, I'm sorry, but there was this one time I played I played the viola when I was in middle school, and so one day like class had gotten started, and it was like everybody was kind of chatting. The teacher was kind of running late, and so if like it's a orchestra room, so there's a conductor. So the conductor sits and mind you, the funny part of this is I was always known essentially as like a very shy, quiet kid. So this day, it was the conductor, and then so the conductor, they sit in the front, and then everybody else is, kind of around them and placed in their different sections. So in the absence of a teacher / conductor, I sat in his chair. So I was sitting in the conductor chair while everybody else was sitting wherever. And I was going to say we were talking. People were talking. I was not talking to anyone. I was sitting there, literally just observing. And then there was this guy, and I remember his fucking name, but I don't even know if I want to give you the credits right now because I'm so pissed remembering this. I don't think I want to put him on blast. He was Indian, though. And he was like, Ayana, you're such a wannabe. I was like, wannabe what? Like, I don't remember saying, but then it was funny. He was like, I don't remember we were saying something, whatever. I might have said something because I'm like, girl, who would I want to be? Like, answer the question. And whatever I said or responded, my orchestra teacher was standing behind me. If I said something, I don't remember. But yeah, he was just standing by himself. It's like after the exchange, it was just kind of like the teacher was just kind of patiently waiting for me to like get out of his seat. He didn't say anything, and then I just got up. So, but I'm like, well, who do I want to be like? Like what? Anyway, I went on a tangent. There was a story I was supposed to be telling prior to this. Oh yeah, something about Vietnamese. So yes, when I heard the language, when I hear languages, then it sounds like music, and that's the thing. You can add things to music, add other sounds. You can. That's harmony, music, all playing together. Haters are haters. So if you think about it, our world is kind of an orchestra, and we are divided by different sections, as in like countries and things like that. But there's a certain language. This land is my land. This land is your land. From California to the Great Lakes. Wait, let me do that again. This land is your land. This land. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the Great Lakes waters. So, yeah, what if God is really like a conductor and each country is its own section, like its own instrument? Like in orchestra, you're split up by like cellos. I've always wanted to play the cello. Cello, bass section, viola section, viola section, cello section, bass section in the back, violin section, right? So that's in the orchestra, and then, but my point is they're separated into different categories. Why? Because the conductor, as he's directing, when he points, he's pointing directly to a section, notifying them that it's their time to play or pause or whatever. So that's the importance of it. So when it comes to us being an orchestra, if we're split into different sections and we're split by different regions and areas, and then what happens, there's different languages that go along with different countries and different states and different continents, right? And so what if the land that you're on is the section that you're in? So if God is the conductor, he will be individually directing each of the specific sections based on their own regions, correct? Like if God is communicating with the land is like the environment, the land, it's like their own like ecosystem. So God literally is speaking in. So if it was to give like farming, agricultural information, then he can't give the same farming information to Antarctica and to Africa, correct? Because of the different kinds of environments. So they would have to know and learn a different way of moving along. Now, the best way to learn is like, so if you don't, God isn't exactly talking to you, but God gives you your ecosystem, gives you place, and you usually walk around and you experience things for yourself, right? And you journey and you figure out, ooh, uh, and you figure out, you know, you do things and you learn, and so it builds conversion. That's why people start. Now, then what happens? Then when you talk about like the Tower of Babel, then they're saying that the God built a tower of. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! God built a Tower of Babel. No, they were trying to build a ladder. The Tower of Babel is like part of the Bible where that's where they explain like the mixing of languages basically, or like the confusion of language. And so this idea that the people couldn't talk to each other, but there was a severed connection of oh, we lost reception. We were born, and when we were born, we were born in a certain place, a certain area. And then they were saying, oh, because then he was saying, oh, God spread the people out. That's what the story says. Like God, like they make it seem like God is bad. Like, oh, God made everybody go to different places and separated the people, and so they were all confused, and he destroyed the tower that the people were trying to build, so that and then the concept is like, yeah, so that you guys can't communicate with me. But that's not what happened. The true metaphor is that the people separated from God themselves, but they didn't do it intentionally. They did it in the intent of exploring the new world that they were on. They're where they wanted to go, where they were drawn to, what locations they decided to set up. That was their business. The same way, if you watch the show Alone, which I do, Alone is like a survival show, and yeah, they'll start out like drop them off onto an island, then it'll be like, all right, go, and then everybody disperses out. So people choose their location, and people choose where they end up setting up their camp and stuff based on their knowledge of the land. Usually, well, when you in like your camping, then yeah, you would have to understand, what would be the best place to set up shop. Would you, if you have to pitch your tent, are you gonna pitch your tent in the water? No, that wouldn't make sense. So you would want to then pitch your tent on at least dry land. Would you want to pitch your tent on an incline, a hill, next to a bee's nest? You get what I'm saying? So that's location. It's your choice. But what if you don't? You're on the blank canvas, and the point is you don't know the land. You don't know like just the place you can go. You can only go. You get what I'm saying? And it will take time to go around the island to figure out what is where. Right? The exploration outwards. There would be. The exploration outwards, you will eventually do that, and then you'll find like the best area. Maybe you start off at one place, but then when you explore out, usually they set up their camp eventually, and then like the first day maybe they'll go out and they don't know where to go. So they're just maybe on the way in they were like, okay, well, I've seen like a river, maybe we can get some fish upstream. That's an assumption. They don't know, but they wouldn't have put their camp next to the water. Right? So you will put your camp further in the forest. So then you go to the forest, or you come out of the forest, and now you're exploring around, and you're just seeing what you can find, what could be useful. If you happen to find a better location that you weren't able to see before, then you can move somewhere else. So when I'm saying knowing where to go, where people end up going after, like, they separated from God because they started at one point, and then they start going out. They don't know anything about anything. It's just random. So they're like, okay, what is this? They have to figure out what everything is, try to see what the reaction is. Like experiments, right? So anyway, wherever people ended up, or where people ended up, and then yeah, the concept of the tower that people were trying to build, that is Wi-Fi receiver. It's like that's what it would be. Like that's what they're trying to do. So, but it's that, or it's not even just that, but it is the receiver, the actual receiver, because there's of God. It's already built into the earth, like a Bluetooth speaker in a sense, right? That's why God is in everything. If our atoms are conscious. So if you think about it, our oh damn, everyone feels it. Yes, our atoms are conscious. And I was saying with in terms of quantum physics, there's something called there's a saying that the observation causes the collapse. In terms of reality, the observation of an atom is what causes the collapse, or the observation of a wave is what causes the collapse of it. But it's like, so what they're saying is, in order for physical matter to form, this is a what is that? Matter. Oh. Um. So it's like, yes. So this is there's saying the observation causes flex. So for the atoms that we know to be stuck in this position, right? Instead of just flying around aimlessly, like for this to hold into a solid matter, because it initially DNA, in a sense, right? DNA matter is DNA molecules, atoms formed together. So it's like a singularity that you multiply, right? So it's one atom that then comes together to, they say, and then there's a bunch of atoms that then connect together to maintain the shape. Okay. Maintain the shape. Ooh. To maintain this matter. So they say that there's an observer. They said the observation is what causes the matter to solidify and collapse, therefore collapse, right? So what is doing the observing is then the question. If the observation causes the collapse, who's doing the observing? And so I had this thought, the atoms are observing themselves. It is their conscious technology. Yeah, they're alive, they're God. So within all of these are all like connected to God. Everyone's connected to God. We all have a direct line to God, but we also are able to connect with each other. So it's like the electromagnetic grid. It's like an electromagnetic grid or an energy grid. But it's all around us all the time. So, like when you think of a simulation and you think of like a video game or like a picture, it's made up of individual pixels. So, yes, that's the same way the world is. We're just individual pixels all put together. But what happens? In order to see something, you have to multiply it. So, if it starts with one, like you could see a bunch of ants, you can see 100 ants better than you can see one ant, singular, in one container, right? So if you want to see it better, it would essentially mean filling up the container more, which then is adding density, which then is allowing you to see it. So that would be a reference to opacity, but then that will also be like, is it opaque? Can you see through it? What is the brightness of it? But what is it? It's the category that it's in, and then how many are of that are within the category, you know? So, if it's a singular atom, and then that is connected to, for example, with the computer thing, the colors, there's a RGB setting, right? Colors, but there's other, okay, right? But the 3 colors, which that's a chord creation: red, green, blue, blah blah blah. So if even within computer like coding, it's still giving you values of 3: red, green, blue, proton, neutron, electron, creation, preservation, destruction, 0 1 0 1 0 1. There's 0 1 in coding, and then you can make permutations of those, or that would more be like 0 1 1 0. But in my system, I use 3 because in this equation, or for our typical equations, what do we have to have? We have to have 2 input values, correct? And that can equate to an outcome. And therefore, whatever that singular outcome is, it also equals it could equal the 2 separate values. But there's also different variations of that, right? Is there? Yeah, I think there is, right? Yes, there is. Because think of it. If you have something plus something equals something, if you say 2 plus 2, okay, let me think of something different. That's not good. If you have 4 plus 2, that equals 6. So that's a value, sure. But if you try to take 6 backwards, yes, you could still say 6 is 2 plus 4. Maybe you could even flip it if you want to do it 2 and 4. Did I say 2 and 4 already? 4 and 2. It's the same reversed, but the equation would look different, and it's a possibility, right? We've seen 4 plus 2, and we've seen 2 plus 4. That's okay. So we know those are differences. So those are permutations, but really it's possibilities. And in terms of time travel, those are branches in time. So yes, 6 you can be your intention. But that could be 2 and 4, 4 and 2, or even 3 and 3. 3 and 3 also makes 6, right? So those are different permutations, different variations of what can occur. So, also you get that and understand, like, so the RGB, it's colors. But we have to have 2 inputs and 1 output. Why? Now this is connected to mind, body, and soul. So people say mind, body, and soul. That's assuming all 3 of them are from the same origin. Mind, body, and soul. But I say mind plus body equals soul. Mind plus body equals soul. So that's 2 inputs and 1 output. So the soul is the result of your mind and your body. Now, what is the mind and body comprised of? What does the mind and body comprise of? But atoms. So atoms are our pixels. So that must mean if the values are not just connected to 2 inputs and an output. So that's also connected with proton, neutron, electron. There's three. There's three values that make up. Oh, because of the flower of life. Wait, how many? How many? What is wrong? Right. Oh. Oh. Okay. 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 So the flower of life really represents the atom itself. Yeah. Yes, our atoms are. So if you think about it, yes. So, so mind. Oh, mind is then connected to the flower of life, which the flower of life has six petals, and there's a center point. This is similar to the that has the protons and neutrons. It's like Jimmy. Yeah, boy. The neutron, right, which is compromised. Neutron is comprised of electrons, protons. Why is it called is it called a neutron? No, it's called an atom. Yes, atom, a molecule, is comprised of proton and neutron and electron. That's three. So let me see. Hold up. Yes, the flower of life is comprised of 7 different petals. You can visually see this. Well, sorry, 6 different petals. The flower of life is comprised of 6 different petals, and there's a center point. If you were to, well, yeah, if you were essentially isolate each of the circles, because the flower of life is made up of, I believe, 32 different circles. I think it's 32, but they're just overlapping circles, whatever it is. Is it 32 or 88? Is it that many? I'm sorry, I can't remember right now. But they're individual circles. Now, the way that the overlaps end up happening, if you were to like take one of the circles, you will be able, because of the way that the other circles are overlapping, it will create this. Wait, what? Because of the way that the circles are lapping, it creates an overlap effect. You know, like one of those. Well, you got to make those charts, the Venn diagrams. Yes, so you get that. The Venn diagrams, the center point, Vesica Pisces, it gives that illusion. Or it's not a Vesica Pisces, is it? I don't know if it's a Vesica Pisces. It's a an eye. That's the all-seeing eye. So yeah. Anyway, it just to me it gives eye shape. If you take a Venn diagram and the circles overlap, in between where the cross section that the two circles meet, it then creates the illusion within that of like an almond shape, right? Like an eye. Okay, so these are found within the flower of life. And when you look at one isolated circle, because of the other circles that are surrounded, it will create this almond shape 6 different times, which I refer to the almond shape as petals. The almond shapes that the integration of the two circles make, where it crosses, the intersection where it crosses. Like where you would jump in through, like if you were doing hopscotch or jump rope or whatever. I was always too scared to do that. Yeah, like, I ain't trying to get whipped on. Okay, so I'm trying to do the puzzle pieces. Obviously. Okay, so yes, that circle, that midpoint in between the petals. There's 6 of them, and within the 6 of them, there's also a intersection that gets created, which I call a 7th point, because they all have intersecting points, right? Okay. So I accounted to 7 different things. 7 things I probably shouldn't say this. I probably shouldn't say this. But at times I get so scared when I think about the previous. When I think about the previous. When I think about the previous. What the fuck? I'm sorry. When I think about the previous relationship we shared, it was awesome, but we lost it. It's not possible for me not to care. And now we're standing in the rain. And now we're standing in the rain. And nothing's ever gonna change until you're here, my dear. The 7 things I hate about you. The 7 things I hate about you. Or is it love about you? The like about you? The 7 things I like about you. Your hair. No, it is breakup first. It's the 7 things I hate about you. The 7 things I hate about you. Oh, you. Your friends, they're jerks when you act like them. Just know it hurts. Wait. Your friends, they're jerks when you act like them. Just know it hurts. I wanna be with the one I know. And the 7th thing I hate the most that you do. Oh, you make me love you. It's awkward and silent. It's awkward and silent. As I wait for you to say. Okay, I'm sorry. So yes, there's 6 intersections. Those are petals. So then those are also connected with the 7 chakra points, because there's 7 different points. Yes, and that is connected with the 7 different colors, as in the 7 colors of the rainbow. And those are connected with 7 different colors. Did I say that? I said colors like the rainbow, yes. Okay, and then there's solfeggio frequencies. That's the frequency. But that's just in one color. We think that the chakra system, like when you see it depicted a lot of times, you think of it as just like a circle, right? But those are all it's like if you were to think of it, okay, back to computers. So those are also connected to, there's 7, but then there's 3 primary meridians: the crown chakra, the entry point, the heart chakra, the integration point or the meeting point, the middle passage, and then the bottom root chakra would be the exit point, right? So this is also, that's 3, because it's connected with colors. But then the colors are also, there's 7 different colors because there's 7 different chakra points. But then the 7 different colors also relate to that breaks down to three primary meridians at the root chakra, the heart chakra, and the I said that backwards. The crown chakra, the root chakra, and the heart chakra. So that's 7 going down into 3 primary ones. So this is the input, this is the output, and then this is the bridge between the both. Right? It's the something to go through to get A to B. This is the mode of transportation. So, if you have red, white, and blue, oh my gosh. But it's supposed to be, they said it's red, green, and blue. Yes, it should be red, green, and blue. Because, is that why? Aren't those the African colors? Yes. So, yes, Oh, I got you. So in that sense, Africa is the main channel. Aren't those the African flag colors? Red, green, and blue. That's one of the flags, right? Am I tripping? Red, green, blue. So that's the main. They say we're from Africa. Africa is. They say that's the motherland. It's the central point, and it's also. It's the like if it was a radio, that would be the main channel. That's like the main channel, the right. Everything else branches that main channel because it's the center, or it's closest to the source. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I just got it. And there's how many continents are there? Are there the 7 wonders of the world? There's 7 continents. How many continents are there? Okay, sorry. This is more important. So red, green, and blue, but this is also in the relation to the simulation that you're plugged into. So the colors of the flag are connected with the country, which is connected with the language, which is connected with a frequency, which is connected with they're basically on a certain radio frequency. All of the continents are really portals. But traveling them, it doesn't require you to exit your lines. So, though, are there 7 or 9? I think are there 9? How many continents are there? 7 continents, right? Africa, Asia, Australia, America, North America, South America, Antarctica. I feel I'm missing one. Is Greenland its own continent? Oh my gosh. Russia is its own continent. No, it's not. Is it? No, Russia is in Europe. Europe is the one I'm missing, huh? That must be it, right? Please. No, make me. Ow! Okay, so. Yes. Each individual has its own universe. Everyone is their own universe. Yeah. But, okay, so you can, like Club Penguin, like how you can visit other people's igloos. Yeah. That's what reality is. And so those are like passing through everybody. A world concludes of a certain one of the petals equals one world. One world, one and all, one love, now and forever. One world, one world. Chooch. So yeah, it's like each one is a different channel. So it's like visiting a different portal, a different world. So really, the different continents, we're all actually on in different portals, like different dimensions, literally. So when you travel, then you're shifting. But yes, there's a way to. So it's like we talk about international communication. You think of like phones, the way we use phones now. Like we can connect with people all over the world, and people think phones are the original, but phones are a mimicry of what already is. So I'm saying Africa is like home base, but if you want to connect and change and alter the colors, which would, if you shift the values on like a color wheel, right, red, green, blue values, that will change the color, right? So that's all that it is. That's why the world was in black and white at one point because they hadn't figured out how to add color to the world. They hadn't gone that far. It's like when you unlock a map, like when you're playing a game, if you know they don't show you what's in the next part until you get to the next part, or you don't know what's in the next part until you get to that. If you're like you're digging a mine, when you're digging in, I mean you don't know what's in front of you until you get there, right? But as you make progress, then until you make the progress into chipping away at the path, you have to make your own path to travel, basically, right? Or you want a direct line to travel in terms of communication. Like even with Wi-Fi, the less devices you have on the Wi-Fi, the better it runs. It's like less weight on it, right? So anyway, but the weight that's added is what are we then adding? We're adding more frequency, which is adding more atoms, which is adding more color, which is adding more vibrancy, which is why like for a really, really good game or something, it takes a lot of like space up because it was like bigger files take up more space. But people get so nervous about that and scared and then they're acting like it's a problem, like the density is a problem, but um that's what it's supposed to do. What you do, you always want to make sure you're adjusting your weight. If too many people are on the same line, it's gonna cause a congestion. And so when people aren't thinking with like in the terms of thoughts being like our electrical grid, being connected to the electrical grid, if everybody's thinking the same thought, it can blow up. You know that when you go to a website trying to buy it, it will overload the system. If everybody's thinking the same thought, thinking the same accord, it's gonna cause everything to blow because the system may not be built to carry that amount. But what makes you think the system is not built to carry that amount? Right? What happens when you're learning how to do the splits? Just because you can't do it right then and there, that doesn't mean it's not. You can't get to it. It takes sitting in that, going to the furthest point that you can go, feeling it the deepest. Uh, so and that can so yeah, there's so much loaded on then it's just like yeah, so to get the splits then it's just like pushing into what you actively can already do, and then the longer that you sit there, eventually you're going against it's the resistance. You're going against the resisting force, right? Whoa. You're going against the resisting force, but eventually if you don't but the only way to keep you're assuming it's gonna stay even, but it has to be equal force, right? If one is pushing more than the other, it's going to be out of whack. It's going to cause changes. So then your job will be to find, okay, what are the most stable values? What chords sound the best? Find that sweet spot. And so that's like saying like find your red, green, and blue values. What's your home? What's your safety? But also red, green, blue. Like when you change the So I was saying with the resistance though, eventually you resist, and eventually you will gain more flexibility over time, right? That's the idea of it, right? But also the thing is when you go back to okay, if you were to try to learn how to do the splits and you did the splits and where you push into the pain of it, everybody knows that, okay? And eventually the pain will go away. Why? Because you'll get used to the pain. So it's just kind of practice basically until the full release.
Oh, yes.
Yes, and so the more and more the pain, eventually when you gain more flexibility, the pain will go away. So what are we talking about in capacity? We're talking about your. What are we talking about in terms of capacity? If we, in order to sustain longer, we must expand our capacity to withstand. Mm, patience. So, how do we expand? So, the expansion, what is that? So, if our it's the point of expansion. You don't want like when you're finding like a shirt or something. It depends on you. Everybody's different. That's the thing. But it's like you don't necessarily want something that's too big. But you don't necessarily want something that's too small. You know, too tight that you can't fit it. So you want something that's gonna be a just right fit, like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You don't want it too hot, too cold. You want it just right, which is warm. So, how do you make warm? Warm is the results. Sometimes, if you make the water too hot and you don't want it to get cold, you don't want it to get hotter, but you want it to be just right, what do you have to do to the hot water to give it a chance to be warm, to get to warm status? You have to cool it down. So you might add a bit of cold water into the hot water to get warm water. If you add too much cold water, now it's cold. Now you gotta add more heat to it. Hot water. So they balance each other out. This is again creation. Three prongs. Three. Keep giving you threes, I keep giving you chords. Red, green, blue. Two inputs in one output. Inputs are mind, body, soul. Red, green, blue, mind, body, soul. But it's not one plus one. It's not one and one and one. It's two become one. The two inputs equate to the center output, which would be our heart chakra. Um, our top chakra would be the crown chakra, and then our body, and then our mind would be our root chakra, our bottom. But so that's three, but that's isolated from seven initial ones. So in between, from the crown chakra, we also have the third eye, and we have the throat chakra, and we also have the solar plexus, which is in your belly, and then we have one. Did I miss one? We have one near the base of our. Oh, sorry, I missed one. Yeah, I missed the heart chakra. Heart chakra, green. And did I say that? Then our solar plexus, which is yellow, and our sacral chakra, sacral, which is orange, and then the root chakra is below that. It's red. Heart green, throat chakra blue, third eye chakra indigo. They say it's indigo. No, then that's different. Okay. I got you. I just peeped this. Okay, so yes, throat chakra is blue, third eye chakra is indigo, and then the crown chakra is violet. So those are also in association with the colors of the rainbow. Roy G. Biv. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue. Wait. Blue, indigo, violet. Blue, indigo, violet. So, but why is that? So, 7, and then we went into 3. The 3 primary ones are red, green, heart chakra. Well, I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong place. Wait, what did I say? Red, green, blue. Oh my gosh. Because big, blue, indigo, violet. Oh, okay, I got you. So actually, red, green, blue values would attach to our throat chakra, which is blue, our heart chakra, which is green, and our red chakra, which is the root chakra. So that's our real red, green, and blue values. Because color-wise, the other ones would be indigo and violet. Okay, so I have been thinking in the terms that it was about our crown chakra, but that's purple. No, violet. That's violet, which is like purple. So I keep going to the crown, but I was wrong. The real blue is not the crown, where that will be our output. That will be one of our soul meridians. No, our meridian, basic meridian, if it's red, green, blue, would be root, heart, throat. So voice command. So if it all started from here, and then here is what led down to everything else. And instead of inserting at the crown area, we would insert through the mouth, and then that's what creates an infinity loop. So it's a torus, like infinity, right? So yes, I was thinking it was going in through the crown, but it's not. The crown gets expressed foundationally from here, and so it's like spirals, 2 different spirals. This is also connected back to the flower of life. And so those are red, green, blue values. But so in between red, green, and blue, then you have those are just the base colors. And like in computer coding, they have the red, green, blue values, pictures, right? And so those are the standard. Now when you start shifting that dial, that's when you start getting your magentas and your mauves and your lilacs, and that's when you start getting the variation. So that's what are we doing? It's expanding. We're expanding our capacity. We're expanding our range. We're journeying out further. So that's what are we doing? We're extending out. We're extending out. That's why there was a wait. Oh no, yeah, okay, that makes sense. It's like okay. Yes, it's so good. Oh, I got So yes, it's like, wow. The red, green, blue, it is the start, but then it's really a spectrum. So I was saying with the chocolate points, we often see them depicted as just individual circles, and then they are judged by their opacity. Like so when you're changing that colored red, green, blue dial, it's changing essentially. It's like if it's either the color will be lighter, like hot pink, or light pink. So it's on that spectrum. That's about, oh shit. Oh shit. Uh-uh. Hold up. So, oh my gosh, it's cold. Eee. Yay. What the heck? Hey. So yes, when you go, there's the sun. Oh yes, the three meridian points, but those are the red, green, blue values. But we know as you shift that dial of the red, green, blue value, the color is going to either be lighter or darker, right? There could be hot pink, light pink. You can have navy blue. You can have royal blue. So what is the difference that changing between it on that light dark spectrum? It's essentially you're changing the opacity, and so really you're either turning up the dial or you're turning down the dial, and the visibility of that is changing, right? The color, how you perceive it. So it's either, and that's what it is. It's either getting further, it's getting, what is it doing? It's spreading out. So the darker it is, we could assume it has more atoms right there. Because why? You can see one ant, you can see 1,000 ants better than you can see one ant. So if we can see the color better where it's darker, if we could see the color there where it's darker, that's how we would understand. There's, oh, remember photosynthesis? This just reminded me of that. Okay, I gotta vibe out. So, light therapy. Is this like light therapy? Okay, so, in terms of RGB values, then, okay, so the darker that it is, that means that there must be more ants, right? If the circle you see is a container, then within that container, for you to visually be able to see it the best, you want the color to be darker. So even when you're doing like photography, you go into a dark room. So you're dark, it's dark, and then what happens? You um, um, yes, so there will be in that container of what it is. If you want to visually see it better and darker in terms of color, then you want there to be more atoms essentially. So if each atom is equal to a like the equivalent of a pixel, right? Pixel, atom, same. So the more atoms, the more pixels, the more you can see the better. But when you see pixels, we know the older screens and stuff, it used to be very pixely, right? Because why? It's like when you go get your hair done in braids, it's easier to do two braids than it is to do 200, right? So how would I take these two braids to 200 braids is splitting it up, dividing it, separating it from itself. So the more that you create difference, the more you visually see that there's difference, right? These two, like when you begin the micro twist, the micro twist, the point is they're so small, they're separate, yes, but they're divided, separated in their individual categories. It's like if you had a drawer full of a bunch of chords, all the chords tangled together don't make sense. You want it to be the individual chords wrapped around itself in its own strength and unity. That's gonna help the other ones, so we know what it is. We don't get tripped and tracked, like, you know what I'm saying? So that creates a direct line. And then when the lines are clear, the deviations are set red, green, and blue, then you can understand um it just makes it easier. It's like we didn't have to have roads, but it made the organization easier, correct? And then it also that, like, some fucking fly here. mm. Okay. Okay. So there's pixels. So yes, the bigger the section is, right? The bigger the section, the bigger the braid, the more obvious it is to tell how many braids there are, right? Because it's clear and it's organized. This is a problem. Is there a problem with that? But this is the thing. We then assume, but then if like you had 200 braids, then it's like there's more, but you can't tell exactly what's all there because, but even like you don't want your wig to look like this, okay? This where okay, maybe it's a little thin overall, I'll admit, but mm, this is what I'm working with. Okay? So yes, but it's like, oh, hair. Hair are our antennas, just like animals have, or insects more like, have antennas. Okay. So the antennas are connected with signals. Echolocation. Those are dolphins. Okay. So everyone has its own channel. And but obviously if you know how to turn the dial and go to other channels, then you can do that. But right, if it's more together, more ants, more DNA, then it's like if you wanted the color to be lighter, like that you're taking red and then you want it to be lighter, so what you have to disperse out the color, you know? It's like so you would disperse out the color, which means everything the reason why it's packed it looks so full is because of how tightly so much is packed into one space. So if you want to less, then that's when you're unloading to, so that you can when you know you crowded on the bus, the train, or whatever. As people get off, you can start stretching out more. So it's an expansion and it's a contraction, and so yes. So you start with some and then you take it out gradually, and then things can start to, you know, take more shape. So yes, and so in a sense, it would be like removing some of the pigments, less pigments. which then means it's clearer. Yes. So, right. But then that is essentially stretching it out more. When the more you take out of the container, the more what's in the container can stretch out, right? So, but when you're stretching it out more, you're causing it to lose its structure. You're stretching it out. So, you know, it means like if having more space is better, if that's better, but do you want 2 braids or do you want 200 braids? So the more that you can fit in, that would be the more concentrate the color. You talking about watered down soda. Do you want watered down soda or do you want the pure shit? So the more watered down something is, the more stretched out, dispersed that something is, the lighter it is. And that would be, if you had a container, you had some stuff in it, it would feel one way. And if you removed some of the stuff, it would feel lighter. So lightness, that allows you to go slower. Well, no. Actually, the lighter the container, the more the things in the container can move around. Right. So the more, so the less that's in the container, the more things will move around. Speed. But, that is also, but essentially, like, say if you were to take a blue value color, and the more you separate it from that blue value color, yeah, you got lighter, you expand it more, you're da 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 da. But what you're doing is basically getting closer to your end. Because, why? Yeah, because then at that point, that's just something different, right? When you get to all the way to the end of the spectrum, then it's usually completely white. Most of the time, it starts black, like the black, the singularity, the void, but then that's like the color. Like at the center of the, I've seen it, I don't know if it's true, at the center of the color wheel is black. And then there's red, green, blue values that are extending beyond that point. And the further that the red, green, blue values go away, they're getting further away from the darkness, but they're moving through the darkness. Well, the darkness, yeah, they're essentially moving through the darkness. So then that's what's creating the path and then allowing the light to come through. So, but eventually it goes to white. Eventually, as it goes further out, as the further that it goes out, the further the red value goes from the darkness, separates itself from the darkness, the center, the source, the all there is, then it's gonna become lighter and lighter. And that means that you're going to be further on your journey, which means you're limited on resources. That means you're because of the light, the lightness, which you don't have. When you left the journey, when you left the black, it gave you all you need. Your decision to remove yourself from the darkness resulted you in saying you wanted to forge alone. But when you left, you took the darkness with you, and also the darkness is with you everywhere that you go. It is the boundary that keeps you within. It's the path that you are always walking. So the dark is never without you. But when you forget that the dark is there, um, and you know, like say, oof, ooh. The darkness. Yes, if you forget the darkness there, or you know what I'm saying, or you decide to, I mean, because you can never be without it. It's like always, but it's just like, oh, say, but it's okay. So that's like if you go away, and then it's like you don't want to like call back home, but um, it's an option after so long. Numbers change and people change. You start feeling less like, can I even call this person? You know, because you just it's been you get what I'm saying. Like you meet somebody, but it's like the less time y'all go without talking, it's kind of like, can we? Am I even allowed to call now at this point? In my absence, after my absence, you know. So then it's like, but yeah, that was the point of you. It wasn't about calling every single second. It was about knowing that you could call them when you needed them. But you made the personal decision to say, "Oh, I don't want to ask for help." But you bringing the help along with you was the whole point. So that's why I say we can't be separate, but um, because atoms are conscious and they're what we're all made of, and so we're all connected. So you talk about the eye, you know, when they say like angels are just made of like eyeballs, basically. Those are also in relation to like the petals of life, but the significance of it is because, yeah, everything is everything is one, and everything is watching itself at the same time. Like atoms, they are well, atoms are conscious, like the angels. So it's kind of like atoms are just mini eyeballs. So everything's watching everything all at the same time. And yes, but when it's easier to connect with people when you're closer to them. You know, you will speak to someone, you may speak to someone that you live with more than someone you live thousands of miles away from, like on a daily basis. And I'm not saying I'm saying like a person to person, face to face conversation. Like you're more likely to have a face to face conversation with someone without technology, someone that you live with, than someone that you don't live with. So yes. So that Yes, so that's what I'm saying. Proximity matters. The further you get out, the more you white out, and the more you decide to venture off alone on your own path, on your own trail, the the more you're gonna lose reception. That's what we think. The further we go in, the more we lose connection. But that would be our choice when we think that we're separate from um, when we think that we are separate from the source. The divisions, those create the illusions. But that was the point. The journey was like if you're going through, you know, down a path and then it bridges off, there's a choice that has to be made. At one time, right? But so yeah, so thinking that you're separate from each other. Um, yeah, it's like, or like you have to do it alone. Because maybe you might need to split up. It's like, because it's like, okay, y'all are all together and you're all together on an island and you're trying to figure out where the fuck are we? Ooh, my favorite kind of movies, some of the movies I like, because I don't like blood and gore movies or whatever, but I like movies like psychological thrillers, like what is that called? It's called Escape Room. Yeah, like those kind of. No, not even like that. But there's other ones I can't remember. But it's like, say it's like, or Saw. I do like Saw. That's what I meant. So I don't like blood and gore movies, but I do like Saw. But every time something really gross is gonna happen, then I look away because I have a weak stomach. um, but listen, it's like, ooh, shit. Ooh, I hate fireworks. I can feel those things in my chest, bro. Bullet in my chest. What am I saying? Um, oh, yes, but the Saw movie is like where they like knock everybody out, and there's like six people in a room or whatever, six, seven people in a room, and then they turn off all, or they like knocked them all out, unconscious, and then they put them all in a room. They all woke up like the Maze Runner, like you just whatever. So if that's the situation that happened, we all woke up not knowing shit, not knowing where we are, what we do, and it's like, what the fuck, what the fuck, right? So then you have to do something, right? So then you're trying to like figure out what you can do, figure out where you can run to, figure out where you will be the safest, or because maybe that's a fear, but you know that you're together. And it's like the further that you get apart from each other, the more you feel sad. Because you felt a warmth and a safety with everyone, around everyone. And when we start to individualize ourselves, it's like if you're in the Antarctica, you will want to huddle up together if you wanted to keep warmth. So if warmth is all you knew from the womb, we're always going to be looking for our warmth. Something to make us feel held and secure, right? And it's the foolish idea that if that's what you needed in the womb, do you not think it would have been provided outside of the womb? But anyway, so you felt this warmth and togetherness, and then it's like, well, we gotta do something, I guess, or maybe people were just like, oh, I want to go over here, or I see this. It's like going to Willy Wonka's factory. You know, everybody comes in, they come together in a group, but different candies, different areas spark different people's interests. There's nothing wrong with it. So people were just drawn to certain things, But it's like if the warmth is what they like, and they notice when they separated, the conditions became colder eventually because you want to preserve heat, you have to pack it in, right? You want to pack it in, to or you want to trap the heat in, right? So but when you trap the heat in, the heat rises over time, it builds up. So, yeah, then people say, okay, it's getting too hot, get off of me. And then they walk away like, oh, okay, it's kind of cool over here. Or they just find something that piques their interest, and it's like, maybe it's just, you go to a school, but then only some people become friends. And, so it's not like good or bad. I mean, it's just what it is. You break off into groups, you find your people, you kind of find your tribe in a sense. And what you're always looking for is that sense of home, that same warmth from the womb. And yes, but you would have to understand you're always connected to your home. That's your roots. So as you grow and extend further from your roots, so long as you do not become say if it's a reception or like Wi-Fi, if Africa is home base, your Wi-Fi box, where the internet is deriving from, the power source, if that is center point, in order to see it better, to get better, the better the reception, it means the closer you are to it. You remember it. When you go away from your home a long time, you kind of forget what it's like, whatever, And you forget certain things, like all the Hallmark movies. And you go back and there's all this nostalgia. Oh my God, but other than that, you might reminisce about it. But it's a feeling that you remember. And so if home provided you with the warmth and the comfort and better reception, then it's like the further from the receiver that you get, the more you venture out. In your mind, you're saying the reception is decreasing. But yes, But whether the distance from the receiver can change the whether the distance of the receiver can change the reception of the receiver, whether the reception from the power source, the Wi-Fi box, whether that matters in relation to the distance you stand away from the box, if we're saying that reception is relational to distance. The closer you are, the better reception. The further you are, the worse the reception. But that is dependent upon the power source. So for you to suggest that you're suggesting something about the quality of the source, right? Because the worse the service, you can expect you got to be closer to that box. But if you know it's a trusted source, and usually with Wi-Fi, it's by size, capacity, gigabytes. The more that it can hold and carry, the better it will do. If it's not built to hold a lot, then things gonna start breaking down. So if you realize maybe you don't really understand your needs at first, and you start with, thinking you only need 3, or you think you only need 300, speed, and then you realize that, everything keeps stopping, nothing's going on. Like, why does I used to have 300 speed Wi-Fi, boy. Yeah, Wi-Fi was always cutting off and stuff. Like, that was so bogus. But yeah, so anyway, if the capacity you want it to work better, where it's like, why do I have to sleep next to my Wi-Fi to get it to work? Like, it's like you have to upgrade the power's capacity, but that's easy to do, But when we're talking about if we are the power source, and therefore our ability to persist is dependent on our connection with the power source, we would probably make sure we wouldn't want to burn that bridge to the power source if we wanted to go back home. It's Hansel and Gretel leaving a trail of bread or candy or whatever they did so that they can know their way back home, right? But it's like, yeah, increase the storage, and then that's increasing your capacity. It's your range. And when this range expands from 3 meridians, red, green, and blue, then it will create essentially a energetic grid, energetic circuit grid, and also like a core. That's basically the battery, the core, the nucleus of it, and then everything else surrounds that. So it's red, green, and blue are values. Then when you're shifting the values in between and getting the different lighter and darker colors or whatever, the spectrum of colors, then that's like creating a pattern, or that's creating if the way that they are traveling is through points, essentially, like beams of light, like the eyes, the atoms. And one atom is singular. And we think atoms are 3D, but they're really 2D because they're like circles. But when you stack 2D circles, flat circles on top of each other, interconnect them, at certain points and vertices, you create a 3D shape. That's actually, I don't know if that's still on my page, but I built a model of the flower of life. Most times, the flower of life is depicted as a 2D image, but it's really a 3D image. So I built it to prove that it was, in fact, like some people, they'll try to like showcase what they understand as atoms to be as 3D. But that's just because you haven't seen the smallest planet. you don't really know what it's all made up of. That's like at an atom. People are like atoms are the smallest particle. It's the smallest. They used to say atoms were the smallest quantity of existence. It's like pounds, grams. Yeah. So when you start getting down to really small, like grams and whatever. Then yes, then it creates these. What you're doing is shifting the values, mixing and matching the values, which is really changing the frequency on them as well. But it's also changing then the distance. You're getting further away from the center point, so you're not just dispersing with the appearance of dispersing around. The reason why that is the if you think of a spiral or like a target, so it's rings. So it starts with a ring. The center is a dot, like the flower of life. But as it expands outwards, it would essentially be the circle. It would go from being what it's doing is it's separating, and there's less and less, but there's still the force and resistance that's keeping it in a circular motion. Because say like if you imagine the singularity as a bunch of ants or like a bunch of people, if people like lined up kind of in a ring or whatever, then it's like the person who's in the center of that ring, they can't leave first, right? It will be like first line. So that's the wave. So they're leaving and then they're traveling, extending outwards, but they can only go, you know, like a car wash. They can only go as far as the other person has gone because it's digging. If you're starting from the center and you're spreading your way out, you can only spread your way out, you know, unless, I mean, you can leave all at the same time, but it would be obviously chaos. That would be even more chaos. That would be like a war, right? If everybody's running around doing, but it's like, so that's what you think of marching band, like football versus marching band. Football, they on there running around, and you see all these little things moving, people like, but they're separate. But when there's times where they huddle together. When they huddle together, you can see a mass forming. Like, oh, what if today is Alien Invasion Day, and really with the fireworks, what if we're sending messages to the aliens? Or, yeah, bomb fire hitting the ceiling, and then it would cause, what would it cause, a dent, or it would cause a disturbance? The Big Bang, it would cause a disruption. Oh, it would cause a disruption. So then it will be expanding outwards. And then it's sending out like shock waves. And then that's causing a reverberation. Oh, Morse code. Morse code, but also connected to Braille or Morse code sound. Sound. But I said something about free shifting fireball heat that causes an expansion. So it's like, what does it? Like I'm thinking of an etch a sketch, like a laser, like I'm trying crop circles. Yes, crop circles. Right. relative proximity. Yes, like what if today is the alien invasion? Like what if today is the alien invasion day where 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 the aliens are trying to make contact with us? And like when they were doing the crop circles and stuff, they were utilizing heat, right? And then because crop circles, they found a heat signature within as well. So that's kind of like, you know, but to project here, it's a projector, a hologram. Yes. So for a hologram to work, you need a surface. And then, yes. So, canvas art. Oh, in the sky, like stars. Stars. Right. So, what we experience is really reflection. Well, a hologram is, well, yes, a hologram to create it, it would be like taking 2D layers, and then when you stack them and place them, it will create an image that is 3D. And so this is related to the of mass in relation to the atoms. But if you want to make it heavier, then you would need to add more weight to it. But also, if you wanted to have it be bigger, bigger doesn't always mean heavier, right? Because some things are heavy in mass and they're big, but something can also be big and light in mass, right? It's lighter. So the heaviness that you feel is a resistance. A resistance. And things go a lot easier if you just go with the flow. But going with the flow, taking the easier route, is not always the way to win. Yes, you can cheat your way to the top. Cut corners to get there quicker than everyone else. But it's fair game for everyone to try. So you can fake your way to the top, round and around. You can fake your way to the top, but it's only a matter of time before the real talent gets there. Mm-hmm. And so you can rush to the finish line, but this game isn't about who does it. To win, sometimes it's not always about who does it the fastest. And sometimes it's not about who does it the longest, babe. It's about who does it the rightest. Yes. I might see some fireworks. I think some sparks. What is it? What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's so late. Um, yes, so it's about who does it the rightest. So you want to be able to withstand no matter what the frequency. Like a game of rock band, right? So the resistance that you're avoiding is the resistance that's going to help you in the end. So you can cheat your way to the top, and you want to whatever, but at the end of the day, we're all going to show up at the same time on competition day, and they're not looking for who. Yeah, and it's like, so that's the thing. It's like you could lie and say you got a degree for something, but if you don't actually know how to do it when it times to come to prove it, for real, then you haven't really mastered the technique. So familiarity seems like a luxury until the test is in relation to consistency. Because now it's about who can pull out the skills when they are needed. You know, what was I saying? Yes, so leisure seems like a victory until it's time to actually do the work. Because in all you're not doing that you rewarded yourself for, now you don't know what to do in case that were to actually happen. In the event of. So yes.
distance from the receiver can change whether the distance of the receiver can change the reception of the receiver. Whether the
Oh gosh, I was going to open it. Okay, we got it. So I didn't have any clothes on. My nigga was out there.
the distance you stand away from the box, if we're saying that reception is relational to distance to which you are, that reception is where you are, worse than but that
Oh,
is
take
it all. So for you to suggest that you suggest the quality of the source, right? Because the worse the service, you can expect you to be closer to their box. But if you know it's a trusted thing, it's by size, capacity, gigabytes before that it can hold and carry, the better it will do. If it's not built a whole lot, then things will start.
Oh, I'm dead, and you're dead, and I'm your heaven. Oh, I think that's what dreams are. They're really realities, but everybody is an alternate reality because everybody's both dead and alive. So when you meet certain people, you're really meeting people who are like when you see something, you're dead, and then when you're dead, and then what you are see is what you're who and what you're dreaming about. So it's like if someone was dead, and like and then you were thinking you were alive. I don't know if she's with me. But, so if she's dead, and then she's dreaming about me, like I'm then her heaven. So the people you meet are dead. And alive at the same time. But when they're dead, in reference to you, you are their heaven, their dream world in a sense. And then, but people who are observing you, that's why the observation causes the collapse, because what you're observing is stopping in matter. That's what your dream is. That's what your heaven or hell is in a sense. So the observation causes the collapse. The observation causes the collapse. when you finally realize what you did wrong, you can fix it. So it's like then you're kind of playing out of reminiscing of like what you wish you would have done in a sense. If you weren't dead. But at the same time, you're alive. If you can map it out in that simulated world, in a sense, and like what you would consider your dream state, if you can. And but what is it really? Throat. If you can speak it, right? Because a thought is just a thought wrestling around in your head. Words are just words. Letters. Words are just letters before they are assembled. So, organizing your reality is going to be what gives you your desired reality. But the observation causes the collapse. And so when you go through the cycle again and again and again and again, the same things that you keep seeing, those cycles are the things that you are trying to communicate to the person that you're watching. Because the person is wishing that they were you, but you really are that person as well, and you're trying to tell them you can keep going. Oh my gosh. And they're like, you can keep going. Yes, because then you're saying like because they're thinking it's too late. So they're thinking about you, wishing and hoping and they're so focused on you, but you're trying to tell them turn the other way. It's not too late, it's not over. You can still keep continuing on and then you're trying to direct and guide them on what they can do to move forward. Um, And so that's when the observation causes collapse. When the person, you can wave all day, but until the person notices you, they're not going to respond. So it's about getting on the same accord, the same frequency, the same, you know, you have to see it, you know. And then you adjust accordingly. And it's kind of like painting a puzzle in your mind, but it's either you know what needs to be added more of, and that's the point. The more you disperse out, it's basically just going to be a blinding light. And then, um, if you want to get closer, you focus in more. And so that's isolating. That's when you're creating the masterpiece. When you start to chip away at the things, or you start to refine what you actually need, refine what's actually important. Like you taking a lot. Then when you start realizing, okay, either I don't need this isn't useful, and it's just adding extra weight. So when you learn to shed off that baggage, when you learn to shed off that which will make your journey easier to venture for knowing that you have a long time to go, you know, that's how you make it easier for yourself. But again, if everyone is on one line, gonna affect the quality of the line. But that's what we think. That's presuming that it's dependent on how far we are from the receiver. Yeah, it's like what if today. But a Bluetooth connection, but a Bluetooth connection allows for more long distance communication to occur. And so you want to have the, but so it's like you're gonna, if that's so important and you need it, you're gonna have to travel light, right? So that's why it's built with any, it's everything that you're built in. So it's all around you. So even if some does get messed up or you miss out, you still can use from everywhere else. And so everything is a reminder of, that's what nature is. It's a reminder of our base frequency, home frequency. That's why it's the motherland. That's why there's a lot of the animals are there and things like that. It's because that is the call of the motherland. But that's just what they're used to there, right? So yes, but so you're judging the quality of the source, but who's to say that the source is not able to extend, especially? But it's like maybe it's like a phone, telephone, the old ones with the cords. You can only go so far from it. Now we have cell phones where we can go distant. So what changed? It was severing the connection that was necessary to cut the cord. Right? That was the point. If it's not going to be stretchy forever, but it's like it was no beef. So we cut the umbilical cord, but I'll get you when I get you. Like, good to go on day one. So it's like, that's why the ring Antarctica is on the outskirts of it. And that's why it's the coldest, because it's the one furthest from the center, which is where the equator also is, which is where Africa is. So that is the core. But so we see the Earth as a globe. The Earth is not a globe. The Earth is a flat disk that rotates. And because of the rotation, and because of our distance from the rotation, and because of its speed, we see it as a globe because there's multiple different connections and movements being made. It's like the sparklers they have. You take sparklers, that's just a singular point. It's a spark. But as that spark is moving around in the darkness, right, cutting through the darkness, it's creating the illusion of something happening, right? But we all know it was just a singular dot. So is it, or but is it many atoms moving, or is it one singular atom moving? Or, but what would make the most sense? So you want something more compact, something that's portable, something you can always carry around and keep with you. And so yes, that's why the core of the earth, the home base, it's the motherland. But that's why it's so loud there. That's why they have those animals that roar and da 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 da. The loudness there is like the heat, the energy, the movement, right? That's the beat, the drum of the earth. But that's the shock wave that's sent out. And it is like it's a expansion. Like if you were to put a pebble into throw a pebble into a river and then it will create the wave outward. Like that's the vibration, but we see it's only happening in what appears to be one at a time, singularities, and that's because it's really an electromagnetic grid. So it's really one. Like we see electromagnetic grid. What is it? Or even the flower of life. We see one dot and then we say, okay, then that's a vortex. Well, it's a vortex. It's a point where it's a bunch of circles. So those are lines. As the lines overlap, those are what create vertices and points, which from the outskirts would look like a um, 3D. Yeah, it would look like either a 3D image or it would look like it was multiple things happening at once. Like, but no one said that those things, but then you're saying that those things are all happening at one time. Snapshot, you know. So there's what really is it many atoms or is it one atom that bounces around? And because of that, when it moves, like we say with the sparkler, that's it. So what are we saying? The sparkler, when you hold it in the darkness, it just looks like a little single dot, a little sparkler area. When you move it, it creates the image of a whole picture, right? An entire image. But it's really the same dot being moved around, right? And it's just one of them. But when the movement happens, it looks like it's all happening simultaneously in one motion, right? When the speed picks up, as the speed picks up, it will appear that there is just one solid thing here, you know. But you get what I'm saying? So moving the singular dot fast. But if you were to move the sparkler slower, you will see it's just one thing happening. But when you increase the speed of the singular dot, then that is going to create the illusion of one full image, like a solid picture or whatever, or at least a moving one, right? So it creates a line. So it curves, the dot curves, goes on its trajectory, and then dot. It gets forced, like pulled. And then that's the wave that expands outwards, and then however far it goes, and that's based off your initial force that you put into it. But it will also depend on the force of the thing you're trying to move and if it's moving at all. But that would mean there's not just one, there will have to be two, because you have to consider if it was a singularity, what caused the initial movement. Because if we're saying is one that's hopping from spaces, the speed creating an illusion of image. So we're saying the force, the speed. So for something to move, if it's just a singularity, where does it get its momentum from? How does the singular point know which direction to go? What's guiding it? What's directing it? We see, yes, point to point. How did they come up with that trajectory? What gave it the force to test it? How did you learn the amount of force needed just to get to the very point that you want? you finally realize what you did, you can stop repeating the cycle. When you finally realize what you did, you can stop repeating the cycle.
Holy! Oh wow! Oh my gosh! So, um, when you finally realize what you did, you can stop repeating the cycle. When you finally realize what you did, you can stop repeating the cycle. Yeah, yeah. Mm, 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 Cause really aren't stars just fireworks? Oh, is that really what meteors are? It looked like there's so many stars in the sky tonight. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh. Jeez. I hate fireworks. I hate the sound of it. They like at this point, why they ain't make silent fireworks? We could, you know what? Why are we even doing? All we just can do is a light show. We don't need to have fireworks for real. They could just do a light show in the sky because who we because we need to cut the sound out of these fireworks, bro. Like I'm tired of this boom, boom, boom. Ew, it's like lightning. I don't like that. It's just like I mean, y'all don't feel that shaking the whole fucking earth, bro. Like, yes. But it's like so. But it's like night because it's like we don't need the sounds, do we? Or are we? We like pretending like this is a war. Like it sounds like it's bombs going off outside. Like why are we recreating that? I feel like this is actually PTSD programming because imagine how is this traumatic for veterans or am I just crazy? Because like I feel like what are they really trying to remind us of? Like the war? How are we celebrating war with more war? Because this sounds like bombs in the sky. Like it's like shouldn't we be silent instead? Shouldn't that be a celebration of
our independence? Can we get some freedom, relaxation, some quiet? Can we like not create one of the most horrific periods of our lives? A war? So it's like they put the bombs up as like a PTSD training system. So it will continuously, they want us to remind us of that day, but you're trying to remind us of like, with that shock, that boom, that comes with a jolt. That's like the Big Bang. That's the spark. That's when it's the hardest for the weakest. Now I'm ready for you. You don't scare me. So yeah, but we can make those silences. So I'm just saying, or or is it okay? But that's the thing. If it won't stop, because with those booms, there was like death and stuff. So and there was fear. You were scared. So really, it's like when they do these bombs, it's actually to help heal our PTSD using sound. So every year, the more we associate these, what was a horrific day, the more that we celebrate it, like that is what heals it. You know, because then we get used to it. But now instead of associating it with death and fear, we're associating with celebration and buying things and happiness and family and fun and cookouts. So that is the point. You're supposed to invert it. So it's like that's shifting your belief. And obviously it's a process to get there. But and there's still people who are still fighting it. And this is why there's a back to back Independence Day. It's not a supposed. It's because there's some black people who still haven't accepted Independence Day because specifically um, they they weren't. Yeah, they haven't accepted the like joy of freedom for as long as other people in America, right? So they're living it now. They've developed it to giving them an additional day, and the point is to try to celebrate it the same way, so you can get even more prepared to receive July 4th. And so July 4th is a healing, but you can only receive healing if you allow it. So if you still associate these bombs with fear, you know, when you still, you know, hear the bells, the reason why they took bells away was because it was harmful to black people. Because the bells sound similar to shackles. So they literally took the bells down to help the black people who were terrified by the sound of bells. Chains, shackles, the link. So it's a fear link. But the so that's where you are in a fear state. But the processing to heal that would be to not to avoid it. Avoidance is not going to get you closer to being okay with it. It's immersion that's going to get you closer to, you know, receiving it. So you want to immerse yourself in it so you can become familiar with it. To the connection. So you want to immerse yourself in it so that right now there's still a lot of people who are feeling the effects of the negativity and the fear of it. So to trying to get you to feeling more safe and feeling more comfortable with it, then something like Fourth of July is reintroducing you to it, so it will heal. And it's not saying that it's gonna. It's saying you're gonna. It's the point is you get used to learning how to navigate it, and then the tests become different. You know. So oh, yes, the more you immerse yourself into it and you realize that yes, it hurts, but you realize that the pain isn't stopping. At some point, you just become used to the pain. You start liking the pain. Like, okay, actually not that bad, yeah. Find a way to like it. Like that's the thing. When you leave too many options open for failure, you increase your chance of failure. So it's like if each stage is about getting through it, and you understand that resistance is harder. Resistance is harder. Then, ooh, resistance is harder, and the more hesitation is just gonna make it worse. So just get it over with. Mm-hmm. Woo! It's just a matter of time. Let's see. That's force. They all circle around you. Where the separation is made clear of who is who and what is what and what goes where. The organization of something is really important. I hope you understand that.
No.
Yes, so there's always a pecking order. That looks like pure lightning outside. Am I tripping? Is y'all seeing that? Literally, it's like the light sky is flashing. Whoa, those were fireworks. I know, I think it's just the light. Lights. But, oh, oh, 2:53. So, eventually, you know, cliques always form, and they're usually circled around one person. If it starts with one, then there's another one. If there is one, there's you know, there's a center, the core, the blueprints. Before people can start copying, they must recognize who the blueprint is. So that means someone must have the original template. And life is a game of getting all the answers wrong until you get them right. So eventually, eventually, they will recognize who was right all along. So, Who did that? Ghana was that? Ghana that did that? They do that slavery reenactment. Yeah, I wasn't mad about that initially, but I see what they were doing now. That was nice. Like I said, it's about exposing someone to the trauma. Keep putting it in their face, keep doing it to them, keep repeating the effects until the effects no longer hurt. And that's when you become numb to it. And you just decide, you know what? I'm just gonna be happy. Because it doesn't make sense to do anything else. If it's really my choice, what would I really choose? So sometimes we make decisions based on other people's choices or other people's wasn't the Netherlands in the playing in the World Cup? Were they the Netherlands? Or was that Norway? Whatever one it was. What was it? I don't know. Not Germany. No, what was it for real? I don't know. They were all here and stuff. In New York. And that's funny. It's like Neanderthals at the beginning. So it's like, it's just their homecoming. The Neanderthals arrived. Alien. But because it's the power source. More legs because there's more power. Because they're tapped in. Oh, they be tapped in. That's why it seems like Gotham, New York. It's like its own place. So that's why boundaries are made, not to keep people apart intentionally, but those boundaries are just bridges that haven't been created yet. So that's why it seemed like there was a shifting of the continent Um, there wasn't a shifting of the continents. What happened was they're actually getting closer together. Yes, they're actually getting closer because you gotta understand. So, say basically, I'm thinking of everything as a void of ocean. So, if everything really was like all water, basically in the start, all like a void, everything in terms of land onwards, those are like the constructions we've made since after getting out of the water. It like from Atlantis, it was an underwater civilization, but like not that there weren't things there, they right, but they adapted. But if you're under living underwater, you have to adapt to living on land, right? Because then you'd be more dependent on needing water, right, to live in water. So as you go outside of the water, you adapt to the new environment. So yes, that's how like it's like a growth of a civilization. It starts one way and then it grows over time. So we think that there was Pangea, like oh, we were all one big planet together, and then like one like they were saying like Pangea is the idea that we were all literally all the continents were connected at one point, and they say they observed that by the you know if you kind of piece together the different continents, they kind of fit together in a certain way. And so that's what they're assuming is like, oh, we're so those are set boundaries. They're assuming that oh, that's like where we drew the line. But no, that's actually a meeting point. That's actually the so then they think that it's bad of like oh everything was like one, and they think everything was one and it's becoming and it grew further apart. But really, we were never together. We started apart. Well, we started together, but then we separated. Okay, sorry. We started together, and then we went off on our own paths, and then but the whole point was always to come back again. So as the growth of the civilizations happened, they say like, you know, whatever, in order for we would have to build bridges to get connect to one another, like finding ways to communicate and connect with each other. And so it was through the exploration, after our separation, as we like travel, we went our own, we dug our own path, right? But then sometimes people dig paths and then they're getting closer together. So um yes, it's saying like the more that we and so what that is each point then each connection is like an atom or matter, and so as you add more of those it fills in the picture more, like but you can only add a place on Google Maps if you actually been there and you could chart it to its exact coordination, right? Coordinates, those are like a map, and so there's a reason for that. So it's like this, they're not they weren't together, well they were together but not in the way that you think. But the point of them, they were together, then they went off in their own paths, but the point was always to meet back up. So it was a point of you build it out, but if you were to run in like two people go off and start two different civilizations, right? And then if their civilizations grow to the point where they end up meeting each other, like, oh, hey, you're over there. And so basically, as you advance outward, you're creating your own island, you know? And so that's your aura, your like auric field. So the more that you can It's not who can stay the same who wins. It's the people who can transform the most, you know? That's the point. You want to see progress. So if you're advancing forward and then they're advancing forward on the other side and they end up, you come up with planes and trains and cars, all these ways we're trying to find who else is on the island. You know, or what where we left, we are doing our own thing. Where okay, be on the lookout for other people that you see as you get out there, and then it's like so you're trying to find someone else again, or why? But because it makes it easier. The point is to take home with you. So if you make up home, then staying true to yourself. You know, remembering that core, then that's going to be good as long as that is safe. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Comfort. It's a frequency. Oh. Mm. Why do they used to put barbecue on mac and cheese? Is that? Oh, I can think I get why people do that. I mean, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's like, where did that start? I think of ribs and barbecue. Then you have mac and cheese, barbecue. So you eat it together. It's like, so then it's kind of using that same kind of feeling. Ooh, okay, I'm seeing the vision now. There it go, there it go, there it go. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh, I have a delicious idea. Oh, you. On a budget. What's a budget? Shawnee? Hey, 1111. Hey, 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 hey. That's like You are. I didn't eat. No, I did eat something today. I'm lying. I'm lying. Puzzle piece. I used to dream about puzzle pieces a lot. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Sorry. So yeah, this language is like a song to me, and so I recognize her. Like I recognize the girl at my job. I remember the story. Yeah, but then I was talking, and then she was like, she was gonna say in front of everybody. Mind you, she had a thick, like Asian accent, and so everybody had trouble, hearing her. I mean, sometimes when people have a heavy accent, it's hard to understand them. But I understood everything she was saying perfectly. But she told me she said in a circle at everybody that she couldn't understand what I was saying. She's like, what? Like, what? You know. So she was basically saying I was speaking like, no, but she was like, you have like she was like, I can't. The Vietnamese person, she told me she couldn't understand my accent. And I'm like, I'm speaking English, but everybody was saying, yeah. But some people say I have like a southern accent, and yes, because I think the thing with like in the East, it's they talk faster. Do you notice that? But more down south, it's they talk slower. And then some people say, like as me, a black person, then they'll say that I sound like a white person. But because they're associating white with the South, which there's obviously black people in the South, but they're associating like when they hear me speaking like this, then they're like saying, "Oh, you sound white." Like you sound. Wait a minute. What are they saying? You sound white, but then they're saying you sound proper. Not proper. No, the drawl, like the like air fry voice. You know. So they're saying that's what they're saying is that you're talking slower. There's people who, and so it's really associated with white supremacy in a way because they're thinking, okay, they have to do less, so they're better. But have you figured that they do less because they can't do? And so you're complaining about getting a skill. So not doing. So it's different between knowing how to do it and choosing not to do it, and then just not knowing how to do it. So that's not even an option. And like the show Alone, Isolation. So center base, if you stay there, whoever stays behind though, as other people move on, they risk of being possibly the only ones or the only person still being there. You know, they risk being the lone wolf. You know, so the longer they take to start advancing and trying to learn how to forge on their own, you know, the further behind you get. But there's nothing wrong. But it doesn't make sense to rush it. If you're not ready, you're not ready. But what are you doing to prepare to get ready? That's called planning. It's called making plan for what you can plan for, but know that that's going to cost you time. That's going to cost you start time planning. And mind you, you're taking a test. You don't even know what's going to be on the test. You don't remotely. So then the preparation for a test will usually be to study. But you're assuming there's something to study. Where does the study and study come from? If you're the one going to find it out, who do you refer to about that? They've never done it before, so what prior knowledge can they give you? So that's saying, if that's the case, you have to realize if it's something I can't prepare for, maybe I'm not supposed to prepare. Maybe I'm unintentionally well equipped to do what I'm being asked to do. And that maybe I'm accidentally doing it. So Someone has to wait for someone to get back to maintain it while they're gone. And to help send a signal. It's an SOS. SOS, please someone help me. It's not healthy to make me feel this way. Oh, you are making this hard. Tossing and turning and you don't feel right. These times I be looking for the rest of me. 'Cause you are my heart, it got me losing it. Always been the kind of girl that hid my face. So afraid to tell the world what I Sorry, we started together. I've always been the kind of girl that hid my face. So afraid to tell the world. So afraid to tell the world what I've got to say. But I have this dream right in front of me. I'm gonna let it show. It's time to let you know. To let you know. This is real. This is me. I'm exactly, this is real, this is me. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be now. Gonna let the light shine. Gonna let the light shine on me. Now I found I am. There's no way to hold it in. No more hiding who I wanna be. This is me. Do you know what it's like to feel so in the dark, to dream about life? You're the shining star. Even though it seems, even though it seems, even though it seems that it's too far away, I have to believe in myself. That's the only way. This is real. This is me. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be now. Gonna let the light shine on me. Now I found who I am. There's no way to hold it in. No more hiding who I wanna be. No more hiding no more hiding, no more hiding who I wanna be. This is me,
No more hiding who I wanna be. This is me. Yeah, this is me. You're the voice I hear inside my head. The reason that I'm singing, I need to find you. I gotta find you. You're the missing piece I need, the song inside of me. I need to find you. I gotta find you. This is real. This is me. I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be now. I was feeling that song. Oh yeah, that song. They say the beat of a butterfly's wings can set off a storm away. They say the beat of a butterfly's wings can power the storm away. They say the beat of a butterfly's wings power the strongest hurricane. They say the beat of a butterfly's wings can set off a storm a world away. Power the strongest hurricanes. What if we all live inside? We hold the key that turns the tide, just a pebble in the water. Set the sea in motion. Oh, a simple act of kindness. Serve the widest oceans if we show a little love. Heaven knows what we could change. Heaven knows what we could. I don't like that. Heaven knows what we could change. 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 Heaven knows what we could. Heaven knows what we could change. 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 knows what we could change? It's just a pebble in the water. Make a wave, make a wave. Venture out too far. Risk losing connection to the origin. So know how to tap into the origin wherever you go. And so you're never without it. That's why the earth it's a singularity that is being spread out, but unless there is a resistance that happens, so it's the wave expands outwards, but unless there is a resistance, there is no vibration being created. There's no external force. It's just going to forever go on extending. So something has to fight back if it's going to stay upright. Otherwise, it's just bulldozing right over, right? Which is fine depending on what it is that you're trying to do. Oh, boy. So yes, it's like you need to tell somebody. Like it's like when you get lost, and then you try to do it your own when you're in new land. So if you get lost, then that's like you not wanting to ask for help, directions, but then you can risk staying longer. But if you just ask, hey, what do I do? Then it's like, yeah, you could tell them, but having to take that extra step is so tiresome. You have to do it a billion times. You know, so that's why like there's copy and paste to make repetition simple. But ooh, she take my money. All in me, yeah, she would travel in me. Oh, she never way on town that big long, that big. She take my money, well, all in me, yeah, she would travel. Indeed. Oh, she's a gold digger. Way over town and digs on me. once told me the grass was much greener on the other side. So I paid a visit. Close your eyes, almost missed it. Oh, she's a golden way over town. That dig on me. We did red, we did blue, and now we're doing green. These are like portals into different dimensions. Are these like portals into different dimensions? So if the base meridians are red, green, and blue, then when you adjust your frequency to those specific sets, then that's the reality that will be expressed. So when you listen to and tap into that reality through tuning to it, frequency, sound, listening to that channel. These are like different channels. Different colors are like different channels related to different chakra points. So whatever color the video is, that it's translating to a specific meridian. But then, so those are kind of like reset points. So when you listen to the vibration of that, it will literally help you to reset. And so it'll talk about various things, but those various things can relate to different people. But when you listen, you're listening for what clicks for you. So you say, oh yes, that's right. So that's helping you tune it. Like your ears being tuned to like what sounds right. Okay, yes, this is what I'm supposed to do. And so when you get what the message of what are you supposed to do, you can move forward. But you can only move forward until you're told until you are told, and then for understand what to do, right? So the less that you can increase the time between you having to do something and having to know how to do it, with meaning not have, get with the fastest way so that eventually you could just, when you can do it on your own, it's quicker because you don't have to wait to ask somebody to do it and they teach you how to do it, and then but that's an important part of the process. But I'm saying it's time consuming, and the point is to eliminate the time in between those things. So the more you do it right, because just doing shit isn't gonna do it. Like that's the thing I hate. Some that irritate me. I hate when it's like, like say it's like a speed round on like a game show or something. Or when somebody's like, oh my God, we gotta rush, you gotta rush. Like when somebody's trying to rush, like they're in a rush, they always start like moving real fast. And I don't understand that. Like doing all of this is not gonna help you do what you gotta do. That's just gonna make it harder. Because now you fumbling and jumbling around, So it's like, no. Well, I think when you are trying to get there the fastest, that means you have to do it the most efficient. So that's not just doing whatever, that's being more precise. Sometimes precision takes time. But once the repetition of that simple move, though slow at first, though the path was slow at first, eventually you will be able to increase speed and still remember the same path back. So that's what then becomes the vibration. It's the memory of the path. So yeah, so doing all of that, trying to rush, is not going to help you. If you want things
The one who wins is the one who takes their time to do it right the first time. Because, yeah, if you rush and you keep doing all it is, trying to put the square into the circle, yeah, eventually it might fall in there, it might get in there, you might bump it in there. But it's going to take more chances if you just take more time and precision to insert it into the specific area, which means mining the area so you don't know what's out there. You don't know where the boundaries are. If you're up close, you can see the boundaries, but the further you get away, it's hard to see the boundaries, right? So back to pixels, simulation, atoms. The more zoomed in you are, the more it's clear to see the detail. The further you are, the hard. You know, it's like you got a bad weave, and you up close you can see the tracks, but the further you are, I mean, it could look good. You know, it's harder to see the details. So the point is, um, who is to judge? Who is in a position to judge another's journey when none of them have completed their own? Right? Like that's the point. Trying to tell somebody else what's right or wrong when you don't even know what's right. That doesn't make sense. So it's like you're trying to guide, but you don't actually know where to go. And then that's the thing, where you're supposed to go may be different from where I'm supposed to go in terms of life, right? So why does it make sense when these paths to success and everything? Why is it that people think copying someone else is gonna work, like word for word, bar for bar, when it's like, um, yeah, so just take your time. Like taking your time at first will eventually lead you through repetition to be able to go on your own at will. But you must, so that will require you to know how to do it yourself. So that's when we talk about back to the alone situation out on the island or whatever. It's like you want to be able to. There's one version of Alone. I forgot what that was called, but there's like a specialized edition of Alone where it's just like I think it's just like three people go and they're all like working together. It's more of a team, but people can. And I think that maybe they come together, but it's almost like I don't remember the structure of it, but it's like people start together and they work together instead of usually the alone survivor is like you are alone. But this one was some kind of like I don't know if it was called alone or it was called like group or something. I don't know. Like, but basically, you instead of being in the forest alone for the survival show, you are there with a group. So, but the people can leave on their own. Like if they can't stand it anymore, you know, being in the wilderness or whatever. They're basically the goal is to try to see how long can they last when they're will working in the group. But as people leave the group, you may end up being alone because everybody could leave and you'll be the only one. So So anyway, I was saying, yeah, just take your time and like be precise. That will actually be better, and then over time you'll build speed because your accuracy and your memory will be there. So, uh, it's like when you first drive to like a new job. At first, the directions are kind of fuzzy. Eventually, and you need to use the GPS. But eventually, you don't have to use the GPS anymore. You just kind of remember like the way to go. So yeah, that's basically what's happening is that now you went out, you explored out, but it's like it's not even necessarily that you're trying to. But notice how comfort works in relation to home. Like home is a feeling, a frequency, a vibration. It's not a place. It's not where you are. It's not. It like people say who you're with. That's not only because you think that they're who you're with is making you feel some type of way, but maybe they're just finally letting you breathe and be yourself. So when you feel around somebody, you say you feel alone. That's a because there's a big gap between you and everybody else, right? There's like such a but there you could be close, but you could still feel alone, right? So that's because there is nobody connecting into your world, and you're not. And so it's just like there's more. People are uncomfortable. People don't know their place. People feel like forced. People don't like to be told what to do in their shit. So just it's trust that's needed. Working in tandem to maintain a balance. Oh.
just wanna feel this moment. I know most times, 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 I know most times. What is it? I know most times I'm far away. I know most times I'm far away. I know most times I'm far away, but still I'm missing you. I know most times I'm far away, but still I'm missing you. I've said some things that I regret, but I'm making it up to you. Baby, I can't breathe when you touch my body. Baby, I can't breathe. Baby, baby, I can't breathe when you touch my body. When your heart beats, it's like music to me. And I can't spend my life without you. Baby, it's all up to you. If I could make time stand still, and I know we'll live this moment forever. Can we stay right here? You don't have to go. Baby, close that door. I really am missing you. I'd rather be kissing you. Don't know what I would do if I couldn't make love to you over and over and over. And I wish that I wish that I would live this moment in time. It's often days I put my life completely in your arms. It's often days I put my life completely in your arms. There's often days I put my life completely in your arms. There's often days I put my life completely in your heart. What are the words? Often days I put my heart. There's often days I put my completely in your arms. And if you should feel I could do more to please you, then baby tell me how. Oh, baby, I can't breathe when you touch my body. Baby, I can't breathe when you.
stay. Okay. Maybe for the best. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's not even 12 yet. Okay, guys, let's play the game. I'm hungry. Eat, sleep for dinner. Why does sleep work for dinner? Because then you're not thinking, oh, why does sleep work for dinner? Because people be like, eat and sleep for dinner, but it works. It's an effective method if you have to do it. But it's because, like, then when you're sleeping, you're not thinking about how hungry you are. But as soon as you wake up, is the hunger gone? Or do you wake up to the same hunger? So was the sleep just an avoidance of the hunger that will still remain the next day? So how many days are we going to keep going to sleep hungry before realizing we don't have to? Because instead of avoiding it and letting it build up, we just take care of it at face value. So, if we understand sleep works as a temporary method, whatever was happening in the sleep state can be an effective method for a more long-term method. So why did sleep cause us to take the pain away? Because of forgetfulness. The ignorance. Ignorance is the bliss. The not know. Like, it's like every time you sick and you go, oh my God, I miss when I could smell. You know? And it's like you realize you was taking your nostrils for granted, but it's only from the absence of it. So the not having of something is affecting you, but it can only affect you if you knew what it was like to once have it. Then that's the only way you know what you're missing out on. So the cycles of remembering and forgetting are necessary to sustaining life. Because if it was just all the time, it would suck. If it wasn't at all, it wouldn't be at all. You wouldn't know what was missing. But the longevity comes in perseverance, resilience. You know, progress comes through resistance. That's why, like I said, when you're learning the splits, then you want to lean into the resistance of it. And as the resistance dissipates, like it stops being harder to do, that means it's getting easier to do and you're getting better at it. But it's only because now you've gotten used to the pain. You forgot it was pain. Just like now you're just chilling, you know? Used to it. And it's not to say that it doesn't hurt anymore, but you learn how to turn the pain into pleasure. You learn how to like. That's the thing. People think happiness comes from removing yourself from darkness and claiming and proclaiming it can never be there again. But notice what happens anytime darkness shows up. You get real scared, real motherfucking quiet. So you know you only a big dog when darkness isn't around. As soon as darkness comes in the room, fears, demons, Satan, now the power of Christ ain't compelling nobody at that point, is it? So that's why you rather avoid it and shame it and try to do away with it. But it's, as you can see, it's never gone anywhere. As much as we've avoided it, it seems to always find us. And then it's like we try to run for so long and giving ourselves this false sense of safety, but it always catches up with us. And then we still get through it and then we move on. So then it's like, if we, why do we spend so long running? If you know that the cure ultimately is to face it head on, to introduce yourself to it, to immerse yourself to it, why delay the immersion? Just get it over with, rip the band-aid off, you know? It'll sting for a little bit, but you want it to sting, do it one time, sting for a little bit, or do you want to keep experiencing repeated stings over and over and over again because you're trying to take it off millimeter by millimeter? You know? So it's just like, that's like trying to dip your toe in a pool. If you just jump in, it's going to be easier than dipping your toe in the water. You'll get in faster. And then it's like, yeah, there'll be a shock when you first jump in, but eventually you'll acclimate and, find your equilibrium. And then you will get used to the water, you know. But it's even like but then when you do all that standing in, tippy toeing in, eventually you get in, but then you just stuck standing in one spot because you like, I gotta take some time to get there. And then every single time you move a little inch, it's another shock, another shock, another shock. So instead of just getting it over with, because then you dip in, now you're good. But you want to take the long route to torture yourself, hair by hair. It's like rip the wax strip off, or you want to pluck your hairs out one by one. When you choose a life of resistance, you're choosing a life of plucking your hairs out one by one. Resistance is fear. But when the fear is something that stops you from moving forward, that's fear is not a problem. It's when fear stops you from moving forward that it is a problem. If fear is inevitable, it's not avoiding fear that's going to allow you to succeed. It's being used to it. You know what to expect. And even if you're out of the situation, if the situation does present itself, you'll know how to navigate and what to do. And you understand, it really then comes down to seeing fear for what it was. The fear is usually just the unknown. We aren't oftentimes scared of what we know, unless for us to be scared of what we know, we would have to have no. Or no, we don't have to be scared. We don't have to know to be scared. That's the thing. You can know and be scared, and you can not even know, but then be scared of the fact that you don't know what it's going to be like. Sometimes that's even scarier. That it's going to be your first time trying, right? So if to begin to memorize or understand the proper flow and equilibrium for you, it's a process. But the length of the process is dependent on you. If it's like, if you don't even know yourself, but you're like, say to talk about purpose, if you don't know your purpose and you're trying to get to your purpose, figure out your purpose. The only way, but you don't know your purpose, but you're trying to get to know it. So the thing is, with our egos, we're afraid of not knowing. But that's the whole thing about knowledge. The whole point of knowledge is to know things, to learn things that you didn't know before. But then why do we prevail knowledge, our validation of knowledge? But we're afraid of knowledge. You know, everybody's so scared. There's these rigid rules on like what's allowed to change, what's allowed to be right, what's allowed to be accepted. So we are scared of knowledge because in the process of gaining knowledge, there must be a starting point of when we don't know anything. So then the journey in between to trying to getting to a point of knowing requires you to go through the unknown, which is something that many are afraid of. So then at that point, we become afraid of knowledge itself. We have become afraid of even trying to get to know. And that's why most of us live in a resistance life where we have to be pushed. We have to be forced into taking that next step, kicked from one platform to the next because we're scared to take the leap ourselves. But it doesn't help to do that to someone, right? Because then they will be unprepared, yes, but then you propose that the solution is then planning. But planning for something you don't even know what to expect for is pointless. That's the point. It's unknown. So there's nothing to prepare for. You literally have no clue on the planet what the journey is, what is lies ahead. You have no clue. You don't know the full outcome of everything that's supposed to happen every single way. Like I'm saying, like I'm talking. Imagine like the origins of Earth. Like if you just start somewhere, you don't know what is, in a 25-mile radius outside of you and stuff. You don't see no more than what you can see in your peripheral in a sense, or as long as your vision can see, that's as much as you know at that point. But then you don't know what everything is. So then, yes, it's the examination of learning what things are along the way. But so that doesn't make sense. There's nothing to prepare for. If you have no clue what test you're even taking, you wouldn't know what to study for, because that would be the preparation, right? So this is why we then find offense in kicking someone out of the nest. But if they never start, because they're too scared to start because they don't know what lies ahead. If they're too scared to start their journey, then they'll never. Nothing will ever happen. They'll never learn how to do it. So, but kicking someone out of the nest when they're not ready for it, it doesn't make sense. At the same time, I understand the necessity of because the point is you just have to go, but still, it has to be a choice because that same. If you're right, it's not just starting. People just be like, oh, just start. That ain't never how you get nothing done. You can't complete something. Oh, you can't complete a goal just by starting. It would require a process to actually finish it. So people just start. That helps with the procrastinators who it's hard for them to start anything anyway. But people who it's just hard for them to start anything anyway, it maybe could be because they have a fear of the unknown. Starting will be the unknown. So the starting of discovery is the unknown. So when you're afraid of knowledge, when you're afraid of being wrong, you're afraid to start. The problem is starting is not the only thing. Starting is the first leap of faith. But to achieve a goal, especially one that others deem impossible, it requires you to take a leap of faith every time you step. Every step is a leap of faith. Every step is a jolt. Every step is I don't know what I'm doing. I'm scared. Every step. So the more that you can fight through that, it's not about fighting through that feeling because it happens in its own time. You're going to have to be the one to, clear your own path. But when you stop hesitating and doing that and you just trust, the more time you stand at do I take the left side or the right side, the left path or the right path? The more time you spend doing that, then the longer it will take you to get to your destination. Um, but if you're gonna take the one path and it's gonna lead you down the wrong direction, it will do you well to consider which was the best option. But we don't have that luxury of knowing what lies ahead of ahead of us on the path. So the concept of waiting for certainty and the application of faith is disingenuous at best. That's impossible. So it's not just starting. It's not just taking the leap of faith. It's getting used to taking leaps of faith. Getting used to taking leaps of faith. It's not just a leap of it's not just a leap of faith that leads to success, but a it's not just taking a leap of faith that leads to success. It's it's not just taking a singular leap of faith that leads you to success. It is getting used to taking leaps of faith. It's not just a singular leap of faith that leads to success. It is getting you. Oh, it's getting used to taking leaps of faith. Leaps of faith. Well, the better you can not be scared of the jolt that comes with venturing out into the unknown, the more progress you can make. So it doesn't mean it's not gonna hurt. It doesn't mean that it's not gonna, be there's not gonna be like challenges along the way, obstacles. That's the point of a game, right? What the point is, if you were taking like a game, or if you were playing like a game, what is the fun of having no obstacles? There's nothing, like, you don't have to jump, you don't have to duck, you don't have to, pop whatever, you don't have to double click. Like, the point is to make their things to do. So that's what shows your expertise and skill. How can you navigate the obstacles on your way? So if you aren't well versed in shifting, it's just going to take you a lot longer. You're not going to make progress until you do, you know. So back to waiting and trying to prepare. And there's so many things in life. I said the greatest things in life and the worst things in life, we never can prepare for it. Our greatest suffering and our greatest pleasure is never something we can plan. It's always a surprise. That's what makes the pleasure so great, and it's what makes the suffering so painful, so unexpected. And it gets boring when you start to be able to expect what happens, right? We want to increase. We want more surprise because we're addicted to that jolt because it makes us feel alive for once in our fucking life. So we want that all the time. How do we maintain that jolts of life? So we are scared of knowledge. because the jolt and the ability to shift and relate to all things around you, your ability to connect with others, that's going to help you on your journey. But yeah, so it's the jolt is what's moving us forward. That's our leap of faith. So when you start to change the overall when you change the speed of each, that's what creates a different song. Faster or slower. Something is yes. But it's like when you focus and you slow down, you can see things more clearly, you know, you can understand better. You don't wanna I mean me personally I don't like to feel rushed or nothing. Like I like to give myself enough time to kinda you know. So yeah, getting used to it. And get used to it. Um, oh boy, I think I threw that away. Oh, my head feels like it's about to fall off. Uh, so yeah, you could do it faster when you learn how to do it on your own. But you can't do it without home. So you always have to carry a piece of home with you, what you're always doing. So that's your guide, your internal guide, your internal compass. You're guiding like you are your own North Star. It's built inside of you. And that's what you use to guide you through life. So the least resistance you have and the more you just allow yourself to flow, that's going to So it's like your core, your like the invisible thread that really threads that run through you. Energy, your Merkaba. Which the Merkaba, what is the Merkaba? The Merkaba is considered like a star-like figure. Um, is that? I don't know if that. But anyway, so the reason why it actually looks like that is because of the layering. It's actually just three different points, the meridians, three different points moving um, one by one so fast that it looks like it's all one straight line. So, like it's a stop frame, stop motion picture. So, if you were to see a dot, and then if you were to make another dot next to it, and another dot, like it stretches out or whatever. But these things will move. Eventually, the path it would, and then imagine the path was on the cycle. The dot, it went in a circle, and then it just keep going in a circle, keeps going in a circle. So, but those circles through illusion would look like straight lines because of the way they're vibrating with each other. And so, really, if it's a 3 points. And then they follow their own paths, whatever. Um, but it starts with the like center, and then from the center, the center is the integration, which is the soul. But what is the soul made up of? What is it integrated with? The mind and the body. So that's two. The two inputs become one output. So when you go back outwards, the one input has to disperse back outwards. So it's a that's where the vibration occurs. That's why it appears to be waves. Waves, but the waves are dots. They're dots that are aligned in a circle because those are atoms. It starts with one atom. But then as you start to dissect, what you're doing is it's like an iteration and you're making the one divisible by itself. So you're making more smaller versions of the one thing, right? So that's when you multiply outwards or branch outwards from the one, and then when you multiply, now you have double. And then if you would take that, then it's different copies, right, emanating from one source. But these are happening in singularities. But those singularities are happening independently, but they're also happening simultaneously. But as each passes on and then as each comes back, it's happening at different speeds. So that is what's creating the appearance of a wave, right? That will create the appearance of a wave. If it was a bunch of dots, starting with a single point, and you had rings of dots around, if every other line was moving opposite of one another, maybe at the same pace, maybe at different paces, but the speed at which the different lines, rows of circles, right, are moving is relative to the speed of the vibration. So the faster, the closer the waves will come together. This creates like an earthquake. And then if you were to slow it down, it's just a slower wave. It's like the water, you know. Oh. So So until you learn what the right thing is, it's gonna look like chaos. And so in exploration, it's chaotic, right? Because you don't know, and you have to learn it, understand it, get it for you to know. And the quicker you just start trying, yes. But then don't hesitate when you get to the parts that are harder or scarier. It's how you can move through that is learning to love the pain instead of thinking of it as oh my god, it's coming again. Like instead of like dreading it, start being excited for it. Like oh yay, I can't wait for it. You know, because what happens then we're attractive, be willing to flow more in alignment with the thing. Well, we're willing to do more for something we actually want than something we don't want. So that's tapping back into your creativity and intuition because then you have to know what it is that you want. So our ability to pleasure and please ourselves will extend to our ability to receive others and to help assist people in finding out how they can find their own pleasure. That's the thing about harmony. Harmony, people think it's about only one way. That would be that a symphony is not just one instrument. What makes the symphony beautiful is the immersion of different instruments. It's not that one is better or worse or wrong or right or whatever. They all have their individual roles to play, but the point of it is them being able to coordinate playing together. So in music, there's moments of silence, right? Rest, where certain sections don't play or certain people don't play, like a solo, right? It's what is the point of that is to isolate the sounds because the more you have going on, the harder it is to really hear what is coming from where, especially when you include numbers. Like if there's my orchestra usually it's always a lot of violins, and then there's like two basses, It's like 10, like 15 people who play the violin, and then there's only two people who play basses. Now basses are a bigger instrument, so one could argue maybe their sound is louder, but um, individual bigness is nothing in terms of less but more, right? Um, so it's like, yeah, you could be really strong. Like you could have two strong boxers, but two strong boxers against 4 million regular people, who's gonna win? You know. So that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, they're bigger in size and great individually when you identify them. Yeah, they could one on versus a one average person versus one professional boxer. That's like no brainer, right? But then we say that. So, but this is where in this aspect we're focusing on the individual capability of it. So that we would say they're the superior fighter. They're the ones who will win in a fight. But and then you can add two against one, no brainer. Two against two, no brainer, maybe. But then it's like when the number outweighs the individual, right? Like it's about, right? Yeah, so when that outweighs the individual, then it basically is when they reach their limit. And so it's like, it's not that's not necessarily the only way, but it's like you can either have greater numbers, but um, that's the point of like people think it's just about like having great numbers, but it depends on what you're being. So in a fight scenario, you would want to have more people for a better chance to fight against two strong boxers. So then that in that way, quantity matters more than the actual like quality or strength of the individual specimen. But if you were, that's in terms of like fighting in a symphony, as beautiful as it is for all of the instruments to be played together, like all the sections, all at one time. There's a significance to that. But they're like I said, they also have things like solos, or they'll like isolate the different groups to give you a better chance to really hear the individual music. So then it becomes more profound than when a whole band is playing together. I mean, it's not necessarily about profoundness, it's about clarity. You can hear clear. It's nothing wrong with together. It sounds beautiful together. But you can hear clear when the vocals are isolated. That's why they have the K-pop groups, and they have I seen they had like, you know, five girls or whatever, and they're all singing together. But then they also have videos of them like with their vocals isolated, like just them singing, just them dancing, like the cam only on them. It's because it's hard to watch and get the details when it's multiple people that you were expected to watch at one time. So in that way, it's not about quantity, trying to have as many people on the floor as possible. You can't see them. That's why even if you're like auditioning for like dance or something, you learn like as a group like of 30, then they'll break you off into like groups of 5, and then they'll watch you in smaller groups to grade you rather than in a big group. And sometimes they may even take the smaller group of 5 and then watch you individually as well to grade you. So it just depends. But the point is, when there's less, you can pay more attention to it. When there's more, you have to make sure you have enough to go around, right? Well, how are you gonna navigate multiple? Something you're gonna miss something. You might miss something. And then your clarity goes by. It's like if you were going through like a zoo safari, you wouldn't want to speed through it as fast as you can. You want to take your time to really like soak in what you can soak in. So we find ourselves not appreciating life when we're on the go all the time. We're always, every day just becomes a blur. We notice that's when we become unhappy. Like, the same thing again and again. You don't get those jolts. And everything's just so rushed. And then it's like we would take vacations so we can get a break from all the hustle and bustle. And then we remember, like, yeah, that's when we experience like pleasure a lot of times of like, because why? We are experiencing a break from the work. But we are now resting and happy that we worked so hard to be able to do this now, to rest now. But that teaches us that there's work that is required to deserve rest. And then we teach our bodies something. Define work. Because the jolt and the ability to shift yeah. I'm hungry. I'm sad I ate all my apricots. I was mad about 4th of July too. Because all the stores were closed and I procrastinated for going out to get something. I just wanted to get some fruit and some bread. I was just trying to stop the store, but and everything was already closed. So, really, I came outside for nothing. I'm glad I actually did because at first I was planning on like doing my makeup and everything to go to the store, but I was like, I'm just gonna run in, get like three things, three, four things maximum. I'm not about to get a bunch of stuff, but then I was just like, I don't care. Yeah, so I was just like, I don't care. I'm just gonna run out there, whatever, instead of doing my makeup. And I went out there and it was closed anyway. I've been scared to go to that store for a minute though too because I had passed out in there the other day and yeah, I was not trying to have that happen. I was really nervous to go outside, so I literally like had to hype myself up. I had to pregame a hot dog because the last time I passed out, I hadn't eaten or drinking, so I was like, oh, what can I like eat real quick? So I already had a hot dog made from last night. Mm-hmm. Just like sneeze something, and then I drank some water. And then I went out and I was actually doing good. I was okay. And I brought my water. I have to bring the water now. And then I was like, all right. And I got there and it was closed. I'm like, but then I really felt stupid for going outside at that point. And I know like people weren't really watching, people weren't watching me or nothing. But then I just, even though I realized the store was closed, I still just kept walking. Like, because now I felt stupid. Like the store is really close to my house, so it's like, and it was like literally everybody that I passed on the way there was there when I ended up walking back. So I was trying to like perp and act like, yeah. Oh, I was trying to act like, okay, the store, like I'm walking, and then for no reason, I'm like, oh, I realized the store I'm trying to go into is closed, and there's like a window leading up to it. So I literally see the window, like it's clearly a gate on it, and I just keep walking anyway, like okay, gate. And then I got to the main door, and it was closed. Um, but yeah, I just kept walking because now then I was too embarrassed to just turn back around. Like I look so stupid. I just walked down like a couple steps from my house, and now I'm like a yeah. Now I just look stupid. I walk literally like 30 seconds, or maybe like a minute or 45 seconds. I just walked a little bit outside of my house, and then just to walk right back because the store I wanted to go to was closed. So I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna walk down here, and then non-suspiciously loop the corner, and then cross the street, loop the corner, and like walk my way back. Just been stupid, but at some point I was just like, yeah, I'm not about to do all that. I don't care. So I just turned around and walked right back in. Like, man, and because I was mad too because I accidentally wore my house shoes. And you know, you got house shoes and you got shoes you wear outside. I accidentally wear my fucking house shoes meant for the house, outside. And you know, it's a shame. We shouldn't even have to wear shoes, but it's people are so dirty. Because it's not even like concrete isn't bad to walk on, but I mean, it might be hot. I don't know, but so. But I'm just saying though, the reason why we can't walk on the street barefoot is because gum and dirt and piss and shit that people trash that people leave behind. That's the true pollution. There's nothing. I don't get that. Like you can't walk in grass and stuff. Like why not? There's nothing wrong with it. What's wrong with walking barefoot in the grass is you don't know if there's shit in it or glass because people litter and do shit like that. So yeah, but anyway, yeah. So I walked out and I got. You wouldn't believe it. I got gum on both of my shoes. Like, I mean, you generally cannot make this up. Like, I accidentally wore my house shoes outside. I walked literally a minute outside of my apartment. And I realized the store I wanted to go to wasn't open, so I turned back around, go back inside, and there is gum on both of my shoes. Like one shoe maybe, but it's like, how do I get gum on both my shoes? So now I can't even wear my house shoes. But I do have a third pair, thank God. But I have house shoes for the bath, house shoes for the inside, walking around the house, and then I have my going outside shoes. I forgot to put on my going outside shoes when I went outside, but um, yes, the bath shoes are bath shoes. So when I get out and I put my feet in the shoe, I don't like walking wet on tile floors. Really, I just like to step straight out the shower and straight into my shoes, ideally. Um, so yeah, they are shoes that can support wet, but I don't want to. It takes time to dry after it's wet, so I don't want to use the house shoes that I wear around the house because then I will have soggy, wet shoes for several hours. So the shoes that I wear in the house usually they don't support water. They're not intended to be immersed in water. And then my outside shoes was to keep a contamination barrier between that which you can walk into outside and the innards. And now I have to get new ones. But in the interim of that, I will have to resort to using my bath shoes because those ones have never experienced the outside world, so to speak. I kind of question that though, because it's like the outside contaminants because all it is my own house. There's no like somebody else's gum in my house. So it's cleaner by comparison, but obviously they're just still floor germs, I guess. Um, but anyway, those will have to do until. But I also do have another pair of shoes. I have been starting to wear. I have like these little kitten heels. Sometimes I like to just pretend that I'm, you know, I don't know. I like it. I would like it to get the robe, the fur on it, long, butt naked, the little kitten heel, just walking around the house because it's like, I don't know, fun. So just click clacking around, just for something different. But also, just practicing walking hills. Mm. So, sorry for those of you who are new here. I'm clinically insane. Okay, I'm gonna eat something. So let's watch TikTok. Wait, I got a video removed? Why? Hey. Video removed. What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? Oh, God. Oh. I thought that was somebody else. For everyone to dislike Nicki so much, the copying is at an all-time high. Fast. There's only one Nicki Minaj. She's trolling at this point. I mean, Nicki needs to sue for plagiarism. Let's. I really tried to feed into this. This is a post. Somebody said I really tried not to feed into this trim BS, but it really gets to a point. They really playing in folks' face and trim a bird for allowing them to use her. Mm. Hi. I didn't hear it.
First and only princess that touched this platform. These hoes was pushing 40 when I got an only first and only princess that touched this platform. These hoes was pushing 40 when I got my platform. See, by the age of 21, I might have platform. First and only princess.
They said this is plagiarism. I see what y'all mean now. Let me go copy Rihanna for some quick fame. Hold on. The concept of her copying her yet dissing her. I mean, wasn't the Wakanda with? No, I don't feel like Nicki stole Lil Kim's flow, right? I feel like they're different, right? Because this is just kind of crazy. But...
What's your inspiration? We finna turn this shit up a notch. First and only princess that touched this
I
platform.
don't know. That's all I can find.
First and only princess that touched this platform. These hoes was pushing 40 when I got my platform. Hey, I'm readable. Catch me up, I'll make some room, home, keep 100 feet away. 50 trucks when I pull up, we a fleet away. You ain't on my throne, ain't even a seat away. But thanks to Nicki, all these new bitches can see the way. I got the quickly, I ain't talking about it. Make some room, home, keep 100 feet away. 50 trucks when I pull up, we a fleet away. You ain't on my throne, ain't even a seat away. But thanks to Nicki, all these new bitches can see the way. I got the quickly, I ain't talking about it. Make some room, home, keep you feel under here.
So I'm hearing y'all upset. So first of all, I'm hearing some good things and I'm hearing some bad things, but I want to let you know that I'm about to stand. I'm about to stand. I'm about to.
So you want to? When I wake up, I don't care about nobody. I got niggas call me garbage, bitch.
How are people hearing this? I don't know. Maybe it's a secret. I mean, I mean, the thing is, I don't, cause that's my thing. They be trying to say Nicki like bit off Lil Kim, but they're different, right? I don't think they're like the same flow or sort of the same thing. And then people try to say it's because like she did a picture of like posing like her and stuff. She's like, oh, then they're like, oh my gosh, she's trying to copy her whole style and stuff like that. But it's like, but just because they do something similar in the same way, how is you saying she's trying to steal her whole career? Because or whatever, or like complete, because it's like a lot like they showed the TikTok like that little R&B pose like that Michael Jackson did, for example, where they're all like posed in the same way, like leaning over, and it's like, so they're doing the same pose just like Lil Kim did the same. I mean, just like Nicki Minaj did the same pose Lil Kim did, and everybody's regurgitating the same pose, but they're just doing it in their own different way. But nobody ever says like, "Oh my God, they're trying to steal such and such's career. Only they say that with Nicki Minaj. That she was accused of stealing a whole career. How are you steal somebody's whole career when they had a career after the fact? And that's really because the concept of they refuse to let a lot of women in at one time in the picture. It's like when you're judged individually, it matters what you do individually. So, anyway, it's about improvement. A lot of people don't. People say it's like they can't accept that something has improved or that something has changed or that something is different from the way it was. So they will accuse the change of being the problem for the change, but the change was an inevitability. The point of it was to get better. The point of it is to do it better next time. So the one who claims the throne, who steals the spotlight, they didn't steal a career. They are just doing it, not even necessarily doing it the best, but they're doing it in a way that currently is attracting the most people, because people can only perceive things limited to their level of perception, right? Like you can't perceive something that you don't believe is possible. You may miss out on it, so that's when, like, if you don't know what you're looking for, you don't know where to start looking. So yes, so if you don't know where to start looking, that means you have to take a thorough, look every step of the way to ensure you don't miss something. So when someone takes the time and the precision and to understand and study a craft or an artistry, and then they figure out how to refine it and make it better, they take the tools from the experiences of the people before them and they figure out how to do it better. That's the point, to be better. What's the point of doing it the same as them? What's the point of doing it worse than them? If you can't beat the best, you in the wrong field. That would be a sign that's not your destiny, right? Because eventually, if everybody's showing up, right, it's a round robin. Everybody's showing up. They got their skill. It's only one winner. People are only going to be able to hear and perceive what they can hear and perceive. People tend to not want to perceive anything that they don't feel like is achievable. That's why you see a lot of times people who are bad at things or not that good or not that attractive, they tend to get a lot of praise for things because they're not viewed as competition. The person doesn't see their existence as a threat because they're like, I could beat that if I really needed to. It's not presenting like something that it may be like they haven't done it, but in their mind it's like it's not completely unachievable. The problem is when someone's life is an example of something that they deem to be unachievable. They don't want to see it because that triggers insecurities inside of them. So that triggers insecurities inside of them, and then it makes them start to compare and say, well, wait a minute. Ooh, that's like when you see, that's the thing, people talk about doing the impossible. But the point of the impossible is that it hasn't been done. So when someone reaches a feat that no one else has reached, that is scary. People are afraid of that person. unknowingly, because they represent something that is not understood. It represents it's something like, well, I didn't think. I don't like so. Then you're confused. Like you don't even know how it's possible. You don't know how they did that. You don't, and then you're wondering like, because then before it's possible, then it's like right. But nobody's usually doing something before it's possible, unless right. If it's impossible, you know, what makes it impossible? Because if it's impossible, meaning you think it's impossible because it hasn't been done before, but then how do you even know that it's something that exists to be able to do? And you don't. That's the experimentation part. Impossible is just an idea, a thought, a theory, and a thesis. It is what impossible is. Doing the impossible is your attempt to confirm or deny whether it actually is possible or not possible. The only way you know for sure if something's possible, if you're questioning if you're claiming something is impossible, but the way to confirm whether it's impossible or not is not just on idea or thought. You actually have to do it. And then that will confirm whether it's possible or not. But just because you try one time one failure doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible. It means maybe you've done something wrong. So you have to adjust the experiment to try to get it right. What are you missing? What do you need to add? What do you need to take away? So that's refinement. So that's when you start isolating your own variables, and then that's when you're focusing on your life and your path, right? You're given an array, base, of options like general education. As you go through life of getting general education, if you wish to move to higher education, it's usually supposed to be based around what do you think works best for you. What have you have taken an interest in is maybe something you'll choose for a major. Like, oh, I realize I want to do this, so this, whatever. So that's refinement that happens through your own knowledge. That's refinement that happens through your own experimentation. So failure is a part of the learning process. And what is really failure? Failure, you say because you didn't succeed, but if you didn't even know what outcome to expect, how could you say whether it was a success or not? So there is no success or failure in there is no success or failure in experimentation. There's only how many attempts did it take you to get it right, to find something that works. Everything is clarity. There's no failures or successes there's no end, right? Or beginning of experimentation, of knowledge, of learning. There's only clarity. You try something and do the experiment, more information. And that was the whole point, to gain more information. If we ever reach the point of knowing everything, we've failed. We've run out of the purpose. The point is to always do better and to always improve. And so it takes getting out there and figuring out what works for you, what doesn't work for you. That is helpful for refinement. It's not about everybody staying on the same line. We're supposed to divide eventually. Because in terms of purpose, it doesn't make sense. People think everything is supposed to be the same. Why we're not gonna? Everybody not. Okay, this is about harmony. I was telling you that earlier. Harmony is not about everybody doing the same exact things, right? It's not all the same instrument. It's not all playing the same notes in a symphony. No, harmony is about difference being done right. So it's about the individual different instruments playing their individual different parts, maybe simultaneously, maybe one by one, maybe some. But you get what I'm saying? So that's playing with it. And each, whatever you remove, it's isolation. The less people playing, the more you can pinpoint where the original sound, the original point is coming from. So if we start hearing if we are the start of our life, we hear what we're supposed to do, what we're supposed to be, who we're supposed to be, how we're supposed to. All this is all. That's all that it is in the beginning, telling you who to be, how to be, why to be, what to do, what to feel, what to think, and but eventually those are the training wheels. Eventually, you're supposed to turn the training wheels off, learn who and what to listen to, and ultimately, you learn the only person you need to listen to is yourself, because you're the only one that's going to be on your journey, on your path. It has to be you, right? Because every step forward is going to be because you took a step forward. So you can't rely on someone else taking steps to equate to your success. So it's about what, and that's the thing. People will talk about, like, they often hide behind like a collective of things, and it's like at the end of the day, it comes. It's like some people like will see like a video of like someone feeding the homeless or something, and then they'll like it, and they'll be like, "Oh, I did my part," But it's like someone doing it is not equivalent. So you watching someone do it is not the equivalent of you doing it. Does that make sense? So it's like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you can't take, like, people try to take credit for someone else's progress. Like, oh, look how far we've progressed. You didn't progress. That's what I noticed men do that a lot too. They were like, we built the world. We came up with the inventions. And it's like, you did not. You're hiding behind someone who has. And it's really handicapping you, because you sitting around in your fucking mom's basement yelling into a camera talking about what some other man did 2,000 years ago on a fluke. Even like, I ain't even gonna get into the drama, but it's just like, so what did you actually do? That's what I love to do. That's what you gotta isolate it, because people say, oh, we're good. Oh, we're all smart. We're all strong. Well, no, some of you are weak bitches. I could take some of you. So it's not a collective thing. You're judged on an individual basis, because your specific skills and tools that you need to develop and the training that you need to go for your personal journey is going to be different from somebody else's. So, but there could be similarities. But you have to learn what that is, right? Because everybody's not supposed to do the same exact thing. That's not how you run a restaurant. Restaurant isn't just cooks. It's not just cashiers. It's not just bussers. It's not just managers. That wouldn't make sense. A whole restaurant of only bussers, people only who can know how to bus. Doesn't make sense. So, but does a busser need to know how to flip the burgers as a cook? If he's never gonna do that, if he was gonna exchange jobs, sure. If he could be well versed in every area, yeah, that's usually who gets promoted to manager. The one who knows how to do it all, not the one who knows how to only do one thing. Really, even if it's really, really well. In being able to do a bunch of things badly isn't good. But if you can do many things really well, you transcend all of the others. So that triggers insecurities inside of them, and it makes them start to. Oh. Yeah, so when you learn how to, that's the chaos that it starts with. It starts in chaos. And then as you learn to who you really need to be listening to, cut off the other voices, or you cut off those who you need to cut off, and you start listening to certain people who you realize they don't understand where I'm trying to go. So let me start asking them for fucking advice. Because it's not getting me nowhere. And that's the thing I noticed too about relationships is like people always trying to like include someone else in. And that's because they need validation for what it is they need to do. Because oftentimes they're stuck between what they want to do and what they think everybody else wants them to do. The point of growing up is to learn how to not give a fuck, to not worry about what someone else thinks you should do. Because when has that ever served you? No, when you learn how to make the decision on your own without consulting anyone, that's when you're operating from your true intuition and alignment. That's when you're on track to your destiny. When you don't have to look over your shoulder at what to do next, or when you don't have to look at someone else's paper to find out what to do next. So when you can, without because why? We're decreasing the time it takes to get from point A to point B. So when you don't have to consult for somebody, you don't have to spend that time circling, what should I do? Maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. You can eliminate that when you just trust yourself. How do you trust yourself? You build the trust with yourself in knowing yourself. And you know your limitations, and you know, that's the thing, you have to know your own strengths and weaknesses. Then people think that they can succeed and then they don't want to be tested to see what their limitations and their boundaries are. They want to be in denial about what their capabilities are. And they embarrass themselves when it comes down to the performance. When it comes to actually showing up and showing what you can do. Those who cheated look stupid. Because now you don't know what you're doing. So you jumped over the best part of success, refinement. Woo-wee. Oh, can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. So when other people are trying to, so in the process of trying to figure out what is for you, you may, like for example, I remember when I was in college, I went to college for interior design. But that made me realize real fucking quick that I don't belong in college for interior design because I was able to be honest with myself about my limitations, you know, and I can't draw. I didn't realize that would be a relevant part of interior design. I thought we were just gonna like maybe do some sketches, like I can use a ruler or whatever, and then like kind of play with perspective or pillows and drapes and stuff. Like I didn't think we were actually have to draw stuff, but no, it's actually really intricate, you know. And there's math and stuff, and yeah, the art. I was the worst at art because I can't draw. So everything that required any artistic ability, which is a lot in terms of interior design, and I was in a really competitive program, allegedly. ASU. I don't know. I hear that apparently that's a good program, but I was in it. I was that terrible, and when I would be going to the gallery. Well, we have these like galleries and stuff because there was art involved, and we have to do like these showcases and stuff. I would be so embarrassed because I'm just like looking around and I'm realizing, first of all, it was taking me like way longer than everybody else to do what was happening. And I feel like that, and it's fine. Like sometimes it starts rocky, it starts slow sometimes, and it's you doing it and practicing that builds that, you know, that builds up your ability to do it faster and better, you know. Um, but there's a starting point. Sometimes you just have a affinity towards one thing over the other, and instead of forcing yourself into doing something that you don't even have like a you may not even have a natural inclination for, um, that may not be for you. Like it's just a sign. It's a sign. That's our internal compass trying to guide us to our purpose. What are you just naturally kind of grab to, and then that is what you should lean into. And so you have to know what it works for you, and you have to be honest about your abilities, your limitations, and your strengths. So yeah, I was at the art galleries and I'm like looking around. I'm noticing like, okay, it's taking me way longer than everybody else to do this. And then what I was coming up with, it looked like kindergarten work. Like I was coming in there, it was like I was looking at the art gallery, it was like Picasso in there. Like everybody was so like perfect and skilled, and I was just like, ooh, I thought this was a beginner class. I thought this was like the 101, and it just looked like I had kindergarten work. So eventually, I just stopped going to classes because that's embarrassing as fuck. Like I was tired of being the Crayola girl, you know, like, and I'm just like, yeah, maybe this isn't for me. And I just honored. Some people will want to fight through that and stuff, but the thing is, like I said, it's a competitive program and it's only so many. You're not like it's not something you can even just do for fun. Like after the year, they select who gets to move on to the second year. Girl, I wasn't making it to no second year. Like there was no way. I mean, some people may have wanted to hustle and try to do it and try to go from being the worst to the best or whatever, but uh, I think that's pointless. It's like I just accepted, like, hey, this ain't for me, and um, yeah. So then I feel like I've spent my whole life really trying to honor like what's really best for me. But I think at this point I think I've always known since I was a little kid, but I just deviated away from that. Um, you know, because of fears and doubts and the concept of like, you know what, yeah, you're not gonna be able to do it. You know, only a few people can make it, so it's probably not gonna be you. So you should do something safer that like everybody else can do. But sometimes the safer option isn't always the best option. The safer one that like everybody else is doing is just like, well, it's funny, like think of like the fields that are just so oversaturated. It's like when everybody going to school for everybody was in political science, everybody was in business, because how many people who have a business degree actually have a business? Yeah, because they wasted their fucking time, and the truth is they were not equipped to truly ever run a business. They were just going through the motions with the intention of like, oh, I guess this would be something to do. But the point is to branch off, and you have to isolate, and you have to be honest and really be like, just because you see a lot of people doing it, then you think that that's what you're supposed to do. But ultimately, everybody's going to be doing their own thing. Everybody's going to have their solo moment. So everybody already has their own solo moment. You know, everybody is their own universe. So this is your solo moment. We're listening in on you. So it's like you want to be prepared for when inevitably when in an art gallery there's like art pieces and people walk around to see them, you know. And it's like, so imagine that you're kind of like your world, you are kind of like a art in an art gallery or whatever. And as people pass you, they're kind of tuning in or getting glimpses, and it's like it's up to them whether they like stay and watch or if they circle back around or something catches the eye. So it's like, yeah, so when you learn how to, so that triggers insecurity. So if you look at everyone's individual existence as kind of like their own, you know, booth, like when you go to like a even like a college fair or something or like a job fair or something, sometimes there's different booths. So if you look at every person as their own individual booth, their own individual world, people are gonna stop by, make their rounds eventually. And then if there's something about your particularly that maybe might draw them in, then they may stay for a bit and listen. So if you think of that as like everybody's life is like like a live stream, and then whether people listen to you or pay attention to you or not, it depends on the frequency that you're emitting at that point. What's going to draw them in? But either people haven't got it around to you, or sometimes you could like and also like I don't know where this analogy came from, but I think of like I don't know if that was a game or something. Like there's something where it's like envision a circle of like people and like there's like just let's say there's 12 people, right? Say there's like a crowd. And I think this was on like a game show or something, I can't remember. But say there's like a group of 100 people, and then there's 12 people on the stage, and 12 people are doing different shows, performances, whatever. So those are the different lives, the different worlds. Each solo acts. So everybody from the 100, they can go around and explore, stop at the different shows and whatever. Which one they decide to, where they end up at the end or whatever. That's the one that they're basically voting and saying, yeah, this was, from what I've seen of making all the rounds of all the 12, this was the best one. Or maybe just when I first heard it, I knew that this was the right one. So it's like, in that way, it might start with the person they may go to, maybe the one that has, it's the loudest. Maybe that's what they're in the mood for. That's just what they hear, kind of draws their attention. Or maybe there's, really it's really colorful, or it's their favorite color, or maybe it smells really good. Like whatever it is that's drawing them to there, and that's where they will go. But sometimes they may pass by and stop it. Like maybe some people are just, I'm just gonna start here and go like clockwise or something. And so when you go to the next one and you kind of peek in that room, and then therefore on somebody's world, then you're determining like, are you interested or not? Sometimes you may hear and maybe even say, oh, okay, I'll give everybody 30 seconds, I'll give everybody a minute or whatever the case is, but you listen in, and they may end up saying something that you don't want to hear, or that you aren't ready to hear, or that you don't like, that you don't understand or whatever. So then you walk away from it and you go to the next one. So that's basically how it is. And so initially, and then it's like on some level, people can only hear or perceive, like I said, to their level. Unless it's not about copying somebody to the T or copying what someone else does. It's about learning how to use the tools and skills that that person took to get where they are. And so it wasn't about, oh, you have to do this step by step. A lot of it came in the refinement of you and understanding what, you know what I'm saying? Like, just, it's like, say if like somebody does like a pixie cut, that doesn't mean you should. It's, maybe you should, but then it's like, does it actually look good on you? I mean, it's opinion based, But it's just like, the point is that some things that work for some people may not work for somebody else, but that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. That's information, and that is clarity that, oh, okay, this works when you do it. When I do it, that shit don't work. That must be for you. That ain't for me. So now it's like, okay, thank you. Let me search and find what is for me, because it ain't that. You know? And so then maybe when you do like something, you are more drawn to something, you are like, okay, I can kind of see that. And usually it happens to be, that's why people end up copying. They see something and they think in their mind that, oh, that's not too far out of reach, you know? So then they try to copy it and mimic it. And then it works for a while until they hit a roadblock. And where they realize that they weren't on their true path is when they realize they don't know what to do when the person they were copying stopped showing them what to do next. Hello. So yeah, that's how you know. That's how you know. When you can get to the point of taking the training wheels off, that's the only time you know you're actually a master. When you can do it without someone telling you and hand-holding you into what to do next. When you can balance the bike on your own, that's when you know how to ride a bike. And when you get used to that and master it, you never forget it, because you know how it's supposed to feel. You know how to balance it, right? So then you are understanding your own limitations, your own weaknesses. You're moving to your pace. You trying to catch up with somebody else, that's what they can do. You're trying to walk slowly, like, oh, they walk too slow for me. What is your pace? What's a good, healthy pace for you to keep up to give you just enough resistance, but also to make you feel like you're doing something, that you're actually making progress, but not overdoing it. So yeah, sometimes people in life will try to force you out of the nest before you're ready, or push you into things that you're not ready. And I was saying that's not beneficial, because you force them to take the first. When you force them to take every time you force them to take a leap of faith on their own when they're not ready, that's going to create more hesitation and resistance for the next time they need to take a leap of faith, which inevitably will be the very next step that they take. So the more that you try to force it on someone, the less that they actually will be capable of doing it. They have to move forward when they're ready to move forward. So if you want to encourage them to move forward, then you can help create an environment of encouraging them to move forward. You know, and sometimes it is gonna take, like, God will force you. When you listen to life enough, when you listen to life enough, you will ideally, at least for me, what happened is that pull got stronger. The more I stopped listening to other people, the more I stopped comparing myself to other people, the less I stopped doubting myself, the less I stopped looking up to the amazing people who are doing it now as ceilings, and just instead of looking at them as ceilings, looking at them as a marker, of where I need to pick up the rod. If they left greatness here, I'm not trying to be under that. I'm going to take where they left off. And my point is to study whatever led to that as best as I can, so I can figure out how to perfect and refine the method to be even better. And it's not about a competition. That's how you honor the people who did it before you. Right? That's where the change and the push forward and the move comes from. So, but that's the thing. And that's what I say. But if you are unable to do better than the best, that's not your field. So start looking somewhere else. But just because you're not the best, like in a orchestra, there's many players, and then there's those soloists, right, who are typically considered better. Yeah, so when you learn, so just because someone isn't the best, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's not your field. Because they're not saying like you can only have one doctor, you can only have one basketball player. No, like there's levels to it. You could say, but it's like you have to recognize because it's like then it becomes about a team effort, right? So when you understand team and group are different. A group is usually it depends on what it is, right? Sometimes a group it can be multiple people working together towards a different goal because they're individually graded, right? So they're working together, trying to come together, but they understand, okay, they will be graded individually, not together sometimes, right? Or but they're focused on their grade ultimately. The team is usually considered multiple people working together towards a common goal. So that's more like a basketball team. Like you have a group project, but you have a basketball team where they're all different players and they have different positions and different skill sets, but um, they're all working towards the same trophy. You know, yes, there's other levels to it, but ultimately, like when you're playing the game, when you win, you're gonna win as a team. Yes, there's still individual grading that's about it, and that's significant. Why? Because then you know by isolating the better players versus the worst players, you can isolate and start to understand who has the best chance of winning. The players with the team with the best players, the team with the best individual players are the ones that are gonna increase their chances of winning the whole game. When your defense and your offense are, you know what I'm saying, solid, that's how you win the game. So you need different positions of each who are solid. Just having one really good player and everybody else is pretty much bad players. I don't know what a bad player is, but or like a less good player. But it's like the better team will be if you can get many really good players in specific positions all on the team at the same time. That's the point, right? But so it's about understanding the strengths and weaknesses of an individual. And then that's how you know how best to use them towards your goal of success. So don't try to volunteer yourself for something that's just going to hold everybody back. If you know that that's what you can't, you know you can't do that, and you know somebody else, you get what I'm saying? Like it's like if it was a CPR, like emergency. If you've never done CPR, why would you be the one stepping up to volunteer for that? Let the one who has the training do it, right? So it's like that's how life is too. Like that's the importance of like that. So it's like when we have teams and there's a better player, the other team people on the team, it becomes their job to really not only do them, hold fast to their positions, but they must nurture themselves around the best that they got. Right? That's when it's like get the ball to him because he's the best one. That's good. He's the one that's gonna most likely make the basket. So that's when recognizing the individual abilities matters. When can you remove yourself, you know what I'm saying, to allow something greater to come? That's a recognition as well. When can you bow out and honor, you know what? Mm-hmm. You know, can you understand? It's about understanding your role. When you're not the best player on the team, your job because the whole team must center itself around the best that it has. So if everybody's saying that they're the best, who are we supposed to listen to? So when you got, that's about having a lot of mimics. That's not knowing your place. Everybody can't be the best. That's the concept of the best. There's a standout. They're supposed to be. When everyone else can fall in line and recognize who the true best is, and they can stop lying to themselves, that's when you can move forward. So we can stop being confused. We can have order and harmony. And so that's when we succeed. Doesn't make you less relevant if you're not the so-called best. In fact, being the best is the hardest. It's easy to fall in line. That's the hardest part, when people are expecting more from you. They're expecting you to be the best. They're expecting you to do the best. Like, that is, it's not an easy burden to carry. It's not an easy responsibility to live up to. So you really getting off easy. You think you want what comes with being the best, but look at the different industries that we have, especially when it comes to women. We were talking about Nicki Minaj earlier. Think of like Beyonce. It's like there's nothing that they can do. There's nothing that nobody else can do coming into the field without being compared to them, because they are identified as the standout. LeBron James, Tom Brady, Denzel Washington, Viola Davis, best. And everything else is just trying to be. But Viola Davis can't act in a movie on her own. Right? But there's a reason why she would be the lead and the others would be the supporting characters. It wouldn't make sense if you try to put a main character in a supporting character role. There's a risk they may take all the attention from the other movie. I was actually, is that connected to Barbie? I seen something about Barbie, how Barbie was made by Margot Robbie or whatever, and written and something, and obviously she was the lead in it though, and then I think she directed it and stuff, and then Ryan Reynolds was in it, but he's the one who ended up winning up. He was Ken in the movie, which obviously was not the main character, and he didn't really have even that big of a role overall. But he was the one who won all the awards, I guess, for the movie. And I'm seeing it's because what his role was, though, it was different. So do you get that? You can put the best in a supporting role, but they're still going to catch the eye of everyone else. The one that stands out, that differentiates itself from everything else, that's the one that's going to win. Because it was the only one that was memorable. Ooh. You get that? So, yes, you would do well to support. If you can't be the best, be a supporter of the best. And sometimes you will doubt yourself on the journey. But it's a race, not a sprint, is the saying. Like, it's about longevity. How long can you keep it up? Eventually, if what you're doing as people are making the rounds and things like that, and let's take the time element out of it. It's like people are just, they get to go around and see. It's like eventually they're gonna get tired of when they hear certain things. They're gonna get tired of what is. They're gonna want something different. So just because someone isn't the best, it everyone's individual. The thing that stands out and is different is going to seem like a breath of fresh air to people who are tired of being served the same shit again and again and again and again and again. They done made 5 Toy Story movies now. Now, I ain't saying it's a problem, but I'm pointing something out. They redid Moana. They redid Little Mermaid. There's thousands of alien movies, thousands of vampire movies, and they're so predictable at this point. You can watch the movie trailer and know what the whole movie is about already. So that's when things start to become predictable. They start to become boring because why? We're not getting those jokes anymore. It doesn't give. It's just like the same thing again. Like that saxophone sound that they keep playing on TikTok, and the way when people used to listen to radio, they play the same song on the radio until you fucking hate it, But then it's like you don't listen to it for some years, and then you start thinking about it randomly one day, like, hey, yeah, I remember when this used to come on every fucking day when I was driving to work. So. But why all of a sudden is it like, okay, I'm not sick of it and I don't hate it anymore, and it's because you had the time to have a break from it. So, yes, it's the isolation, the break, the absence of that allows you to remember what it is that you were missing in the first place. So they're going to keep feeding y'all the same stuff again, and y'all going to keep bringing 2000. Retro 2000s, it was cute for a time. How long are we going to keep going back there? I don't know. Maybe forever. It seems y'all can't come up with no new ideas. A lot of things haven't changed really in some years. Things just keep getting, like the same iPhone. They have 400 iPhones out now. And they only have slight differences. But it's like that's refinement. It's a process. It's improving it slowly over time, putting it out, understanding what needs to change, what do people want, what do they say, how's the functionality of it, what do we need to adjust, and then you make these small adjustments, and then it's supposed to be better. That's the point. If you spend time making adjustments for it to not be better than it was the last time, then there was no significant change. And maybe that could be good if you're hoping for the results to stay the same, but if you intend to improve the results, you will want a change, correct? But what needs to change? The object or your use of the object? So, yeah. Oh, because the flower of life, it is 6 petals, but when you account for the different vertices, there's then 6 different points plus a center point, in a 7th point in the center. So if you were to look at that and connect the different points to create a 2D shape, you could create a triangle. So that's 2 points, 2 outputs, plus 1 integration center point. 2 become 1. The combination of mind and body, mind plus body equals integration, singularity. So that's 3 points. But when you look at in the flower of life, the 6 petals, the 6 points, and then the 7th point in the center, then you have 3 dots that connect to make a triangle, and then you have 3 dots to connect. And the way you look at it, there's kind of like inverted onto each other. And so this is really So that's taking a chord of three, the proton, neutron, electrons, but you're taking the 3 points of the different triangles, which are connected to different, meridians or whatever, the chakra system or whatever, and then you're just overlaid. And the three really is related to red, green, and blue, but they're seen in different perspectives, so then they appear different. And so those are like basically angles in a sense. Yes. Size. The angle changes based on the size, so then perception appears to change. If it's smaller, you may be closer, and the further you go out, the more that you can like isolate. Or no, the further that you go out, the less you isolate. The closer you are, you can see more details. So that's the 3 point. They're both 3 chords. One triangle is 3 chords, red, green, blue, and then that's a 2D shape of triangle. So when you stack that triangle onto another triangle and you flip it, it then becomes inverted on itself. So then you have a triangle going one way, and then you have a triangle going the other way. That's like a pentagram, a star, So it's one triangle this way, and then one triangle this way. But they're equilateral triangles, but the integration point, are at opposite ends, right? But then they have multiple integration points. 6 to be exact, but then 6 paired together to make it's in pairs of 2, and then there's a center point of vertice. But yes, with the triangle and the red, green, and blue, and so when you change the size of each of them, that will create the different illusions of size and shape. It may even create what will look like a waveform. So when you continue to stack these triangles, you have, one this way, one this way, one this way, one this way, whatever, and you stack them alternatingly, that will create the illusion of a wave, right? But it'll kind of be like a torus in a sense. But there's really 2D images stacked on top of each other to create this like spiral illusion. Now, when you change the size of those, so if a triangle is like this, and then there's a center point in the triangle, the center point in the triangle is less like the diameter, is it? Or is that the circumference? I don't know. The vertex? I don't know. But then everything else, the points. So there's 3 points with other triangle. The 3 points are positioned in relation to the center point of the triangle, right? So everything is a center chord, and then it's a center chord, right? And then the 3 points, really the 6 different points with the 2 different triangles, the points are placed relationally from the center point, right? So then that creates, it's in a triangle form, but it's separate. So if you wanted to change the distance, if you change the distance that each of the points are from the original center point, and therefore making the triangle will be bigger and bigger, right? Increasing the surface area. So as the triangle stretches and gets bigger, is because the points are really singularly being placed further from the center point. So when you play with this and you have like multiple of the same size stacks, that's going to create like if you have like 10-inch all the way down, then it's like if you stack the 2D layers, it's going to create like a slinky. Like a slinky is like individual rings kind of, but stacked up and they're the same size basically. It looks like one little thing, right? And then you separate it and you see the different thing, individual parts. But imagine if something started out 10 inches and then it grew at the base of it, it was like 15 inches. So now we're talking about triangles that are all stacked up in this size, 10 inches. And then to start going outwards, we would need to start increasingly adding circles to create the shape. And if it hit a point to 15 inches and we wanted to stack that up, then we can do multiple of the same 15 inches, right? To create the illusion of thickness. So But where do these triangles really come from? Oh, they are triangles, but the way that the triangles are placed, in the fact that they're interconnecting worlds, it actually creates. So when you put so when I'm saying if the center point and then you place this triangle points, 3 points right on the from the center, but if you were to keep putting different ones, and the more you put at different angles, like a clock, if it's like you put one triangle like this, and then you shifted it a little bit, shifted it a little bit, shifted it a little bit, and you kept shifting it all around until what is going to happen? It's going to create a circle. So then that's what creates the illusion of a circle, circular, but it's really interconnecting atoms and mass. And so the circle is kind of the illusion created by the singularities, or the atoms that are placed according to their relation to the other center point. So then that's what creates, in a sense, like a grid effect, or as we know it, the flower of life. So flower of life is really just made up of different atoms. But the more you zoom in, on the flower of life, the more you will start to see waveforms. You'll start to see individual circles. You'll start to see the 6 individual petals. You'll see the spaces in between the petals. If you look on the outside, then it's just like, oh, it's like kind of just this one big circle with a bunch of like other lines or whatever in it, right? So oh yeah, baby. So yes. And so when we go back to what are the 3 different points, red, green, blue values, which is also proton, neutron, electron, creation, preservation, destruction, it's a different permeation of, the 3 is also connected to mind plus body equals soul. And those are connected with solfeggio frequencies. I haven't mentioned it. The mind, but mind, body, and soul, it is isolated to 3 meridians, but it also is essentially a part of, under the umbrella of the 3, or connected in the umbrella of the 3 different meridians, there's other parts attached to it. So that's when you start taking into account the spectrum. Like, they will be considered in the same category. They would just be a deviation from the original center. The original red, green, blue value is the original. Everything else is a shifting expression of the original. So the perception and the closeness you have towards it is changing to where it's dispersing out, and then it's appearing to have less color. You're getting further, closer to light. So the flower of life, the thing that stands out in this. Let me hold you down like a real man's supposed to. I'm trying to show you the life of somebody that you should be living. Oh, baby, baby, you never go wrong if you let me love you. So yes, mind, body, soul. Soul is an integration, the heart chakra, but it's a collapse of the opposing meridians of the mind and the body, the crown or the throat. Sorry, we shifted that, the throat and the root, and then there's the heart. And so with the throat and the root, then that, but it also the mind is everything, because then it's like if the heart is the center, then everything that comes out of that is the uncollapsed form, and then the heart is the collapse. So in the uncollapsed state, then that's when you start getting different chakra points. So from here up, that's the mind, and from the heart up, that's the all of those are the mind. From the heart down, all of those are the body, and then the heart is its own standalone island, the culmination of everything. So then in that case, the mind will be comprised of not just the throat, but also the crown, the third eye, and the crown. And then the body would be the solar plexus, the sacral chakra, and the root chakra. So now we have more separation, right? But it's separated into three: mind, body, and soul. But there's three mind, one in the soul, and then three in the body. And so this accounts for 7 different points. And so that's how you know how you're expanding outwards, right? And so it's an energetic track that essentially takes place. Like they are going and traveling in like an infinity loop, like a torus. So the singularities are, they're moving, they're adjusting, they're building its kind of web, they're building the aura out, and that's adding to the capacity. That is increasing your energy and what you're able to carry with how you're able to navigate. And so when you can master that flow with the least amount of resistance, right, and the most amount of accuracy, then you're a fine-tuned machine, well-oiled machine. And so I gotta pee. I would usually leave you around, but I'm here to take care of a couple things. Fireworks.
Tell me why you have to go and make things so complicated. See the way you're acting like it's somebody else. It makes me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall, you fall, and you break, you take what you get, you turn it into. See, promise me you're never gonna find you faking. Oh no, no, you come over, dressed up. You become somebody else, everyone else, watching you back. You can't relax, trying to be cool. You look like a fool to me. Tell me why'd you have to go and make things so complicated? See the way you're acting like it's somebody else. It gets me frustrated. Life's like this, you fall and you fall and you break and you take what you get and you turn it into. Honestly, you promise me you're never gonna find you faking. Oh no, no. You come. I usually cook in the dark. But I don't know why it's not working in my favor right now. I'm looking for pepper. I can't
All in there. It wasn't in this rightful place. It wasn't where I left it. Okay, it was where I left it. I put it in the wrong place. I'm not too good to admit that. Yes. Yes. She cut me off from a good love. And it ain't no way in hell that I could be just friends with you. Na, 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 na. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Na 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 na. Ain't no way we can be friends. Ain't no telling what we could have been. Na 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 na. Yeah, you don't waste your time when you know yourself and you really, you don't hinder your progress when you stop agreeing to do things that don't serve you. It's not necessarily about your capability all the time, but it's about, is this the best use of your time and energy? So that's isolation. You can do this and you can do this, but who can do it the best for this specific purpose? Or whatever. So yeah, then that would determine like a soloist in a symphony, right? And everybody else is there and they're playing along. Yeah, you mostly play the same part, but then there's the solo that has a separate part. So it's like sometimes people can have similar purposes, and but there's a standard and a constant that ultimately is created because that's the best. The best in any category will inevitably become the center of that category. Because at some point people will have to realize when they need to, so like if you can't be the best, support the best. Sometimes great things don't get done alone. It takes a team. So that's the point of the orchestra, is to have a support behind the solo, And ooh, ow. Yes. So if you can't be the best, then support the best. So at some point, like in a field, say, then when everyone looking up to someone, like Beyonce being the celebrity of celebrities, that's a reason. There's a reason for that, because people are intuitively dictating that, yeah, this is great. Like this is better in comparison to whatever one else is doing. So that one ultimately becomes the person to follow. And you notice how it works. So anytime someone tries to come in to that same field, who are they always getting measured or compared against? That would signal who intuitively people understand is the best and therefore the like leading authority on a certain thing, right? But the best that you got but they're only being judged off of who's actually competing. So the best at that time in that revolution, that's the best at that time. When the next revolution comes around, someone is supposed to take what the identified best of the last round is and then improve on it even more. And so it's a shift in identifying, because mind you, yes. So if when like it's like the way that sometimes like older generation stuff, when they can pass the torch, that's when you're acknowledging, okay, I'm passing this down, to somebody else who's more capable in my absence, or who can keep this going in my absence, or that's dependent on the current best wanting to give up their spot, being the current best. Like that's like you're telling somebody from going to being the president to possibly being, like basically going from being a leader to being a servant. Because if you're not the leader, you're not the best. You're a servant to the leader. So if when you spend so long being in that leadership position, being at the top, being the best, calling shots, whatever, like heading the game, like everybody looking up to you. Now it's when if someone outbests you, you would have to renege to that and honor the new best. That's not wrong. It's the evolution. That's the point. It's like you can't be fire captain forever. Eventually, you will have to train. You may even have to train your replacement. Select your replacement. Oh, no. It's not that word. Definitely need to turn it down. I need more water. Just so it won't work. Boy, possible. So, but that's the reason why until there's a replacement, all they're going to be able to do is keep repeating stuff. That's the point. Until someone, that's why like certain things that look similar, like when people come in and whatever, then it's like they're similar. Yeah, because they're using the same baseline. Like that's where that's their inspiration. That's the blueprint. So of course they won't follow it and they don't know what else to do. But they're following the example of how to do it right in the first place. But when you can make it your own, and you don't need to keep looking at the blueprint, that's how you know you've mastered the task, right? That's how you know you've mastered the material. Because when you don't need training wheels, when you don't have to look at your notes, when you can just do it and make it your own, and it's just something that becomes natural. And if you are never able to transcend the retro, if you're never able to transcend the blueprint, you're not the best. If you can never, you know what I'm saying? You can't claim to have mastered a concept that you still need to check the notes on. So the evolution would be the change. Where do you differentiate from the blueprint? Is where you consider whether or not you're any good, or that's where you determine. Oh, that's where you determine. Mastery. People don't always like different. Because if they get used to seeing something in a certain way, that starts to become the definition of what's good and what's right. So when someone comes and tries to do something different, sometimes they just get told that they're wrong. You're not doing that right. But right or wrong, but it's subjective. People confuse right or wrong. People say right or wrong.
The best in any category will inevitably become the best in any center
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
So yes, what about you? Soul is an integration of work.
I don't know. Can I stop fucking now?
The best in any category will inevitably become the center of that category. I don't know if y'all know.
Huh? Wow.
So I really haven't.
Mm.
Started my spiritual.
patient portal. The entire document that tells everything about all my business emails, records, results, everything. So the communication in there said that I wasn't a threat to anybody, and that I'm just scared to be hurt. I'm more fearful of being hurt than I am showing any signs of trying to hurt people or myself. Somehow, I was still admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Not only was I admitted to a psychiatric hospital, they didn't do no evaluation. Not only did they do no evaluation, the only thing they evaluated, the closest thing they did to an evaluation was having me take off all my clothes and look at my naked body. What does that sound like? Not everybody at once. What the fuck does that sound like? Do I need to say it? Because I'm not going to say it because they already think I'm schizophrenic. I just want to make that very clear. You're quality crazy. That's an opinion. When I say I'm not, that's a fucking fact.
Rounds are on. That means.
Oh, shit!
Para los que hablan español, yo soy tu hermanita favorita. Yo doy mensajes de oráculos, tarot, ancestral, yo amo los ancestros que vienen de los divinos y ellos me aman para atrás. Muchas veces yo conecto, yo siempre digo que me sigan, pongan sintonía, pongan pendiente, ponle ojo, porque tú nunca sabes si ese día yo voy a conectar contigo. Yo trabajo nada más con lo divino, con lo más alto. Aquí en mi live, en mi vida, en mi ambiente, mi energía, no se permite cosas demónicas, kármicas, celo, brujería, eso no es de eso. Aquí da más puro amor de lo divino siempre. Son que yo de mensaje fuerte o buena, siempre vivo con amor de lo más divino, con cariño y lo amo de cualquier manera. Gracias por su presencia, gracias por estar aquí. Y voy a seguir diciendo quién yo soy en el live, pero para los que están aquí, this is who it is, alright? You feel me? Because you gotta know, and also there's people creating fake pages. It's not me. This is my only page. Esta es mi única página. Yo no tengo otra página. Yo no tengo página personal. Yo no tengo. Esta es mi única página. ¿Ok? Y antes de esto, si yo tenía página antes, ya están deleted y yo nunca lo usaba. Yo nunca estaba en TikTok hasta que yo abrí esto. I had never had TikTok till I started this page. I never was on TikTok like that. So this is my only page. Don't get played, don't get finessed. New levels, new devils, you feel me? But sis walks cloaked. So before you get played by the wrong spirit, by that trickster shit, this is my only page. Okay? And I send them blessings and love because all you did was confirm that I just reached another level, baby. So it's okay. It's not gonna last.
There is a story that exists in your culture called the story of the premature butterfly.
I think I might have put too much pepper in that.
All right, well, I will tell it to you briefly. The idea is that you know that caterpillars form cocoons and turn into butterflies, yes?
Yes.
And that there is a timing to this.
Yes.
One day, one of your people was strolling along and saw that there was a butterfly, as you say, struggling to get out of its cocoon. This person said, well, I will help you so you don't have to struggle, so you don't have
they
to
can't
feel
help you,
challenged by this. And the person opened the...
I was looking at caterpillars. When caterpillars go into their chrysalis and the transformation process into coming out on the other side, like outside of their chrysalis, they have to eat themselves in the process. Like they literally eat themselves, liquefy themselves, and then they re-solidify as a butterfly. So that's why when butterflies are coming out of their wings, you're not supposed to help them because their wings are still wet when they first come out because they have been liquid and they're forming into a solid matter. So as they dry from it's liquid inside, it was liquefied, it's turning into a solid. As it dries, when it hits the air, that's what like the flapping is. It will help to, well, they can't use them before they're dry, but the air will kind of like help dry. I don't know if they flap them to dry them, but yeah, you shouldn't help a caterpillar or a butterfly out of its cocoon because it has to come out of its cocoon when it's ready. It can only fly when it's ready. If you try to force it to fly before, the wings will be too wet to act as like friction against the air.
And let the butterfly out. The butterfly just sat there. Didn't fly. Its wings were atrophied. They were not well formed. Because you see what the
It's like a baby that's premature. You know, you take it out of it before its time. It hasn't had the time to build up its strength, and it hasn't had time to fully form. Like, you know, so the brain may not be fully formed. Like the fingers may not be fully formed, and so that's when. But sometimes premature baby, that's when sometimes they have to be treated in a certain way to like help accelerate their development compared to what a normal or like an average baby would need. They may need more like oxygen assistance or more like light therapies, or maybe they can only start on like a smaller amount of food, or they need a smaller diaper, you know. But you can nurture and monitor them, try to help assist them into continuing to grow outside of the womb, the stomach that they left too early. But, you know, sometimes it's viable and sometimes it's obviously not. But timing is everything. So with the normal maturation time for pregnancy, we've estimated about 9 to 10 months of how long a baby essentially needs before it's probably more safe for it to come out, you know. And so that's like the gestation period. That's like being in the cocoon. But the truth is, something can only come out. It's only supposed to come out when it's ready. If it gets pushed out before it's ready, then there may be challenges with that. So it's best to let the baby come when it's ready. Sometimes the baby stays too long. And then it has to be cut out. And it was big enough, it was full enough to come out, but it wasn't ready. Why not? I don't know. But there's a forced start already. So if it already hesitated coming out, how much more will it hesitate in life? Or, so that's what we're understanding, right? Your hesitation is what's going to keep you from moving forward. So, if you understand whether someone came out too early, just at this right time, too late, it's not right or wrong necessarily. It was still when it was meant to happen. But if it was viable, then your job becomes understanding where it is lacking, and compared to a baby that was born normal, you know, then you have to meet the needs of the child, right? Where they are, not based off of a standard of what everybody else is doing. So you have to meet it where it is. If there's something, and if the case of the child, something happens that's beyond the scope of what has been seen before, there's no precedent on how to deal with that. That could present issues, but usually in those cases, the point is to use try to test things out, try to figure out what could work, or use the knowledge that you do have to try to figure out how could I shift this, like how could I assist with this, or like improve this, or whatever, or solve this problem, or whatever, if it's a problem. But that's the thing. Certain things we see as problems, but we say problem, we really just mean different. Just because someone's different, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're a problem. It means that they have different needs. There's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody, you get what I'm saying? I always say, you go to the emergency room and you got a headache, you got a broken arm, and you got cancer. Advil's not going to do the trick for everyone. Some people may require other treatments, and you shouldn't be giving a CAT scan to, well, I mean, maybe you would, but you wouldn't be giving chemotherapy to someone who just has a headache. That's purely just a headache that they can just take Advil or something for, right? The same way, giving Advil to a cancer patient when there's more that needs to be done, or whatever, giving a cast to someone giving someone an arm cast, giving an arm cast to someone who has cancer, lung cancer, that makes no sense. So people think just because there's different treatments needed that there's something wrong with the person. Like, no, they just need different things. They're on a different journey. That's all that it's telling you. Okay, well, clearly you have this problem. This is what your situation is. This is what my situation. Clearly, they're not the same situation. So we probably shouldn't be getting advice from each other on what to do next. Like if you somebody has if you have like science homework and someone has history homework, and y'all both got 10 questions of history, 10 questions of science. If you're doing your your science homework, and you ask the person doing their history homework, hey, what'd you get for number 5? And then they say, the Great Wall of China. So then you write on your science homework, the Great Wall of China. Because you 5 and 5, same question, what'd you get? We're communicating, we're talking to each other. But your question was, what's the 5th element? So there's differences, so there's different needs that will be met. Not everything can be consulted. So when you realize that your purpose is individual and specific to you, you will spend a lot less time consulting in certain people. You learn the people that you should be listening to based off of what your intuitive compass that you were supposed to be building is telling you to do. So I'm saying, if you have like big dreams, so to speak, or say like you're an aspiring like dog walker or something, you want to know how to do it. Why would you ask someone who is a car salesman? The processes are different. It's no offense. It's not like, it's just that it's not, if that wouldn't be necessary for you to know. So you got to understand what's important for you to know for your journey. What do you need to take, right? What classes do you need to take to get your specific degree? Stop worrying about what somebody else is doing. So if life in itself is an individual test, your individual purpose leading you to your individual destiny, you at some point you're not going to be able to copy off of someone else's sheet. And as long as you still are, you haven't differentiated into your individual path yet. Now have you? No, you're still crossed wires. That would mean you're still shifting into someone else's lane. That means somebody else might be shifting into your lane. And sometimes people are going to swerve in and out of your lane. And it's going to confuse you where you wonder, okay, I think I'm supposed to be doing that. But then this person is also doing it. So which one of us is right? You have to know when to trust your intuition to say, maybe it's them, maybe it's me. But right now, I feel like I should still pursue on to see. I should still remain fast in the journey. You never know when someone's going to drop off. And they later realize, oh, I wasn't supposed to, this ain't my lane I'm supposed to be in. Or, basically this process of elimination to the singularity. So it's about, we're all, imagine source is the connection and all of us are tethered and connected to the source. So as we extend from the source, it's creating individual, where it's creating a trail, like an individual like cord. But if our connections are mixed and crossed and we're not where we're all supposed to be, we're not organized, we're not in our lane, the wires are mixed. So we have to unmix the wires. This is removing the distortion. And then when you can identify what languages and which categories, then that can amplify itself. And then that's how you categories, like you take a bag of Skittles, it's all mixed together. And then you can separate it into different colors, respective colors, and then that makes more sense because then it's like that's why you want to have company around people who get what the fuck you're talking about, who can understand the language that you're speaking. It don't make sense to make a whole speech in front of people who don't even understand your language and you don't understand what they want to hear. That's rule number one of public speaking. Know your audience. So if you don't even know your audience, you don't know how to talk to them. You get what I'm saying? It's like you gotta know who you're talking to so you can talk accordingly to how that individual is going to understand. And so this comes from knowing and learning and understanding, how does this person best communicate, or that's knowing how to communicate with someone is a part of communication. So yes, so the wires are crossed, you want to categorize it. So then it's like you being a foreigner in a different country. You speak English and you're like in Russia. Everybody else around you is speaking Russian, but you don't understand what they're saying. You're going to be the odd one out. You're going to be confused. You're going to be lost. You're going to be, where do I go? You may know some basic things, but it's like when you get around people who you don't, and then it's so the translation is going to be harder, possibly, and more difficult, It may be reduced or even limited to where you may have to point or use a translator or hand gestures to try to signal or use broken language or use the couple words that you do know how to say, So but eventually, sometimes when people move to different countries, sometimes when they're immersing themselves in the country and in the language, they can pick it up. They learn it from the people around them. And so it's in the symphony. In the symphony of life, one of the important things is the categorization. That's the differentiation, but that's what helps to shape the masterpiece. Because as the conductor is conducting, she is conducting by the sections. So if the sections are all mixed together, and then it's especially like if your violin is sitting next to a cello, it's going to be harder to hear the other cellos to know which part are we on, what are we supposed to be playing? And then if they're signaling to the viola section, but there's cellos and and like everything's mixed together. You don't know who is being talked to. So when we separate and utilize that division to our benefit, it's for the purposes of organization. So that is the same thing as if you have a bunch of chords in a drawer wrapped together, it's harder to navigate. You want the chords individually wrapped within themselves to create a differentiation. And then it's the differentiation, the individuals that come together, that's what creates a form. And then it's like now you can talk to the person next to your right, you can talk to the person to your left because they speak in the same language as you, because y'all are all in the same category. It's been established. It's been established who's first chair, who's second chair, right? So that's established order. When you get lost, this is who you follow. This is it. You get what I'm saying? That's the point of it. So the division is not bad. But the division is also for clarity. It's to create, division, but when you can understand each of the roles, understand what you need to know for you specifically, but you would eventually have to understand the other roles in a sense as well. Like, again, in like a symphony, orchestra, or whatever, right? It's not just about you knowing your part. Yes, that's a huge part of it, is you knowing your individual part, but you also are listening to the other parts. Because sometimes they're supposed to be playing and you're not. So you listen for them to play, and then you know, okay, when this part of the song comes up, I got to start getting, because sometimes when you aren't playing too, so that you can, in the orchestra, so you can avoid, sounds, if there's going to be like a long pause between you playing, then you kind of go into a rest state where your bow is not on the instrument or whatever, possibly. Or, if you were playing the flute, you just kind of move it down so you're not. And so when then you listen to the music, and when you hear that your part's coming up, when it's about to be you again because you're listening to the music, whatever, then you're already setting up to prepare again. Dun, 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 So preparing, being able to prepare to do your part in that way. So this is the thing that learns over time, and that's where harmony comes into play, understanding what sounds best in the way that it sounds best. Honoring our own roles and being supportive of the best in our section and following their leadership. And stand tall, stand proud. I thought I wanted to sing that. I don't think I was going to say I shouldn't really be tired, but I did kind of struggle with falling asleep, and I was probably only asleep for a couple hours. What time is it? 2 in the morning? Hopefully I'll be going to sleep soon, but I don't know if I will. I didn't go to sleep, like I said, till like 11 yesterday in the morning. So, I'm not going to force it, but if I don't go to sleep, I'm probably going to go to the store before I go to sleep in the morning, but I might be asleep by the end of it. I was studying fireworks like PTSD training. So you could associate it with goodness and happiness and food and joy, and then it's literally healing you over time. So those afraid of or rejecting, like 4th of July, for example, or like certain holidays, you're still scared. Still associating that concept. The concept that is supposed to be being celebrated, the independence, freedom, is still too foreign to you. It doesn't feel like part of your reality. It doesn't feel real. It feels like a joke, a mockery, So you reject it, scoff it. Oh, I don't celebrate that, whatever. fine. But it's because that's a resistance, there's a hesitation, there's a aversion there. So but the point of the immersion of the repeating holidays that happen every year, the same ones, 5 o'clock, is the point is to immerse yourself in it. Be happy about it. Get happy. Change it into something positive. Make it into something that you're excited about. And that's how you turn the pain and suffering that you go through, that you associate with that time, that year, that holiday, you can start associating it with joy if you choose to. So it's about your perception of that day. And so yes. It's almost like an apology. But the best way to apology is change. So when you later realize, oh shit, we messed something up, we made this sick, and you apologize and you rectify it by helping the people that you hurt. So I think holidays, especially like 4th of July, are for that, to not necessarily to re-traumatize us, but yes, to re-traumatize us, but it's kind of like an exposure therapy. So the bombs, like fireworks sound like bombs. That's traumatizing, to people who initially associated bombs with death, fear, scares, loss, So genetically, that's bound in all of us. The association of war and bombs. So we hear fireworks now we celebrate where it sounds like bombs. But so we're re-traumatizing ourselves with the fear of war every time we do the fireworks and stuff every year, all the holidays, the celebration of those things. But it's for a reason, because the more that we become accustomed to that now, most of us, we don't think of the bombs or we don't think of fireworks as bombs all the time. And we don't think of war all the time. The point is the whole thing. Independence, freedom. Like, yes, there's an underlying war that took place to get there. But the point is to not focus on that part. So you shift it into something good, where it's like, oh, fireworks, happy, food, fun. But it's also like, is it a PTSD training? Is it to help heal the PTSD of war? Or is it an illusion to make us forget the war, the violence, the pain? And is that good or bad, forgetting war and violence?
I don't know.
Because we hear bombs, war, fireworks. And that's like movement towards better healing. But for 9/11, we usually have a moment of silence. And wasn't there bombs in 9/11 or not? But there was the crashing of the plane. said. Which would that not kind of sound like a bomb? A crash, a loud sound, a disturbance. So it's like boom, whatever. I don't know what happened. I think there were bombs. So it's like, yeah, but instead of we don't do fireworks for do they do fireworks for 9/11? But I thought it was really prevalent to do a moment of silence for 9/11. I mean, I don't know. Do they do fireworks for 9/11? I don't know. But I noticed America is red, white, and blue. I think Africa is red. Wait, there's a black in Africa, actually. But I thought, isn't there a red? Wait, is there a red, green, and blue flag though? Red, green, and blue. Let's see. Fuck me. I was already irritated to even try to do that because I'm very blind. I can't see. Oh, that's the Pan African flag. Wait, that's black. I didn't say black. I said red, green. Oh, I typed it in. Okay, red, green, and blue. They say that's red, green. Is there a red, green, and blue flag? Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. If I said this was something that wasn't, I'm so sorry. Oh shit. Red, green, and blue. Turkish? Oof. What? Turkey? Which country's flag contains the color red, green, and blue? Red, blue, and green flag of the Gambia. The traditional flag of Gambia is a horizontal tricolor with the upper bar of red, middle bar of blue, and by thin white stripes. What the fuck? I didn't ask you about that. I don't know. It looks like, what is this? I don't know what that is. I mean, I guess there's multiple flags, but it's not just one. The red stands for the bloodshed and the struggle for Eritrean. Eritrean? Where is that at? A red isosceles triangle. I don't know where that is. December 5th. Berlin? What? Europe? Eritrea and Ethiopia? I'm so confused. Eritrea and Ethiopia were both occupied by the Italians. I'm confused. Embassy. Oh, it was says an embassy. Where the hell is that? The elect of God. I don't understand this. Oh. Okay. I'm tired of that. I don't know. I have to look into that. Oh, sorry if I said something wrong about the red, green, blue flag. I don't mixed up. So. That's, I don't know. I need to confirm that. But again, the 3 is just a standard. Isn't there a color with a flag with 7 colors? Would that be considered the pride flag or is it something else? The holograph, the color scheme, that is a flag. It represents like a wave, like a channel. So it's in a way telling the colors are telling you the frequency of that country or that place because the colors are associated with different frequencies. So it will tell you that that is the broadcast, the signal. If you want to get to that channel, you gotta tune into that frequency. So the frequency is that of the flag. So, and that's why over time, even like the American flag, it has changed because as the frequency changes, so therefore what is then changing? The frequency changes, so the red, green, blue values change. More green, more red, more blue. It's about perception, closeness, but also, and therefore proximity, but it's also about size and therefore volume. So the more red, that's the more red value. More green value. More blue value. But obviously you can mix and overlap them to also come up with something else. But that's all a product. The result, the final result of the image, the flag, it's a culmination of different, not only colors, but of different red, green, blue values, which is really different atoms, different matter, which is different frequency. But anyway, that's basically telling the story. So and that's the reason why the more we change, the flag is supposed to change. And that's why once upon a time there were 13 colonies, and they say, and now there's 50 stars on the map. I think there's 50 to represent the 50 states. And so that's basically like a sign and a notation of an update of your progress, but it's also a broadcast to the rest of the world of what it's also a broadcast to the rest of the world to tell them. It's kind of like when you wave the white flag, it's because you're like calling a truce, but it's also a beacon, like, so that's why you put the flag in the sky so then people know where they are. You know what hood you're in, basically. So then you know what is the radio, what is the frequency of the place that you're in, the country, city, whatever, right? So yeah, it allows other people to access that dimension, that world, that continent, that country. So yes. When you can, but those are all set to change, you know. And so if we can, like, it's the same way you can learn a language. So if that's the language that we're speaking of, if you can learn how to listen and learn the language of different places, then you can acclimate to any of the different flags, different people, you know, different languages. It's yeah. Yeah.
Sections are all mixed together. And it's especially like if your violin is sitting next to a cello, it's going to be harder to hear the other cellos to know which part of we, you know, what are we supposed to be playing. And if they're singing, it's like, yeah, but instead of, you don't do fireworks. Wait, do they do fireworks for that? But I thought it was really prevalent.
I think I'm able to watch Hulu or whatever. I'm still in there. So, let's take this off. How do I do it?
Alright, y'all, we gotta talk.
There is a story that exists in your culture called the story of the premature butterfly. Do you know this? All right, well, I will tell it to you briefly. The idea is that you know that caterpillars form cocoons and turn into butterflies, yes? Yes. And that there is a timing to this. One day, one of your people was strolling along and saw that there was a butterfly, as you say, struggling to get out of its cocoon. This person said, well, I will help you so you don't have to struggle, so you don't have to be so challenged by this. And the person opened the cocoon and let the butterfly out. Well, the butterfly just sat there, didn't fly. Its wings were atrophied. They were not well formed. Because you see, what the person didn't realize is that if the butterfly does not struggle against the cocoon, the pressure of the cocoon does not push fluid into the wings and cause them to mature. So even though you may think you're helping sometimes by removing the idea of that struggle, you're actually causing more struggle and more damage. So be aware that there is a positive way to understand what you may call the polarity, and learn how to use it in a balanced way and learn what it is for so that you can have the idea of a positive outcome. There is a story that exists in your culture called the story of the premature butterfly. Do you know this? All right, well, I will tell it to you briefly. The idea is that you know that
Vincent, when I make
Oh my gosh, I'm making a mess, bro. Cool. Bro. Yeah. So doing it for somebody is not the same as helping them. Sometimes you help people by not helping them at all. And then they'll have to figure out how to do it in their own way, in a way that works for them. But um, so helping somebody is to make it easier, so they don't have resistance. But if you just do it for them, they don't know how to work out the problem on their own. If it arises at another time. So ultimately, unless you're going to do it for them every single time, at some point, that maybe you do it for them, help them with it until they get it. And that's the thing, like, that doesn't mean like, oh, you just got to figure it out, you know? Or like sometimes not helping people, sometimes you can't always help people, but when you're first learning how to do something, you need help because you don't know. So the point is to learn and kind of be guided and directed until you're ready to take off on your own. think she addressed it. How would I address it? You were trying to- She's explaining exactly. Oh. Oh, red, blue. Okay, so okay. So red, green, and blue. 4th of July is red, white, and blue. November. What colors would you say are Thanksgiving? Because I'm thinking of Christmas. It's kind of like red and green, but also it can be silver and gold. But it varies, right? But I feel like is Thanksgiving has brown and red and orange. I feel like because like the turkey, maybe some yellow. So I feel like the holidays are connected with certain colors because the colors allow for you to experience a certain dimension in a way, certain dimension, certain reality, certain frequency on that day. So each of the days, though, they're connected to other days. Sometimes, like for example, how Easter is connected in a way with Christmas, right? Easter is said to be the rise of Christ, the day that Christ rose, resurrected, right? The resurrection day. But Christmas was the day he was born. Easter. Um, so the day that he died, the day he resurrected would be Easter, right? But then that means that the day that he died was like Passover or something. You see how there's connections? So then the day that he died was murdered, essentially, would be that's the Good Friday. So then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Sunday is Easter, and then that 3 day separation is to celebrate the resurrection. So that's how we know the death date because we know the resurrection date, and if we agree, he rose 3 days after. Okay, that means 3 days before Sunday is Friday. So those are connected. But so that's his death, Good Friday, which is in April, because Easter. So he died in April, but then he also rose, resurrected, came alive again in April. But then he was born. They say he was born on December. But the resurrection is technically a rebirth. Because he was dead, then he was alive again. So that the resurrection day also technically is the day he was born again. So that's another birthday. I don't get what December has to do with anything. December. So Christmas, red and green, maybe. But they say that was the day he was born. Well, if he died at 33, they say he died at 33. Yeah, but it's not clear as to, I mean, are we sure that, how do we know that he was born on Christmas Day? Where did that come from? I don't really know, but oh wait, listen though, listen from April. Wait, from December, then January, February, March, April, May, June. Okay, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Okay, so from April, he died in April, Good Friday. Then he resurrected 3 days later on, they say, on they say he resurrected on Sunday, Easter, which is April. But there's a significance about December for some reason. But if you count the months from April, so April is a month, but you don't count that because that's like your birth month, 8th. So technically, because I'm saying resurrection, Rose resurrected on third day is essentially that's a different birthday. He was reborn, so that's a new birthday. So a new birthday in April. But from April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, April from, and that's not like if you don't count April, because we're born in April, so then following that, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So then December would technically be his birth, or that would be an 8th month. But then they say pregnancy is either 8 or 9 months. So it either is really going to be January to get to the 9th month, or not January, December, and then include April into the count. But the point is that really what happens is we can then, from that span, because I'm trying to figure out relevance of December. We don't really know if it's December, but it's like, how about if April was not just a rebirth? April was not just his death, but then April was also not just the resurrection. It was also conception day. So the day that then, in a sense, Jesus was conceived, it would have been in April. So then from April, when he was quote unquote resurrected, fast forward 8 months, it will be December, which is when we celebrate Christmas. But 9 months, a full, which we consider 9 months essentially pregnancy, then it will be January. But he could have been born premature. Like maybe the due date could have been January, but then so I don't know. Maybe the due date could have been in January, and then maybe he just was born early. Because December 25th is still like late in the month, right? So that could have been like if the conception date was April, Easter, April. So that would be like the first week of April. So for the first week of April, then if it was you conceived first week of April, that first Sunday of April. So then the due date would have been around December, January. But December is Christmas, so that's linking Christmas and Easter. But it's Christmas, April Resurrection Day will really be Jesus' conception day, and then he would have been born by typical standards, birthing standards. He would have been born either December or January. So that would have been his birth, his like kind of estimated birthday. If it's a 9 month, we estimate birth about 9 months. But if it's from the first week Sunday in April to, and then say if they say he was born on December 25th. We don't know if it's, I don't know how they know that, but If he was, that's still pretty close to January. That's like almost full term at that point, right? Maybe just premature or something. I don't really know. It would be easier if I could search this up, but I can't really see that well. Oh, I forgot about you guys. Sorry. Let's see. Fuck, I can't see. Not the 1st of April. Uh, Conception on the first Sunday of April. If conception occurred on the first Sunday of April, it roughly aligns with ovulation around early April. For the year surrounding the present, the first Sunday was April 5th. The estimated due date is around December 27th. The LMP would have started, I don't know what that means. The first 2025, okay, if it's 2025, the first Sunday was April 26th. If it's 2025, the first Sunday was April 6th. So the estimated, if that was when you got conception day, Sunday, then the estimated due date was around December 28th. Okay. And then if it was 2024, the first Sunday was April 7th. The estimated due date around December 29th. So anyway, it's around December time. So somehow that works. I think maybe I actually was supposed to count the month of April. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Okay, I think maybe I was supposed to count the month of April because it was very early in the month. So it's basically like the full month of April that you still have to get through from conception, because then conception starts, but then the growth process starts. But that is included in the pregnancy and the gestation. So yeah, maybe we were supposed to count April. So yeah, 9 months would be about December. So then they say that Jesus was born on December, which means he was conceived on the day he was resurrected in April, the first Sunday of April, which is Easter. But then 3 days before that is when he died. But did he really die? Or, well, that's what the story says, is that he died. But really, that's what they said, LMP, the last menstrual period. So it's weird, the last menstrual period. So then, but his last menstrual period, which will be a bloodshed, the bloodshed occurred 3 days. I don't know. It had to be 3 days before. And then 3 days, then conception. Or unless that was just to represent like ovulation or something, or implantation, or the forming. The 3 is related to the 3 aspects of creation. So maybe that was the renewal process in a sense. I don't know. Or the integrate. That was the initial integration process. So those 3 days, it was an integration before you come out anew, and then the conception happens. So the integration is 2 becoming 1. So that's really, but two becoming one is three separate things. So the 3 days in between, it was basically mind, body, recalibrated, and then new soul. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, and so that's why there's a 3 day span in between, in a sense, but it's to really represent the three aspects of creation that went into the creation. So, but it was two people coming together to create a new woman. That's in terms of pregnancy. That's how we think of it. It's male, the sperm, the egg, you, baby. So that's the integration, masculine, feminine. That's just the, example. So the 3 days, but yes, the third day he rose. He rose on the third day. Did he rise on the third day, or he rose after the third day? On the third day, it says, according to the New Testament, Jesus rose from the dead on the third day, following the crucifixion and burial. Ooh, crucifixion and burial. Right. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. He rose on the third day. So it was basically 1 day torture, 2 day, 1 day torture basically, and killed, buried on the second day, rose on the third day. So that's creation, or well, really it's destruction, death, and then it's a preservation of the body, the burial like a mummy, and then creation. Then he was affixed and rose again. So he was basically being planted, restored. So yeah, that's actually backwards. Usually when I think about the three aspects of creation, I think of creation first, then preservation, and then destruction for some reason. But in this one, it actually emphasizes destruction first. It starts with destruction, as in the crucifixion. And then there's the burial, that's preservation, the maintenance of the dead body. And then the third day, the body rises. And that's what be creation, new life. So I find that interesting of starting with destruction. That makes sense because that's how the transformation can occur. I mean, that's one of the ways.
I don't know, maybe they think.
Ooh. Good thing you guys didn't see that. Ooh. I feel like we made a lot of progress. I didn't sing as much as I wanted. Well, I didn't sing as much as I probably should have. Especially like making up just random improv. I did the best that I could do, so I'm satisfied with that. Ow. Fuck. Yeah. You blow your horn, not me. The sequence includes Friday, the day of crucifixion, counted as one day. Saturday, the day in the tomb, counted as day 2. And Sunday is the day of resurrection. That's what I'm saying. So those are the 3 aspects of creation. That's what is really. I don't know if it's a symbolism or if it's a explaining of process. But also, days are subjective. So. Yes, so that's like a butterfly where it has to liquefy itself in the cocoon, and the tomb is like the process of like re-solidifying itself, and then eventually it the crucifixion would be the exit from the cocoon, and that's the renewal. So it's like the starting with destruction isn't. Oh, most times wouldn't you start with destruction? So I think we assume everything was so called right. But we had to, like, even when you think of the world, like, there's things, people had to build things. Like, the materials were given, they say, but then you have to use the materials to put them together to make things, they say. So, this would say everything starts in destruction and chaos, and then it must be organized into something worthwhile. So, so to speak. Um, so everything starts in the unformed state, which would be like frequency atoms, whatever. And when you stack the atoms atop each other, on the top of each other, and organize, then eventually you're actually being able to make out what it is. It's like if a puzzle. When you do a puzzle, it starts, all the pieces are separate. And then you have to figure out which pieces go where in order to create the final image, which will be the crucifixion, the renewal, the conception, rebirth. So it's a process, and so if that process is, but the completion, the resurrection, the renewal is dependent upon how quickly you move through the process. So if you can the same people can have the same puzzle. Like say you have a 200-piece puzzle. Some people can finish it faster than others. How long it takes you, it just depends on maybe how long you spend doing it, how accurate you are, like what techniques you use to do it. But some people might take breaks like for months at a time and then come back to it later, And so, yes, your ability to like re-solidify, to form into something after being unformed, that's up to you. And then that's the thing about organization too. That's why I say you waste more time when you try to force yourself to do something that you don't know how to do. You have to envision if it was on a time crunch. We don't have time for you to learn how to get it. You want somebody who already is there, already has it down. So let things fall where they naturally want to fall and stop trying to fight against them. It's about nurturing the things to go where they fit best. It will reduce frustration for you and for the process itself. So when you allow things to fall where they naturally kind of want to fall, and then you consent to that, and then that is where the solidification process starts, which will be in the tomb. So the tomb is the setting. It's like setting. So it's like if you pour the liquid. So the crucifixion, the liquefaction, that's like pouring a mold. The tomb is like waiting for the mold to dry, right? It has to hold its form. Then when the mold is finally dry, then take it out, and now you've actually created something. So when we understand our role and our abilities in relation to this process, we can complete the process more masterfully. And the solidifying process, it's like gel nails. It's like you set the cast where you want it, and then you kind of flash, you can kind of flash cure it, so it'll just stick. And so that's another heating, like radiation process kind of, in terms of nails. But you could put nails on dry. The nails will never dry until you hit it with the UV light. And then it'll be good to go, But until you cure it with the UV light, it's still going to be movable. So cure, if in terms of cure, thinking of terms of like cure is a fix to a disease, a disorder. But really, if we're talking about the universe in terms of sound, we're needing a cure for distortion. So if the problem is chaos and everybody's just doing their own thing and walking to the beat of their own drum and everything sounds a mess, or people don't know what to play, they don't have their music, they don't know what instrument they're supposed to be, they don't, if everything's in disarray, then the cure for the disease that we're experiencing, which is disorder and chaos, is order. Order, divide the sections as necessary, and then conduct the sections as necessary, and give each of the sections their own individual part to go. Where do they fit in as the cog in the wheel, right? So the thing is, it's not about everything being the same and uniform. It's about, there is some uniformity involved when you talk about grouping, but not every person can fit into every group, and that's for a reason. Violas are supposed to be with violas, drums are supposed to be with drums. It's not about better or worse, but it's about when you can group them up, you can communicate with them individually better. But there's also individual communication within the group. So if everything starts as disorder and chaos, then the cure for the disease of division and disorder is therefore unity and more harmony. This is not saying everyone is the same, everyone is exactly the same, everyone has the same role to play, everyone is supposed to do things the same way. No, harmony is differently done right. So when everyone is playing their different parts to the best of their ability, that's what creates a harmonic orchestra. So it's really then becomes not about not that division is bad, but it's about honoring the differences. And then when you honor the differences and acknowledge the strengths and weaknesses of each of the groups, then you can utilize them accordingly in a sense. What are their differences, therefore what are their strengths, and then therefore what are their weaknesses potentially. And you navigate from there. So it's just treating, it's like I was saying, I don't know if I recorded this though, but I was giving an analogy of like if you come into a hospital and there's someone with a broken arm, there's someone with a headache, and there's someone with cancer, you can't just give all of them an ice pack and it's all going to be good. Different ailments require different cures, right? That's obvious. So I'm saying, in terms of the universe existence, the symphony of life, it is about a harmony. It is about a division into sections and groups. So that's isolation. That's isolation. So you can. It's harder to judge a group of 100 compared to judging a group of 5. If you're auditioning for a dance team, So it's about the less you could see things more clearly. So that's what the division is about, to isolate and to really observe. But there's observations within the observations, because yes, you can have a team, like a basketball team, but then there's still individual stats attached to each of the members. Because then it's like, okay, now you're here, now you're in the right group. Now where do you fit in the group? How can we utilize you? But and it's just about honoring where someone its specific needs are. So you understand, somebody could be at a more beginner level and somebody else could be like more of a veteran, like the Dallas Cowboys. You got rookies and then you got veterans. You got second years, you got third years, so that's about experience level. So there's differentiations on that as well. And it's to honor the skill level of each of the people, right? Or whatever. But yes, so eventually you want to have your own understanding of where you lie, like what you need to specifically work on and improve, and then that's all you need to worry about. You don't need to worry about, oh, well, where is such and such is doing such and you and such are here for different reasons. Yes, you might be in the same section. Yes, you might have similarities, but you have different roles and you started off with different skill sets. So where you might be, still learning the positions of ballet, someone else may be on point, or learning choreography. So you got to learn the words before you can. You got to learn the alphabet before you can write words. You got to learn words before you can start writing books. So it's about the refinement. It's like an idea, but then when you can refine an idea into, say, like a book, that is a refinement in a artistry that's moving towards mastery. You're trying to take a bigger concept and then you're trying to make it palatable or explainable to other people. But also you could explain, even maybe in detail. Maybe use just, the thought is just a bullet point, and then the book is the explanation of that bullet point, and then People who understand it less, they will need more explanation. People who understand it more, the concepts, because they may have had prior experience, or you know what I'm saying. Like people start at different levels. Well, people are at different levels. So, and this is really connected to your perception and your clarity or lack thereof. And so it's about your own internal compass. Like I said, if it's about your own divine difference, difference is your divinity. So, yeah, the more you're able to stand alone and rely on your own word and opinion and view and perspective, the more you are helping the world, because then instead of trying to cross over into somebody else's lane and you're getting wires crossed and mixed in, you start dedicating it into yourself, and you start dedicating your life to the knowledge of yourself, because you understand. The better you understand who you are, you won't keep comparing or getting confused or following the instructions that are meant for someone else. I was saying about the Bible. People think the Bible is like, oh, I got to do the same thing. No, those are just telling you the templates, the tools in which you can use. And it's like the tools. It may not be a physical thing, but it's like that's why they often relate back to obedience. It's not about, and that's the thing. Like Noah, God told Noah to build the ark, but God didn't tell Jesus to build an ark. Does that mean one was worse or not? No, they had different purposes. But does that mean you're supposed to build an ark? You think God's going to tell you to build an ark, or you think God's going to tell you to die on the cross? I mean, it's for you to decide. The key of what it was is that they were listening and they were obedient. They didn't always know, they didn't always understand why. But the point is, it's not just about obedience, but it's about your ability to listen, because you're in the learning process. So if you're in the learning process, you would do well to listen. That's what it's about, because you don't know. So you need to listen so you can learn. So that's why the ones who listen and are the most obedient, those are the ones who have been rewarded or praised, or who have, those are the people who have been rewarded or praised, and like specifically in a religious context, because it's not just a lot of times you do it. Think about that. Think about being told to build. Like, think about if you were to. I mean, I think somebody is building an ark. Actually, wasn't somebody recently building an ark? I don't know. I don't know if it's valid or not, but I'm saying there was. It's about being able to know what messages are for you and what are for someone else. Now, imagine if God tells you something, tells you to do something, guides you, and then you start talking about it to someone else, like, oh my God, like this happened. God told me this. Everybody gonna look at you like, okay, because God didn't tell them. God told you, so you have to be able to discern God's voice. And you trying to ask for clarification outside of yourself is pointless. They don't know. They didn't hear it. You heard it. And you were the one that was given the instruction. So oftentimes with certain tasks that God asked people to do, it's very challenging, because he may have only been asking them, and they maybe had no one to consult in, no one to confirm. So imagine if God is telling you to do something that you don't even think you're capable of doing. You're like, what? Why me? I'm nobody. I can't do that. Like, so you spend all this time questioning and you have nobody that you can confirm. The only way you can test it is if you can somehow find discern if that was really God's voice, if that was really God telling you. And this will show up to you in different ways because it will, as you grow closer to understanding yourself and following your own internal compass, you will naturally be guided and pulled to what works. Even through trial and error, you try this and you're like, every time I try this, it never works. I try this, it don't work. That's a sign. It's trying to help you refine what you're actually supposed to do. So, um, yeah, so it's about isolating the vocals to hear. Oh, so it's about isolating the vocals, the noise, and isolating God's voice. Therefore, isolating God's direct instructions to you. And so sometimes you will listen to God and you'll look up to see no one else is where you are. No one else is maybe doing what you're doing. No one else is thinking the way you're thinking. No one else, you get what I'm saying? Like, you start to feel isolated. And in that isolation is so you can stop listening what other people are telling you, because other people, they can't give you true, they can't give you the, like, that's like saying we can't ask God what God is telling you for you. And a lot of people, they don't even know what God is telling them. They spend so much time in confusion with it, right? So that's what you're training, refining your ear to God's lips. You know, to know that, like, it's like when you know somebody, you could just pick them out of a crowd somehow. Like, you know, like, it'd be weird that, like, you be at school, for example, or whatever, and then you don't notice a person until one day you meet them and talk with them, whatever. Then, like, every day after that, now you notice them after that when you didn't notice them before. So it's because you weren't looking for them. You weren't expecting to see them. You wouldn't know that they were something that you could miss seeing or have the chance to see. So yes. So yeah, learn how to listen to what God is specifically telling you. And so that comes from having a relationship with God and therefore a relationship with yourself. And it's connecting with your own internal compass and star. And so where that cure is in curing the distortion. So when you can cure distortion with clarity and isolation, right? When you start cleaning up a mess, you want to, okay, let's separate this here, you know, figure out where to start and then go from there. So it's about basically hearing all the noise and then tuning it to say, or even like saying, like I said, you asking somebody else, oh, what do you think I should do? Or I don't know, what do you think about this? Like you keep asking, right? You're listening to other people tell you what to do, tell you what to think, tell you what to be. At some point, you're meant to transcend beyond the need to consult with someone else about your life because it's your life. But many are not self-assured. Many people eventually reach a point of getting stuck or trapped in what they have been told to be, doing what they have been told to do. And they become afraid to venture on their own. But they don't know how. You hit when you still feel dependent, like, do you know what I'm saying? If you still feel dependent on the training wheels, you're never going to take the training wheels off. So if it's easier to just be told what to do, then you're going to do that as long as you want, right? When you stop finding benefit in being told what to do, and if you realize, wait a minute, I'm a creator. No one can tell me what to do. No one ever really has. Everyone has only ever given me options, and I've either followed it or not. And anytime I didn't, it wasn't necessarily consequences that I got. It was clarity on what was really for me and what wasn't. Like, it's like I didn't graduate college. I dropped out. But I tried to do college because that's what they told me I was supposed to do. But in doing it, I realized this isn't for me. But that was in regard to the major. I went to like 5 or 6 different colleges trying to find out what was the best for me, And I ultimately realized that college was not for me. After like 5 or 6 colleges, okay, maybe I ain't supposed to be. So yeah, that was an option that life has given. The option didn't work for me. Okay, so something else. And if eventually you find that you don't fit it, and it's like, okay, so if it's not school, then it's work. And then I figure that don't really work for me either. Keep running the issue here, it's problem at a problem, right? It's like it's the resistance. So you eventually can tell in yourself, like, or you learn like, okay, this field is not for me. I need to get the hell out of this field. I need to start working in it, doing this, Well, like warehouse jobs, not for me. Tried it. No, right? So it's learning about yourself, learning about myself, and then you make actions and change accordingly. The longer you choose to stay stuck in like the unknown or in the training wheels, or how long you decide to spend on experimentation. When you feel, when do you feel ready to move on to the next step? That's up to you. When you feel like you got the one part down, then you can go ahead. It's not like a rule, but it would be wise. But you want to make sure you know how to do the first level, because usually the next level is going to take elements of the first level and add to it. So if you struggled really, really bad with one level, and then it comes back again 5 levels later, guess what? You're going to be struggling even more with all the extra additions that come in. So the more that you can master each of the obstacles or whatever, it will be better over time. So oftentimes, everything. So yes, when you follow your own guiding star, your own light, you help the world, because when you can shine bright as the obvious you know, standard for a specific situation or a supporter of the best. But it's just about knowing your roles. So you want to be there. Every part matters. Nothing great ever gets done alone. So everybody has their roles. So do it. You know. Oh. Oh. Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh. Mm. Mm. People we observe are the people who are seeing us as their heaven or their hell. We're in the dream world of other people. Well, yes. What to you, you see them as an active participant in your reality, but really they only know you from the dream. Like they think that they're dead and they're envisioning their heaven. They also are simultaneously alive. So that's in relation to the people you witness. No, the people who witness you are witnessing you as though you're like their dream heaven and they're dead. But then you're then looking at them like they're alive in that you're trying to help guide them maybe into what to do. But then maybe they aren't listening. So then you realize, okay, maybe I'm watching them so that I can learn what to do for myself now. And then the people who see you, but there's other people who see you as the one that's dead, and that then the people who see you as the one that's dead, like you're the one in the real world in a sense, and then they're in so-called in a dream state, like you're dead, and then you're fantasizing of them in a sense, and you're like dream or heaven or hell, whatever. Then you're seeing them, but then really they can watch you to see what they can. Then they think, yeah. So then they understand. Maybe at some point you think you're dead, but then if they watch you and they're really still alive, but they're also simultaneously dead. But as they're in their alive conscious state, they're observing you, and then you can observe them to know what you can do different for your own life. Because you may try to direct or control or guide them from your dream. From you're in a sense understanding you're dead, and then you're a part of their dream. But they think they're dead. But you're the one that's like, nah, I'm the one that's fake. So then you trying to warn them like, hey, you're not dead. You can keep going. You can keep going. But then they don't hear you because then they're just thinking, oh, it's just a dream. You're not real. Or whatever. So then it's like, well, you just have to, that's what dreams then become. Dreams are really versions of you, alternate versions of you trying to show you how to live life, how to do your life. Because they are looking at you like you think you're dead. You know? But you could even just be asleep, you know, dead sleep. But yeah. So then the dream world is trying to connect to you about what you should do and how to guide you, but then they fall on deaf ears. So then they try to show you dreams of what life could be like, or like that's what would seem like visions, or you see like these different, you know, possibilities in your dream. Your dreams are like these simulations of different possibilities that are possible, and then the whole time, but they're realizing you think you're just dreaming, but really you're seeing it already be done. And but that person in the dream state, they're doing it under the impression that they're not real, but they're doing it in a sense for you, because they're like this person, they're confused, they are stuck, they think they're done, whatever. So then they're trying to show you dreams of what's possible, visions of what's possible, to try to encourage you to keep going instead of thinking you're dead, you know, or that like it's too late for you. But then in them trying to do that, they're trying to show you it's not too late for you because they're thinking it's already too late for them. But in them trying to show you, really, it wasn't too late for them because they're still alive compared to someone else who's seeing them as the one that's alive. Their dreams are seeing them as the ones that are alive, right? So, yeah, then you're doing it, thinking you're helping the next person, but really, you're actually just living your life alive, and then someone else is watching you. So the observation causes the collapse. It's like when you can observe through the lens of someone else's eyes, and through the experience, you can learn how best techniques for you to navigate and to succeed. And when you learn, right, it's like when you finally get over that hurdle, when you finally master the concept, when you finally become numb to the pain in a sense, or when you finally find pleasure in pain. So that's the observation that causes the collapse. Because then what happens, then now you can refine more. Now you have more information, more knowledge.
So, so
Yes, I had to try to break that down just to leave it as a note for myself, hopefully, or something. That was fairly new ideas, but I'm but I wanted to try to refine it because I had it earlier, but then I wasn't. It just came out of nowhere. I wasn't expecting to see that, but it's kind of like fading back in. So I'm trying to pick up what I can pick up from it and refine the concept more before I something. Anyway, yeah, the point is to get to a singularity, a single line, a direct line, direct contact with God, so then you can move without question. And the best way to do that is when you take the training wheels off, right? And you learn how to always to navigate or to balance that equilibrium on your own. And you start trusting your own internal compass, right? So then that comes from alignment and with the mind and the body, which results in the soul. And then you stop swerving in other people's lanes. And over time, as other people start to get understanding, they will start to stay in their own lanes. And eventually it will just be singular points connected through to individually connected to a singular, a second, one point singularly connected to another point. Like its opposition, it immediately creates itself. So it's really two makes one. There was one here and one here. That was what the anchor, and therefore the source, and then what is utilizing the source's power. That creates the line. Now these lines can intersect, they can overlap, and this is where there's like interferences. But again, the more people on one line, more people trying to talk at one time into the radio is more confusing. So it's like you do things, you're doing what everybody else is doing, right? You have the path, school, work, 9 to 5, get a degree. That's like one of our split decisions. And so that is one way of like choosing, but it's like that's gonna be happening in more mass numbers, right? As you split into school or college or work, but so then you're either joining a workforce with other people, but then that's also separated into different kinds of jobs, and then there's different kinds of specializations, whatever. And then yes, you're going to school, but what are you majoring in? What is the minor, and what career are you intending on leading into with that? So those come from the understanding of who we are and what our purpose is, right? So I know me, I tried to say, oh yeah, I'm gonna be a doctor. But then I didn't realize it was when I think I tried to get my sister. The doctor, I used to take the Depo shot in high school because I had really heavy periods. And me and my sister were both heavy. And the doctor thought it would be a good idea for us to administer the shots to each other at home instead of coming to the office one time. And my sister did a fine job, but I couldn't get the job done because that was when I learned, oh shit, I actually have a weak stomach and I don't like, which I kind of should have known that because all the time watching like horror movies or blood and gore, I never looked. Like I always closed my eyes and the squelching and everything. Like I don't like none of that. So why did I think I would be? But that's like in the fear state. So I was like, why did I think I could become a doctor? But I don't like really even the sight of blood, which is ironic because I bleed every month. But I don't know. But it's just like I don't like the concept of sticking a needle into somebody's body either. So anyway, yeah. So other people, they have more of an affinity towards that and being able to see that and do that. So why would I be trying to get into the lane in the field of doctor knowing I have these pre-existing issues, right? So it's like we fall into our own categories. Some people are more artistic, some people are more logical. So this is all just depending on who you are as a person, and so you learn these things over time, and then you choose accordingly. And so it's going from hopping. Sometimes you try to finding your group that you fit in, and so it's either maybe you're gonna doctor, lawyer, firefighter, teacher, nurse. Maybe you go into tech. Maybe you go into sports. Maybe you go into art or whatever. So these are different groups, but then there's groups within the groups. You go to music, or which genre of music then are you going to? So you see how the categories happen, and then they separate themselves. So when you get to the point of they need to make a category for you to even explain what the hell you're doing, when that's doing the impossible. You know, once upon a time, like even now, for example, we have the field of tech, even right. Once upon a time, I don't think that was a field. Please don't call me. Oh boy, stop calling me. I think I know who that is. Boy, you look at your own number. Yeah, you in here. You look at your own number, honey. I can't talk right now. I'm doing hot girl shit. Fuck being good. I'm a bad bitch. I'm sick of motherfuckers trying to tell me how to live. So anyway, I was saying. Yes. So not everybody can fit into every category. And that's when you start to realize, oh crap, I might be doing something different. And then that literally could lead you into your purpose. Your difference is your divinity. So when you become, it's like, because a lot of that, when you're following different groups and categories, what you're doing is following a blueprint, a template, a mold. When you get to the point of the blueprints are not working for you, you don't fit into the molds, any of the molds that are being given to you, that is then leading you into the sign of, oh, maybe I'm supposed to make a new mold. Something entirely different, something that can't, because there's no definition for what you do yet. You're supposed to create it. So yeah, blueprints are an ease, a guide. But if you're the one writing the guide, you don't have anyone to look to. It's up to you to figure out the right way to go. And so when you can lay down the tools to the steps of mastery, not exactly what to do, but providing the skills and tools that may be useful on the journey of doing it, that's good. For example, the taking of a leap of faith. You have to take multiple leaps of faith. People think it's just one when you're taking a risk and trying to succeed or change. Like, it's not just a one-time thing. It's a repetition of consistently taking a risk to do the first, to be the first. And then, oh, geez. Yeah, the repetition, and then I think, do y'all get what I'm saying? I feel like y'all get it. If I gotta do it, I'm gonna do it in a way that works for me. It's gonna be the easiest thing for me to sustain so I can do this, so I can last until this is over. So the easiest way to, increase longevity or consistency is practice, but also simplification. You don't want to make it complex to do. It's gonna make it harder for you to want to do. So you have to make those leaps of faith enjoyable. You gotta fall in love with the fear of the unknown. Let it excite you instead of scare you, so you will do it. And that will get you closer to success. And so when you do that and you learn things about yourself, you gain confidence in yourself. And you stop waiting for other people to tell you what's right and wrong and how to be. And I was saying earlier, it's like that doesn't really work. We try so long to acclimate ourselves, and I just realized the whole acclimation thing wasn't really working. Like the whole integration thing really wasn't working. It's like me trying to be like somebody else or be, do it like everybody else. It just wasn't working for me. So I had to accept that that was not a viable option for my survival because it's too hard to try to be like everybody else. It's not sustainable. So if I can't sustain by trying to be like everybody else because it's too hard, then it's understanding it's easier for me to just be myself. Like when you aren't comparing yourself, you aren't insecure, you aren't worried about what the next person is doing, you aren't worried that you're wrong, you aren't worried, you aren't all spending all this time and being lost and confused. It's so much easier to live life. The ease, it's about, ease. But what one person may find easy, others might find hard to do. Like for me, then I find it easier just to stand alone. Other people may find it easier to be in a group, to follow the crowd, to be relatable. Or like when you think of social media, it's like some of the same vlogs. Get ready with me, story time. And it's like the way people can niche down. Like, oh, I'm just gonna do makeup. I'm just gonna sing. I'm just gonna dance. I'm just gonna make spiritual content. Like people are good at isolating themselves because they are they're not really isolating themselves. They're just using a formula, right? It's a method, it's a formula, it's a mold that's already created, and then they're just filling it in, but just doing their own custom colors or whatever, and then it works, and sometimes it works, and whatever. And so some people find that easier to just fit in and go with the flow and never question anything. And for me, I find that harder to do, to just be normal or to just fit in or take things at face value. So what is a challenge to me is easy to others. But instead of me continuing to beat myself up for not being like everybody else, then I have to understand that different does not mean bad. Just because something works for other people, it's not bad that it doesn't work for me. It means that I'm just meant for something different. And different does not equal bad. Now, where the frustration come in is because you acknowledge this difference, there's still challenges that come along with being isolated. Because then you don't have anybody to rely on. You don't have anybody to call on. You don't have anybody to direct or guide your actions, whatever, you know. And so many become dependent on that. They still want them. But you mean the world to me. You are my everything. I swear the only thing that matters to me. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Does it mean that much to me? And I can't stop thinking about the way my life should be. And I don't know why I keep singing Tony Braxton. I swear I've been singing Tony Braxton all day today. I don't know, it's stuck in my head. Yeah, so what's more sustainable? The thing that's going to cause me to exert the least amount of energy, which is just being myself. It's too hard to try to be somebody else. You gotta get done up, dressed up. Like, you gotta make all these changes and stuff. And it's like, that's too hard to maintain. And if I gotta do a 4-hour routine just for you to like me, that means I will always have to do the 4-hour routine to maintain that same level of like, because clearly that's what you were attracted to. But, yeah, so that's why it's more like you can't, I mean, maybe you can, but it becomes harder to maintain that over time, so that's maintenance. How can you upkeep for the least amount of energy and effort? And it's just being your natural self. And it's like, okay, I don't have to rehearse or practice or show up necessarily. Like, I don't have to, like, remember how to be like this or whatever. I just do. Don't even think about it. And so the more you can get in alignment with that, that is going to, I don't remember what that does. I'm tired. There's something bite my leg. Lord knows how hard I've tried to stay with me again. What's up? About the things that you do to me, and I can't get you out of my mind. Lord knows how hard I've tried. Hey, let me turn you. I'm about to turn the live off in a little bit because it's almost. Sometimes if the time gets too long, it will. I know I don't have. I feel like I don't have to explain this, but I guess I will. That's. Ow. But whew. I. Ooh. Yes, the sound messes up. Sometimes the recording doesn't. The live stream doesn't save if the live is too long sometimes. So sometimes you gotta end it. And sometimes I will restart a new one. But oh my god, my back is cold. What the heck? What a heck. Sorry. Zooey mama. Alright. It's so bright. It's bright. That's why I like stay with the red. Just because the red, I don't feel like the red is so bright. Ay, ay, ay. It's by accident. There we go. Sorry, you can't really see. That's okay. Hey, what's up? I hope that's okay. I don't want it to be too bright. I was feeling in the burning blue, burning blue. you. Seen him from a distance, knew who he was. Sometimes I forget that talking. No, sometimes I forget that not talking is an option. Right. Hey, sexy lady. Hey. Opa Gangnam, Opa Gangnam Style. Gangnam Style. Remember when that came out? That was crazy. Opa Gangnam Style. Opa Gangnam Style. I don't know what to say. Opa Gangnam Style. Opa Gangnam Style. Opa Gangnam Style. I actually went. I think they played that song at. I went to like a bar mitzvah. Yeah, I think they played that song there. That was a very awkward event for me. You know what a bar mitzvah is? There's bat mitzvahs and there's bar mitzvahs for Jewish people usually. I think a bat mitzvah is for a boy. Bar mitzvahs for girls. I think. Unless I'm mixing it up. I'll be forgetting which one. I try to do an analogy like bat mitzvah. Bat mitzvah, that's just the one that I most commonly hear, but that's usually in reference to a boy. And I think bat as in like baseball, or sorry, bat is like bat, like baseball for boys. Or bar, I think bar, like a dance bar, like ballet for girls. I could be backwards on that though. But I went to one of the, I think I went to a bar mitzvah for a girl. So I'm pretty sure that's a bar mitzvah. Unless I have it backwards. So shut up. Anyway, yeah. It was cool and all. It was just I had, no friends, so I was just like pretty much. I mean, I had talked to some people, but I was more like super quiet and shy, so I just kind of felt just there. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it on my own, and just to be there and like celebrate the friend or whatever. But it would have been better if I didn't feel so awkward and like not being able to talk to anybody really. But that may actually be why I don't really like parties, actually, because that's really like the first party I ever went to. That is like a outside party, like other than like a get together with family or whatever. So, but also there was also it could be also dances. Like we used to have dances in school though that I used to go to, but like a party, a dedicated party is kind of different from like a school party, but they're kind of the same, like a school dance or something. So I never really enjoyed any of those. I never enjoyed either one really because it was the same awkward problem, but also kind of just like vibing on my own. So yeah, that's not that fun to just feel so isolated and like weird, standing in a corner. And so maybe that's why I never really liked it. But sometimes it can be fun or stuff, but there's definitely like a obvious. For me, there's like a. It's not even necessarily obvious awkwardness, but it's obvious of like it just highlights like how you don't have any friends or like you don't have any group really or like oh dang like everybody's talking and I'm just kind of sitting here alone. So yeah, but like I said, sometimes you might have a couple of people that you talk to, but not really close to anybody. So it's a thing, but I realized once in college I started going to parties. I went to one party in high school, but it was like I wasn't really. It was like this girl, and it was like I went to her family party essentially, and like there was kids there, like her little cousins and stuff. Like we were literally playing limbo. I won too. I always got to let your mother. I won like a candy basket. Like there were gifts like there were games like there were stuffed animal gifts and stuff in high school. So that's the only party I ever went to in high school. It was fun though. That's the most fun party I ever been to actually. I hated everything that I did in college basically. I didn't go. The first week of college, I was going to parties every day because like I guess during that first kind of like week before college actually kicks off or whatever, and you're kind of just roaming the campus for, well, not roaming the campus, but you're like, it's the point is to kind of get immersed on the campus and stuff before the classes actually start. And so I guess everybody at that time, everybody was really partying, doing whatever they were doing. So I was trying to go to the parties and stuff. So for like a week before school, I was going to the party basically every day, and I hated every single one. Yeah, I hated even the first time. I'm just like, I don't want to be here. But the thing is, I was not drinking or nothing like during these parties, so I would just stand in the corner or like find a couch to like awkwardly sit on. Sometimes people would try to pull me to like dance, and I might dance a little bit, but um, I just felt very claustrophobic, and I think there was too many people, and it was too loud, and it just wasn't fun. I don't know. So I kept going for a while, and then eventually I started like drinking a little bit, just because I didn't really. But I had gone to parties. I never had been to parties before. I only really went to one party, but it was kind of like the one party I kind of went to in high school was low key. Like, I mean, there was kids there. Like, we were playing games for stuffed animals. Like, that was the only party I had been to prior. So I never been to a party where people were like drinking and smoking and stuff like that. But and dancing, like twerking and stuff. Like, that was my first time, really. I mean, high school they kind of did that in prom a little bit. I mean, I don't think they were drinking, but yeah. Yeah, the party I went to though before that was before prom. Yeah, so I had never even had the experience of prom until then. But then yeah, college it was a little different, and I didn't like it, but I didn't even really like prom because it was crowded, and I don't know, it was just very busy. It's just a lot going on. But anyway, after the first week of partying at college, and I was seeing people like being drunk and like passing out and like really just wilding and stuff. And again, I'm not drinking or doing nothing, so I'm just like, what the heck is going on? And I'm just weird and shy on top of that, so I thought they were faking, honestly, because I had all the only experienced drunkenness from like watching movies and stuff. So I thought that was kind of fake. So when I seen people acting like drunk, like in the movie, like in real life, I'm like, what the heck, girl? I just didn't know if it was real or not. Like people were blacking out and stuff. So I started drinking it to experiment to see like, are they faking or are they for real? It wasn't the best experiment because I didn't understand anything, mind you, about blood alcohol levels or like body weight and like different amounts of drinks affect people differently. Different types of liquors affect or mixing certain things can affect you differently. Like I didn't know any of this. I just seen people drinking. I was like, let me try to drink to see if they fall in love. And so initially, I had concluded they were faking because I'm like, I ain't experiencing none of these effects. But it wouldn't be until years later that I would actually get drunk for the first time because apparently I was not drinking right. So I had a friend I used to work with in college show me how to, no, not college, what the hell. I worked at this job. I worked at a casino, and then one of my coworkers, she was the one who taught me how to actually get drunk. But I was already in college at this point. Well, I was kind of a couple years into college at this point. Um, so then at that point, I was like, oh shit, these people weren't playing like this real. But I understood at the same time, like, it can affect people differently still. Sometimes people can be angry, sometimes people can be happy. Like, I found I was definitely more of a, it varies. One time, well, a lot of times I'm usually very talkative, drunk, just happy, really. For me personally, but there was one time I was a sad drunk. I was crying. You know, you crying, text, thinking about your ex. But yeah. Oh, I wasn't recording that, but well, technically, yeah. But yeah. Anyway, I got bored of that party and shit real quick, and so eventually, I won't go into the details now, but remind me later that I had a falling out with my college roommate that was pretty bad, and um, we essentially never. So we basically our relationship, like me and my roommate, we were building a relationship, like a friendship, but it got destroyed from the partying that we were doing ultimately, and so we basically were not friends for the whole school year or whatever. Like even when I left the dorm, I didn't even say bye to her, nothing. We weren't talking most of the time. It was a lot of passive aggressive energy. There was a lot of conflicts. I also one time I used to record on my laptop to like go to before I used to have a class in downtown. I would have to take the bus Tuesday and Thursday, a communication class, interpersonal communications, like gender studies. Actually, it was gender studies, interpersonal communication. Well, it wasn't no gender studies. It was interpersonal communication, which really focused on male and female communication, communicating with people from different religions and races and backgrounds. So, yeah, I used to take that class and Tuesday and Wednesday, or Tuesday and Thursday, which also happened to be the day that of the movie, like $5 ticket days at AMC for like the students. So I would always go to the movies every Tuesday and Thursday in college. And I would watch movies at AMC by myself. And the theater was mostly empty because it's like school days, school hours. I loved it. I was like basically going into theaters by myself. And sometimes I would watch different, I would stay and watch, I think I only, one day I stayed and watched 3 different movies. And That's when Power Rangers, Hidden Figures, and I think Interstellar were out. So I stayed and watched all three of those movies. And there ended up being an African guy who like chased me to the bus after. He was trying to get my number. Yeah. Anyway, the class. Oh yeah. So anyway, when I used to record, I always used to dress up like wearing a dress and heels. Why not? And the class, I just used to dress. I was always wearing heels. I don't know, but so I would record myself on my video camera and kind of my computer and like kind of get a 360 because I didn't have a mirror, you know, in the dorm. So I would record a video of myself and watch the video back to make sure I looked right from all angles. Okay, honey. And one day I was doing that and I had like ran late for the bus and I was like, oh crap, it looked good from what I seen. But then it's like I was so extra because I did that. But then my first stop when I got to class was always the back because I was up early. My first stop when I got to class was always the bathroom to do to just record videos and stuff. So yes, I do have some of those videos from like college and stuff, but I think I do. They might get deleted because Snapchat. No, I think Snapchat trying to play right now, but yeah. Anyway, I'm about to lose it and soon because I ain't paying for those. I'm not paying Snapchat chat to store my pictures like, and I will literally sue for emotional damages if my videos get deleted because that's literally. I have videos on there from 2016. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? They're like it's like sick. They're trying to hold me hostage from my own memories. What do you mean you charging me for the storage? That don't even make sense. Stop playing with me. Y'all need to upgrade your capacity, increase your capacity to carry, and stop trying to charge people and claiming that it's limited. But fuck y'all anyway. So. Yeah, one day I accidentally left the camera recording and I didn't realize it. And I came back and when I realized, oh my God, I've just been recording the whole time I've been at, not only every Tuesday and Thursday I go to the movies. So I didn't just go to class for an hour, 2 hours or whatever because I had to take a bus over there. But I stayed and watched movies for another 1 to 2 hours, sometimes more. So yeah, I ended up coming back to record it. And anyway, I watched the recording back like, wonder what it caught. And yeah, I caught her talking shit about me with somebody who was supposed to be. My roommate was talking shit about me with a girl who was supposed to be my friend. So they were both talking shit about me, and I happened to catch them on camera. So, but the thing is, after that, I never said nothing to them. I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing to either of them again. I just stopped talking to both of them. I didn't say why. They never asked why. I just let it go, whatever. But there ain't nothing to say. And then, and it was already clear. And for my roommate, it was already clear we didn't like each other. The shock was really that she was talking shit about me to the girl who was supposed to be my friend. But whatever. And then, yeah. Then that girl, the friend who was talking shit about me years later, I had just stopped talking to her, like, whatever. And then eventually the school year ended and whatever. But then literally years later, she messaged me from Snapchat. I guess she was watching me. And first of all, she became vegan because I was a vegan. Like, that's already kind of weird. Mind you, she was talking shit about me with my roommate. But then she just started, she told me, like, that I inspired her and stuff, just in life in general. But, yeah. And that she looked up to me. And, yeah, we never talked to her again after that. Well, I think we actually did end up talking later. I ended up writing this speech. I think she was the person who I read it to, because then it was like a couple of years after that, or maybe this was around the same time. Then I think maybe it was her that I ended up calling on the phone and we were talking, and I read her the speech that I wrote. It was called the Belief Speech. It was about my suicide attempt. But yeah, that was actually the last time that I talked to her. Anyway, I mean, I don't got no beef with nobody. I mean, it is what it is. You ain't got to like me. And they weren't. The reason my roommate wasn't wrong in the shit that she was talking about me. Like, I mean, I don't remember everything she said, but one thing she was complaining about was that I was watching American Dad, like, in my dorm room. So, obviously, a dorm room is shared. It's literally just two bunk beds, or it's two beds, basically, in a small confined space. So, that's how ours was, like, kind of the almost like side-by-side type of deal. So, yeah, when she was trying to sleep, I was watching American Dad on full blast. Well, with the volume up, no headphones, whatever. So she was complaining. And at that time, I had kind of low-key, I was in college, but I had low-key kind of quit college. Like, I was just there at the dorms to, like, I lived in the dorms, but I was really just on campus to vibe. Like, I stopped going to classes and everything because I'm like, this interior design shit is not for me. I was working though, so I would go to work and then I would come back to campus. If I talked to people, I was joining clubs here and there. I was doing internships here and there. I did an internship kind of, and then yeah, basically mingling and occasionally like going to like the dining hall and stuff. But I was not going to classes. Well, the thing is, the only time I would show up for classes, like for example, is if we needed to take a test or something. But I wasn't studying anything, so like it was kind of pointless. But it was kind of just like if I felt like going, well, I'll just pop up today. But I never really felt like I can't tell you like one name of a professor like from college. I don't remember anything because I was like barely ever in class. And yeah, so anyway, she was valid to be irritated at me for that because it's like imagine you trying to sleep, you got school tomorrow, and then like your bum roommate who like is in school but doesn't even go to any of the classes is up watching American Dad. Like, yeah, she was right to hate. So like I said, it wasn't nothing, but it was like, yeah, I didn't care because she had been cool to me before. Of like, it was this thing she had of like, she felt like it was her room. I don't get that. Like, first of all, I don't know. I think maybe it was because there was a slight possible chance she may have shown up before me. She might have entered the dorm before me. I don't remember, but whatever the pecking order was, she had really like felt like it was her dorm. So me listening to the sound out loud, it was a way to assert dominance over the situation because she had kept trying to bully me. So it wasn't like I just did that to be annoying and like stupid. Like, and I was just watching movies in general on blast, but because it was like. But let me tell you why though, because it was like when I was going to class, when I was trying to get my sleep, because even though I wasn't like I was up all night and stuff too, like I worked at the same time. There was a time I was working like two jobs doing an internship and was in school full time. And she was the one, she would have people coming into our dorm all of the night, all throughout the night. Like then just up like partying and drinking and doing all this stuff with the lights on, talking, doing all. And we used to have battles over the AC. she would like put it on real cold, and it ended up making me sick to where there was a point I was sick so bad in college because like she kept putting it so cold, and I ended up getting like severe like lymph nodes on my lymph nodes where your lymph nodes are. Like they were swollen because she kept putting a temperature on. And I was trying to turn the heat up, but it was in her mind, it was like she felt like it was her room and had to be the way she wanted it. So whenever if I would change it, like when she wasn't there, she would get upset that I changed it when she wasn't there, and then she would change it back and stuff like that. And then I don't remember if I told her or not, like, bro, I'm like sick from this. Like, this is annoying. Like, and I think I did address her at one time, like, excuse me, it's too cold in here. I'm literally sick from the temperature or whatever. And then she literally didn't give a fuck. She kept doing it. And I was so sick. I literally got sick, and I lost like 50 pounds in 1 month because I wasn't able to eat or nothing because my lymph nodes were so fucking swollen. So yeah, the least I could do when I finally regain my motherfucking strength and I stopped being a little bitch and stopped letting her bully me. Yeah, I was watching my fucking TV shows on full motherfucking blast because bitches want to try to act like it's their fucking room when it's not their fucking room. Period. So I wasn't, yeah, she was talking shit, and yes, I was doing shit, but it all started with her first. So, yeah. If she didn't care about my sleep when it was me. But then she thought I'm supposed to care about hers. Nah, you want to have parties all night, and I'm trying to be courteous. I started out listening with my headphones, so I wouldn't disturb. But I'm trying to watch my show on. I'm trying to watch my TV, my computer, watching shows or whatever with my headphones on, and then she got 8 people in the fucking dorm, and they just talking all fucking night, drinking, smoking, doing whatever. No regard. And mind you, our room was across from the common room, which the common room is 24/7 free space. But instead of even going to the common room, she wanted to have a party personally in our dorm when I was trying to either sometimes just chill or sometimes I was trying to sleep. And she didn't care. But then she got offended when I was like, oh, so we don't give a fuck, so we ain't gonna be courteous with each other. Oh, okay. So yeah, I stopped trying to mind her studying and whatever the case is, and I put my TV on. I put my sound on full blast. Anyway, wish that would have gone better, but it didn't. Ow! Tell me that you're not. I've been waiting all my life, someone just like you. You're it, you're the ultimate you. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. Okay. I keep doing my own thing, walking tall against the rain. Got a problem? Tell me now. thing that's on my mind is who gonna run this town tonight. Hey, who gonna run this town tonight? We are, yeah, I said that we are. This is Rock Nation, Pledge of Allegiance. Walking soul against the rain, victories within the mile. Let me get back to this pickup. Oh, oh my God, it's light outside. What time is it? It's 5 in the morning. Well, I'm thinking of February. February, I feel like the colors are kind of like red, but sometimes they also kind of do like red and pink. Then the next holiday, March, is St. Patrick's Day usually, which is green. And then April. April kind of incorporates different colors, like, but it's even more pastels. But I feel like we can get some red. There's been some pink for Easter, but also blue, maybe even some green. So now we have red, blue, green represented along with some other intersecting colors, right? So that's just February, March, April. I think would President's Day count as a holiday, and is that in January? I know like Martin Luther King But that's not really a color, I don't think. Is it President's Day? Because isn't Memorial Day, President's Day in January or something? So that's like red, white, and blue. Red, white, and blue. So then February you have Easter, which is mostly like red and pink a lot. Which red and white make pink. So then March is St. Patrick's Day green. So now we've already had red, white, blue, and green. But the primary meridians are red, blue, and green. So we have those. Green is just randomly March. Okay. So then March, April, then April, Easter. Now we have more blue, but it's more pastel. Is the way the colors switch to pastel, which means they're like lighter or brighter compared to being like darker. So on like the RGB scale, then you would be deviating further from the original color on like the sliding scale. And then that's April. May, is there a holiday in May? Cinco de Mayo? What other holiday is in May? I don't remember. May? I don't think there's a holiday in June, is it? Or can I not think of it? Wasn't there a holiday in June? I can't think of it. But then we know July goes back to the red, white, and blue, which was similar to January, President's Day, or whatever, or Memorial Day, whichever. Is Memorial Day in January or am I a liar? When is Memorial Day? Maybe that's in. What the hell? When is Memorial Day? Is that in June? Or May? July. 4th of July. Red, white, and blue. August. I don't think there's a holiday in August, is there? I don't remember. You know what? We're missing something. What we're missing is May is Mother's Day. So that's like a lot of pinks as well. There's some whites. It could be different colors though. And then Father's Day. You see a lot of blue, I think, on Father's Day, but it could be different because it's like girl and boy, pink and blue, right? But also, you can get roses for Mother Day, which is red, but that's on the spectrum, right? So we're talking about RGB. And then, so that's May, Mother's Day. So we said January, February, March, April is Easter, May is Mother's Day, June is Father's Day, July. I don't know. Oh, July 4th. I'm back at it. July 4th. So now we got red, white, and blue again. So then, August. I don't know what holiday is in August. September, though, we get 9/11, which I think kind of is, again, represented by red, white, and blue. 9/11, and September, and then October, Halloween. Now we have like orange, maybe even some black. Fall colors. Notice how the colors get more dark. They go back to being darker in October, like related to fall. But if you consider like April with Easter, we were dealing with more pastels, but that's also more connected with like spring. And October is Halloween, which then it's like, yes, orange, but also could kind of be some black. And then how it's kind of, then fall is, and that's fall time, but so we're going to, why are things getting darker and more pastel browns and muted colors, less bright colors is usually the idea. And it's more in line with, so it's kind of like a return to the origin or or is it a return or a separation from the origin? It's kind of like during the previous season, the crops have bloomed. Now it's time for them to be. They went into full bloom springtime. After spring is the fall. Yeah. Well, spring is then the summer. But so I don't know. I feel like fall is associated with like it's the harvest. So it's not necessarily like a death, and it's like we look at it as death, and it has all this scary connotation. But really, the harvest is the new season. So you get rid of the summer collection, you get rid of the spring collection, winter collection been over. Now you're preparing for the fall season, which is seemingly marked by like death and like endings, but it's endings are the mark of a new beginning. So it's actually a harvest. It's the time to plant new seeds, to grow new seeds, to water new seeds in the springtime so they will bloom in the summer and stuff more. I don't know. But then after the fall, it's winter again, right? Yes. I don't know how farming works. Are you supposed to plant stuff in the, should you plant stuff in the fall? Because then when the winter comes, it's gonna freeze everything over. I watched the survival game. I'll be watching like, I don't know, I'll be watching gaming here and there. I was watching this farming like survival simulation, and there was like a video game, and I don't think you obviously can't plant usually in the winter because the ground is frozen over. But I don't know if you're able to. Can you plant it in the fall before the ground is frozen, and then you plant it, and then it'll be preserved there, and then as the water starts to melt, it will just naturally from winter goes into spring, and then that's when it's usually like rainy season, but really the ice is melting from the winter because it's starting to heat up, right? Yeah. And then yeah, so I don't know, can you already plant it in the fall? So in the winter it freezes over, and then when it starts melting again in the spring, it's the waterfall. But then it also allows for it's just gonna start watering the crops, and then things will start to bloom through once as the ice and snow like disappears, and then eventually it will be summertime, and that's when you can really like pick what has grown and whatever throughout the spring, and then you can pick that in the summertime, and then by the time fall is rolling around again, you can start replanting again. So I don't know if that's how it actually works, or if you're not supposed to plant stuff, but I don't know. It makes sense to me. Maybe harvest, because it's like I don't really know what harvest means in terms of agriculture actually. But if we say harvest, I think of harvesting organs. So when you think of harvesting organs, it's about a collection. you know, you're taking it, you're keeping it. So in the harvest in the fall, it's that things that have grown in the summer, you just officially take out things during the harvest so that as the winter time is coming in, you won't lose those crops. Because if you just let the things that grew in the summer stay in the ground during the winter, they're probably going to die, right? Anyway, so, and then it's like, if I don't really know how it works. Would they die or would they be preserved until the winter? Like, or would they die? Would the crops die if you leave them in before the winter, or will the winter preserve the harvest from the previous season's harvest? Yeah, because I feel like harvest is also like when you take the organs, you gotta take it and you gotta like put it on ice. Yes, you gotta take the organs and you gotta put them on ice, I think, because you gotta preserve them. So is winter actually a preservation of the harvest, and it's not meant to be an attack or a separation from the harvest? It's a way to preserve the harvest. So then as things start to melt again from after the snow and stuff, and the springtime starts to come, the stuff that you had already, that was from the harvest before, would it have been preserved? I don't know. I would think that makes sense. It's basically like a refrigerator. Like if you plant produce, right? Then you know when you freeze stuff, it preserves it longer. So the ice, I don't know if it's exactly freezing it. Maybe some of the things, but it's because also like how much does a lake? How much does a lake exactly freeze over? Like what happens to the fish when the ice is when the lakes are frozen? And I know. Wait, I don't know what happens to them, because I'm saying sometimes it's like a big pond, a big ocean. I don't know if the whole ocean freezes over, but it's like if it's a smaller like pond or a smaller lake. I mean, I don't know if it will freeze all the way through, but what would happen to the fish? I'm saying, do they get frozen in place? And then they just, like it's like a hibernation for them? Because you think bears hibernate during the winter, but bears eat fish, usually. So do bears hibernate during the winter because they don't have access to the fish? Don't they harvest some food or something? Or like when bears hibernate, do they actually stay asleep the whole time, or are they? Is hibernation just like, I don't know what that actually means. Does hibernation mean you're just? Does hibernation specifically mean you're asleep for the winter, or does it mean that you're just moving to a temporary location until the winter blows over? Which is not exactly the same thing, right? But I don't really know what the answer is. But I'm just wondering what happens to the fish. Or maybe the ocean doesn't freeze all the way through, which is also weird. They say that the bottom of the ocean is really cold. They say the bottom of the ocean is really cold, but why isn't it frozen? Right? Isn't it colder at the bottom of the ocean? Which I need to look this stuff up. Remind me of what I'm saying. Um, they say the bottom of the ocean is colder, but why would it be cold if it's closer to the center of the earth? that is presumed to be hot. So would it not be warmer at the bottom of the ocean? And is that why usually smaller things live at the bottom of the ocean, like the so-called bottom feeders, like bacteria? Wouldn't they need? Would they not need a? Well, I know that some bacteria can survive in different temperatures or whatever, but would a hot, wet climate not be a ideal place for bacteria to grow, which would be related to bottom feeder life forms? So the concept that the bottom of the ocean is cold, but that's closer to the center of the earth, which they say is hot. I don't get that. So then I'm just saying, if it's so terrifyingly cold at the bottom of the ocean, why is it not frozen? How is it not frozen? But if the winter comes, it will freeze the top of the lake. It will freeze the top of the ocean, whatever. I don't know if the ocean gets frozen in the winter, okay? But some bodies of water do become frozen. Maybe not all the way through for some of them, but sometimes it's just like a top layer type of deal, right? A couple inches, whatever. So it's like, how how is that possible still? How can some of the water still not be heated? But how could the bottom be colder? Theoretically, they would say the bottom of the ocean, they allege, is colder than what we would experience as winter. But if our winter can freeze a couple inches of the ocean, how does, like, even colder than that, how is it not frozen at all? I mean, we don't really know if it's frozen or not. Nobody's ever. They say nobody's been down there, so maybe it is frozen. Maybe it is frozen, or not. I don't know. Cállate, cállate, cállate. Uy. Hey, 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 hey. Reese's Puffs. You know, it's weird. I've never been a fan of Reese's Puffs because I don't really like peanut butter. I don't really care for, like, this is so stupid. I don't really care for I never liked Reese's Puffs because I never really liked the concept of peanut butter and chocolate together. But Reese's was my favorite candy for years. So that does make sense. I don't like peanut butter and chocolate, but I like Reese's. At least I used to at one point. Um, it's the same way. Like, I like apple juice, and I like apples. I like apple juice. I like applesauce. I like apple flavored things as long as it's not sour, because I don't like sour stuff. But I don't like apples in their raw form. To me, I think it's more of a texture thing, and maybe that's it. Cause Reese's Puffs or whatever, yeah, Reese's Pieces, Reese's Puffs. What are they called? Reese's Pieces, Reese's Puffs. No, Reese's Puffs. The cereal. Yeah, it's just hard and crunchy, like. But I do like Captain Crunch though, but not with the. I don't like the. I don't like the berries though. I like the original with just the yellow cereal. I don't like the berries. And the one thing that pissed me off when Captain Crunch. What brand makes Captain Crunch? What is that? Kellogg's or something? I don't know. Whoever that bitch is, I'm mad they did the oops all berries. Like, what do you mean oops all berries? Like, what? That was so sick. Cause they have Reese's Puffs, then they have they have Captain Crunch, which is just the little square golden pieces. Then they have Captain Crunch with the berries, and that's like the yellow squares, but it has the little berry flavored balls. I don't like those. So then they made a cereal that oops all berries that only has the flavored berries. Like what? Nobody want that. But I think Trix is an underrated cereal. Of course, Captain Crunch as well. Do people like Captain Crunch? I like Raisin Bran Crunch with extra raisins. Raisin Bran Crunch with extra raisins. I like but I do like Fruity Pebbles. Like I'm not against a fruity cereal. Um, like I like Fruity Pebbles. I like Cocoa Pebbles a little bit less because I'm more of a vanilla person. That's so weird. Vanilla is like my favorite, like in cakes and stuff like that. But dark chocolate is my favorite. That doesn't make sense. Oh my gosh, I don't understand. Mm-mm. Anyway, I like the texture of Trix because I haven't had that in a long time, but I remember them being a little bit shiny, so I like that. I don't like Lucky Charms either. I don't like those stale ass marshmallows and that bland ass cereal, that bland ass weedy cereal. Like, please, please. I like Honey Nut Cheerios though. Um, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, yes. Um, I can't think of more cereals. But overall, I don't really like cereal because I don't like that it gets soggy. One time I was eating cereal though, because I had, every now and then you get a little crazy for some cereal. So I got some Fruity Pebbles actually. But eventually I used all the milk and then the only thing I had left was heavy whipping cream. So I used heavy whipping cream as the milk. I don't know if that's like taboo or something, but that literally changed the game for me, really. I think that's actually how you probably should eat cereal, like having a heavy whipping cream instead of regular milk that milk is kind of like on the thicker side, so it doesn't seep into the cereal as easily. So with like regular milk, where you put cereal, especially a cereal like Fruity Pebbles that's really thin, because of the moisture of the milk, it will like make it soggy really quick. But the heavy whipping cream, it seems to kind of preserve the crunchiness a bit longer. Um, so yeah, kind of accidentally hit the jackpot. I was like really like that was like low key addicting when I found that out. Like oh my god, I never like bought it again and intentionally do it, but I was considering it, and I might have to spin the block on that. Yeah. Mm, 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 But yeah, I really don't like breakfast at all. Like, breakfast is like my least favorite. I don't like bread. The thing is, like, I do like breakfast, but I only like to eat breakfast food when it's not breakfast or sometimes. Like, you're supposed to eat breakfast in the morning, but I only like to eat breakfast. I don't like to eat breakfast in the morning. I'll eat breakfast like as dinner, but I don't like eating breakfast. I don't really know why. Um, I just don't like eating breakfast when it's actually breakfast. Cause at breakfast, like I would rather eat pizza for breakfast or like burgers. Like I'd rather eat dinner for breakfast than breakfast for dinner. I don't know why that is, but um, yeah. Like one of my favorite things to do is I just like to get bagels and then yeah, I just like to eat bagels throughout the day, but not at breakfast really. But, I mean, if it happens, I guess. But yeah, that's the usually I'll eat at breakfast. Like cereal is just like a snack. Like I think to me, cereal is kind of like a dessert. So why would you eat that at the breakfast in the morning? It's just kind of like a snack, or like maybe if you're hungry before dinner or something, or if you're hungry before or after dinner, or like yes, then you could eat maybe. But like I do like the concept of breakfast. Some of the items they have like breakfast sandwiches or whatever and stuff, and French toast and biscuits and gravy and whatever. But yeah, just not usually in the morning. More like a whatever. But lend me your ear. Oh, oh, oh shit. What did I do wrong now? I wasn't even doing it. I got a restriction on my life. I wasn't even doing nothing. I'm just chilling, bro. I'm just bundled up. I ain't doing nothing. It's annoying. Pokemon, I like Squirtle because I like turtles, but I like the name Charizard. That's a name, right? I didn't really watch Pokemon that much. I never played the Pokemon Go game either. Like, you use the maps or whatever. Seems fun though. I just didn't do it because everybody else was doing it. I'm not really much of a Pokemon fan. But I do think octopi, yeah, octopi are awesome. I would want one, but I don't really believe in owning pets. But they're cool, I think. I liked my favorite show, like as a kid. I feel like at one point was Oswald. That show is so peaceful. It's just a nice octopus, some friends, vibe music, some jazzy music. Most of the people there are very like soft spoken in the show. It's very calming. So yeah, I've always liked that show. It was my favorite. I do like octopus because of that. And um, help me! I don't know why I'm choking. Um, mm, mm, um, I think my favorite Ninja Turtle would definitely be Venus, but they don't really count her as one. Um, I kind of like Raphael. I do have a hat of Raphael, but he also is the one that kind of has anger issues. So, but and that's the thing, because Raphael, because of his strength and like brute force and his skill, he should be the leader. But because of his hot temper, that's why he's not. And then, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, but I mean, I like all of them overall, to be honest. But usually I would have an affinity towards the leader, but I don't know. It's just something about Raphael I feel like I connect with. I'm forgetting what. Okay, I know Michelangelo. Isn't he the yellow one? Or is that orange? That's orange. He played too much for me, so that's not my favorites. But I like him overall. But yeah, he played too much. And Leonardo. Yeah, he doesn't really have an imprint. Like again, I like him. Isn't Leo the leader? Isn't he the purple one? I'm forgetting one of them. I can't think of that. What was the other one? Uh, It's not really fair how they got rid of Venus though, because she was just better than all of them. Because she really was like a OG. She was like, you know, she taught the boys a lot of stuff, you know. Even about, because one of the things that she was very masterful at as well was like her focus, her concentration, you know, like her supernatural abilities. The boys, they didn't have the same discipline and focus that she had when she first joined into the group initially. And she taught them, like, because they're ninjas, ninja turtles. So part of that is about like meditation and focus and mastery, like the skill. But they hadn't really developed that yet. There was a time when it wasn't there. So she was one of the ones to truly help them garner more techniques, but also she obviously, I mean, they fought side by side. They fought together, and she fought in battles that they got their ass kicked, and she basically helped did it all for all the she she fought on behalf of all the Ninja Turtles. You know? Like she was the one that was whooping ass, not the Ninja Turtles, the boys. So literally, they removed her from like any of the series or movies after that because she was in a TV show. That's the Next Generation Ninja Turtles. It's free on Tubi if you want to watch it. So that's where Venus is in. That's what I'm talking about. She's a girl Ninja Turtle. Now the movies they only have the boy Ninja Turtles, but they remove her because she was better than all of them, and she had supernatural abilities. In addition to her fighting skills that were better than all of the guys combined. Which I get that, but it's like I don't. They souped her up just to take her out. Like it didn't make sense. And I feel that was a little strange though. But I understand like she was from somewhere different in a way. She was technically in a way from kind of a different dimension. So I get and I so I understand like she wasn't part of the original, but like literally the Ninja Turtles had just kind of recently started forming. Like they weren't even for real a thing. Like they were trying to really figure out what they were. And I feel she was fairly added to the group, and she earned her stripes to be there. And they just took her out. Like, but I think they should just give her own movie if that's the case. Because I don't think it's fair to just erase her when she was clearly a part of like. And I think it would be fair. Like, I guess it wouldn't really make sense to keep her going on. And I didn't like that they. I don't like that they tried to do like a love interest too with her and one of. I forgot. It's either Leo that they were trying to set her up with. It was the blue one they were trying to set her up with, I think, because she was light blue, and I think they were trying to set her up with the light blue one, or with the blue dark blue one, and she was like light blue, but I can't exactly remember. I think that's Leo, but I'm struggling with one of the names right now. But anyway, yeah, they should just give her own movie to honor her and like give us an update, like what happened, like after she left the Ninja Turtles. I still haven't finished watching all of Next Generation. I'm still making my way through the episode, but eventually did she ever leave the show? I don't know, but if she does stay in the show for longer, I don't remember seeing an episode yet of her going back, but I haven't watched all of the episodes. I think I might be even still in the first season, so I don't even know. But yeah, if she does just leave, I think she did just leave one episode. I think she did leave in the first season. I don't remember. But yeah, I think they should make her own movie. Like, what happened to her? What was she doing? And I know she had her own like sensei or whatever. Boston Market. I think everybody used to like Boston Market. What I do like the rotisserie chicken, but there was a Church's chicken. They used to have this. I think it was like a blackened rotisserie chicken or something. I forgot what it was called. A smoked. I think it was like a smoked rotisserie chicken or something like that. It was so good. So yeah, the smokehouse chicken. That was my shit. Popeye should get that a try. Since they ain't got no churches near me. Popeyes, I know, well, I don't think it would be comparable to the blackened chicken strips. It's different. But the same way, uh, but I don't want a chicken breast. I don't want a. I don't want a chicken tender. I want like a smokehouse chicken thigh. Type of like the same way you get like a 4-piece combo or whatever. I want the option of smokehouse, spicy, or original, right? And black, so I want a smokehouse chicken combo, like a 4-piece smokehouse chicken combo. So each of the individual chicken are smoked, or however, I don't know how they do the smoke, but it would be a smokehouse rotisserie chicken breast, or like a chicken thigh, chicken leg, chicken wing, whatever. And then just do the regular size as per usual. And yes, but also I think they had a sauce. They had a dipping sauce that came that you could get with it. I don't remember what it was. Might have been some cilantro sauce or something. I don't know. I can't remember. There was some kind of sauce that you could also get, and that should be obviously made available. If they got different sauces. Yeah, I think that would be real good. But also, what the best thing, church is just the best biscuits in the game. And that's what helps with the deliciousness of the chicken. Not that it didn't need help, but it was nice to be helped. And hey boy, shing-a-ling-a-ding. Every so often I gotta check. Um, Guys, I'm gonna shut up for a little bit and I'll try to. I don't want to lose